I want to describe a thing to you, and I want you to tell me what could possibly have made it. 12 young saplings, living trees, bent down and woven together into a tight lattice above a hiking trail, 8 feet off the ground, in a wilderness 15 miles from the nearest road. Each tree bent from a different direction. Each one nodded into the next with a patience and a strength that no animal has, and no person could manage without a ladder and a full day of work. And hanging from the center of it, tied up neat with stripped bark, a small bundle of a missing hiker's belongings. I am a backcountry ranger in the gorge country of eastern Kentucky, in the Appalachians, where the cliffs are sandstone and the forest is old and the people have a long memory. The hikers who vanish in my district do not just vanish. That is the part I could never tell their families. Something keeps a piece of them. Something builds. This is the story of the deepest rock house in that gorge and what was woven into the back of it, and why I now keep the lights on at the edge of my own land at night. I can tell that got your attention. Good. Then let us handle the small business quickly, because I would rather not keep us standing out here on the edge of this any longer than we have to. If you want more accounts like this one, the kind told straight, the way it happened, then subscribe to the channel and switch on that notification bell, so the next time I have something to tell, you are not the last to hear it. Press that like button as well. It is a small thing for you and a large thing for a story like this, which only finds the right people when enough of you give it that little push. And while we are being honest with one another, do me a favor down in the comments. Tell me your town, your country, the place you are sitting right now, and the hour on your clock as you listen. I like to know how far a story carries on a given night, and how many of us are awake together while the rest of the world sleeps. Now, I have been doing this long enough to know that your thumb has not actually touched that like button yet. You meant to. You forgot. It happens. So tap it now, before we go down into the gorge, and let us not speak of it again. There. We can begin. The gorge country of eastern Kentucky does not look like the Appalachia people carry in their heads. There are no long blue ridges rolling off to the horizon. Instead, the land is a maze. The Cumberland Plateau got cut and carved by water over more time than a mind can hold, until what is left is a tangle of narrow gorges and sandstone cliffs and natural stone arches, with a dense forest of hemlock and oak and rhododendron packed into every fold of it. And all through those cliffs are the rock houses. That is the local word for them. Great shallow caves, overhangs where the soft stone has worn back under the hard, some of them no bigger than a closet, some of them deep enough and wide enough to hide a barn. People have sheltered in those rock houses for thousands of years. You find old soot on the ceilings. You find older things than that if you know where to look, and some of them you should leave where they lie. My name is Tate. I have worked backcountry patrol in this wilderness for 14 years. I grew up an hour east of here, in a coal town that ran out of coal, the kind of place where every third house stands empty and the young people leave the day they are able. My father worked underground until his lungs would not let him, and he never once went into the woods for pleasure, because to him the land was a thing that took your body and gave you a paycheck, and that was all. I was the strange one. I loved the forest, loved the quiet of it, loved the cliffs and the cold creeks. When I came back from a few hard years away that I will not get into, the Forest Service was hiring, and I took the work and never looked back, and the gorge became the thing I knew best in this world. You know the shape of the job by now if you have spent any time with stories like mine. I patrol the trails, I clear the blowdown, I check the registers where backpackers and climbers sign in, I pack out the trash from the popular arches, and I run search and rescue when the call comes. The gorge draws people. Climbers from all over the country come for the sandstone. Backpackers come for the arches and the rock houses. Most of them have a fine time and go home. But the gorge is a maze, as I said, and a maze swallows people. And over the years, I have helped carry out more than I want to remember. The honest ones, mostly. A climber who decked. A hiker who walked off the top of a cliff in fog. A flash flood in a slot that took a man who camped where no one should camp. And then there is the other kind. The kind I am going to tell you about. The kind that does not get carried out because we never find them. In the late part of one September, a solo backpacker went missing in the deep part of my district, in a side gorge that sees almost no foot traffic because the only way in is a brutal scramble down through a break in the cliff line. His name was Corey Aldridge. He was 33, a strong and careful hiker from up in Ohio who had come down to spend a week exploring the remote rock houses, the ones off any maintained trail, the ones that the guidebooks do not list. He told his girlfriend he wanted to find a rock house that no one had camped in for 100 years. He signed the register at the trailhead on a Sunday. He did not come out. His car sat in the gravel lot through the following weekend, and his girlfriend drove down from Ohio and walked into the ranger station and put his photograph on my desk, and I felt the floor of my stomach drop because I knew that side gorge, and I knew its history, even if the history was not written anywhere a person could find it. I put a search together. The county sent help, and one of the volunteers who showed up was a woman I had worked with on searches before, a local named Sadie Cruz. Sadie was somewhere in her 30s, lean and quick, an experienced caver and climber who knew the rock houses and the cliff breaks better than anyone on the team, better than me. She chewed constantly on the frayed end of a paracord bracelet when she was thinking. And she did this work, the searching, for a reason she told me once, late on a long night years before. When she was 19, her best friend, a girl named Jenna, had gone into the gorge on a day hike and never come out, and they had never found her, not a boot, not a bone. And Sadie had been searching that gorge in one way or another ever since, looking for a girl who would be a grown woman now, knowing she would never find her, and going anyway. I respected her more than almost anyone I have ever worked beside. On the morning we were to go in, while we staged at the trailhead, an old man came up the road on foot. I knew him by sight. His name was Otis Pruitt, and he lived alone, off the grid, on a few acres of family land that bordered the wilderness, in a cabin with no power and no phone, the way his people had for generations. He trapped a little, mended a little, kept to himself, and he did not like the Forest Service, and he did not like hikers, and he did not like much of anyone. So when Otis Pruitt walked up to our staging area on his own 2 feet, every one of us stopped and stared. He came up to me. He did not waste words. He asked which gorge the missing man had gone into. I told him the side gorge, the one with the cliff break. His face did a thing I did not like. He was quiet a moment, working his jaw. Then he said, "How long has he gone?" I told him a week, maybe more. Otis Pruitt looked at me with eyes the color of creek water, and he said, "Then you are not searching for a man. You are searching for what is left of one. And if you have got any sense in your head, you will mark the trailhead closed and you will go on home and let it be." He turned to go. Then he stopped, and he said one more thing, over his shoulder, that I did not understand until much later. He said, "When you start finding the birds' nests, the big ones, up in the trees where they have got no business being, that is your only warning. You see those, you come out the way you came in, and you do not stop walking." And then he went back down the road the way he had come, and would not answer when I called after him. And that was all the help Otis Pruitt would give. Sadie had heard it. She came up beside me, chewing the end of that bracelet, and she said, low, "What did he mean, birds' nests?" And I told her I did not know, which was the truth then. We both knew Otis was strange, and that the old families in this country carried strange beliefs, and I filed it the way you file a thing that scares you a little, for no reason you can name. We shouldered our packs, and we signed the register under Corey Aldridge's name, and the team split into sectors, and Sadie and I took the worst one, the deep side gorge with the cliff break, because we were the two most able to handle the scramble, and we went down into it. The break in the cliff line is a near vertical chute of broken rock and root and mud, 60 feet of careful down climbing, and at the bottom of it the side gorge opens up, narrow and deep and shaded, the cliffs rising up 200 feet on either side, so that the sun only reaches the floor for an hour or two at midday. It is a green and silent place, beautiful in the way I have learned to mistrust. A small creek runs the length of it, clear and cold, and the rhododendron grows in walls, and the rockhouses pock the base of the cliffs all down its length, shallow shadows and deep ones, mouths of stone in the green. We worked our way down the gorge, calling Corey Aldridge's name, checking each rockhouse, the creek loud beside us. We found his sign by mid-morning, a boot print in the creek mud, headed down the gorge. Then, an hour on, a place where he had clearly camped, a flat spot under a small rockhouse, with the cold ashes of a fire and a few bits of trash, ordinary, a man passing the night. That gave me hope, a little. He had been alive and well this far in. We pushed on, deeper, where the gorge narrowed, and the rockhouses grew larger, and the silence grew with them. And that is where we found the first one of the things Otis Pruitt had tried to warn us about. I am going to ask you to pause with me here, on the edge of the worst day of my working life, the same way Sadie and I paused in that gorge, without knowing what we were on the edge of. If this account has hold of you, take the 1 second it costs to like this video and to subscribe, so that the next person who needs a story like this one can find it the way you did. It is the small, easy, sane thing. Almost no one in this gorge ever did the small, sane thing in time. You can. It was up ahead of us, spanning the narrow gorge maybe 9 feet off the ground. At first, through the rhododendron, that is exactly what Sadie said it looked like, a huge bird's nest, a great messy ball of woven sticks the size of a truck tire, suspended in the branches over the trail. But when we came up under it and stood looking up, it was not a nest, and it was not messy, and nothing about it was natural. It was made of living saplings, a dozen of them, growing up from both sides of the gorge and bent inward and woven, knotted, lashed together into a tight, deliberate ball. And it had not grown that way. It had been made that way by something with hands, or something better than hands, something with the strength to bend a living tree and the patience to knot it like wet rope. And down through the heart of it ran a single hard truth that put the cold all through me. The saplings were green, alive, still growing, which meant that whatever had bent and woven them had done it recently enough that the trees were not yet dead, and had the power to hold a living tree against everything in its nature that wanted to spring back straight. Sadie stopped chewing the bracelet. She stood there looking up at it, and the color had gone out of her face, and she said, very quietly, the thing that I had not yet let myself think. She said, "Tate, who builds something like that? And why is there a hiking boot tied into the bottom of it?" There was. A single hiking boot hung from the underside of that woven ball by a cord of stripped bark, turning slowly in the still air of the gorge. And it was not Corey Aldridge's boot. It was old, the leather gone hard and gray with years, a style they had not made in a long time, and it turned there over the trail like the slowest clock in the world. And the gorge around us had gone completely silent. Not a bird, not a squirrel, nothing but the creek. And I understood, standing under that thing, that Otis Pruitt had not been a crazy old man, and that we had just walked past the only warning we were going to get. We should have turned around. I want to say that plainly, because every account like mine has that moment, the fork where the smart road and the road I actually took split apart, and a listener always wants to shout at the narrator to take the smart one. So shout it if you like. We should have turned around. But Corey Aldridge had been alive at that campsite, and we had no body, and a missing man with no body is a rescue and not a recovery. And I could not square walking out and leaving a living man in that gorge on the strength of a woven ball of sticks and an old boot, no matter how wrong they were. And Sadie, I think, could not walk out of any gorge that might hold an answer to a question she had carried since she was 19. So we went on, deeper. The structures got more frequent as we went, and they got worse. That is the only way I can describe the progression. The first one had been a single woven ball. As we pushed down the gorge, we began to pass them every few hundred yards, and then more often than that, hanging in the trees, tucked into the smaller rock houses, leaned against the cliff base. Lattices of bent saplings, tight bundles of sticks lashed with bark and with sinew that I did not want to look at too closely. Spirals of stones stacked in the creek in a way water does not stack them, and woven or tied or tucked into more and more of them, the belongings of people. A faded day pack, the fabric rotted to threads, a water bottle gone cloudy with age, a length of climbing rope, sun-bleached and stiff, a child's shoe, which I will not describe the effect of, and which I have prayed about since. Years of it, decades of it. The gorge was not a place a thing hunted. The gorge was a place a thing kept. It was a collection, and we were walking deeper into it, and the pieces of it were getting newer the farther we went. The sense of being watched came on slowly, and then did not let up. I have spent 14 years alone in deep country, and I know the difference between the ordinary unease of a lonely place and the specific animal certainty that something has its attention on you. This was the second thing. It settled over both of us at once, somewhere past the third or fourth structure, and from then on we moved close together, and we kept turning, both of us, to look up at the cliff tops and into the mouths of the deep rock houses, where the shade pooled thick even at midday. And more than once I was certain that some tall, narrow piece of that shade had been a different shape a moment before I looked at it. I never caught it. That was almost worse. The gorge held very still around us, the way a room holds still when someone is standing behind you against the wall, breathing slow, waiting for you to decide they are not there. We found physical sign that I could not explain by any animal I know. High on the cliff faces, far higher than a person could reach, there were marks in the soft sandstone, long parallel grooves, like something with hard fingers had pulled itself up the rock. And in the few muddy places, down by the creek, there were impressions that I crouched over for a long time and could not name. Not bare, not human. Long, narrow, with too many points to the foot, pressed deep, the stride between them far too long. They came and went from the creek, and once, on the trunk of a big hemlock, at a height of perhaps 12 feet, there was a smear of something dried and dark, with 3 long scrapes through it. And beside the hemlock, woven into the rhododendron, another bundle, fresh, the bark cord still pale and damp, and tied into it, a strip of bright modern fabric, blue and orange, that matched the description Corey Aldridge's girlfriend had given me of his jacket. That was the moment Sadie said we should go back. She said it standing by that fresh bundle, with Corey's jacket fabric in it, and she was right, and I knew she was right, and I almost listened. But the bundle was fresh. The bark cord was still damp. Whatever had made it that day, maybe that hour, which meant it was close, and which meant, to the part of my mind that does this job, that Corey Aldridge might still be alive and close as well, and I made the worst call of my life. I said we would go a little farther, to the big rock house at the head of the gorge, the deepest one, the one all the signs seemed to point toward, and if we found nothing there, we would turn and run for the cliff break and climb out. Sadie looked at me a long moment, chewing that bracelet down to nothing, and then she nodded, because she had her own reasons, and we went on toward the head of the gorge, toward the deep rock house, in the last hour before the light began to leave the floor of that place. We did not make the climb out before evening. That was the thing I had failed to account for. The gorge floor loses its light hours before the sky does, and the deeper we had gone, the longer the climb back would be. And by the time we stood at the mouth of the great rock house at the head of the gorge had gone to a deep blue gloom, and the cliff break was more than a mile back, and I understood that we were going to be in that place when night came, and that there was no longer any version of the day where we got out clean. The great rock house was the largest I have ever seen. Its mouth was 40 feet high and 100 wide, a vast curving overhang of stone, and it ran back into the cliff farther than the failing light could show. The air that came out of it was cool and still and carried a smell, a deep animal musk under something older, like wet stone and old smoke and the inside of a long shut room. The silence at its mouth was total, and across its great curved ceiling, in the last of the light, I could see that the soot of old fires went back and back, layer on layer, the records of people sheltering there across more years than I could imagine. The oldest marks black, and the newest, I would learn, not old at all. We did not go in, not then. Whatever foolishness had carried me down that gorge, it did not extend to walking into the mouth of that thing in the falling night. We made a hard camp instead just inside a smaller rock house nearby, with good stone at our backs and a clear view of the gorge, and we built a fire, a large one, and the light of it was the most welcome thing I have ever made with my hands. We did not talk much. Sadie sat with her back to the stone and her eyes on the gorge and her knife open in her lap. I kept the fire high. The gloom came up out of the gorge and filled it, and the cliff tops held a last gray light for a while and then lost it. And the night that came was the kind of true lightless night you only get deep in country with no town for 50 miles to stain the sky. And in that night, the gorge began to make sound, not voices. I want to be clear, because I know the shape these stories usually take, and this was not that. What we heard out in the blackness beyond the fire, all through that night, was the sound of work. The slow creak and groan of living wood being bent, the soft rhythmic rapping of cord around a frame, the click and settle of stones being stacked. Somewhere out there in the gorge, near us, all night long, the thing was building, calmly, patiently, the way it had built for 60 years and more, and it did not care that we heard it. And that was the part that took the last of my courage. It was not hunting us. It was not hiding from us. It was working, with us in its gorge, the way a man works in a room with a mouse, knowing the mouse will keep, and there is no hurry at all. Near the worst hour of the night, the building sound stopped, and into the silence, from the direction of the great rock house, there came one sound that was not work. A long, low, satisfied sort of sound, a settling, like a great weight easing down onto stone. And then the building began again, closer than before. And when the gray light finally came up and gave us back the gorge, we crawled out stiff and hollow-eyed from our shelter, and we saw what the night had made. And Sadie made a sound I had never heard from her, because in a half circle around our little camp, just beyond the reach of the firelight, woven into the rhododendron in the night while we sat 10 feet away, were a dozen new bundles of sticks, fresh, damp, deliberate, facing us, and tied into the nearest one, turning slowly, was Sadie's own paracord bracelet, which had been on her wrist when the night began. I have gone over the next part more times than my mind can stand, and I still cannot give you every piece of it in order, because terror does to memory what water does to ink. But I will give you what I have. Sadie was not all right after the bracelet. Something in her had gone very quiet and very strange, and I understood it, because the bracelet had been on her wrist, and that meant the thing had been close enough in the night to take it from her without waking her. And there is a particular horror in that which I cannot describe to a person who has not stood where she stood. She kept looking at the bundle where it turned, and then she said, in a flat voice that did not sound like her, that she was going into the great rock house, that she had to see, that she had spent her whole life looking, and she was not going to walk past the deepest one with the answer maybe inside it. I told her no. I told her we were leaving, now, running for the break, climbing out, bringing the whole world back with us in daylight. And she looked at me, and she said, "Jenna's shoe was the child's shoe, Tate. I have been telling myself for 15 years it was not. It was. I have to see. I could not let her go in alone. So I went with her. That is the truth, and I have made my peace with it as best I can." We went into the great rock house together, in the gray morning light with our flashlights, while every sane instinct I have ever owned screamed at me to run the other way. It went back into the cliff much farther than I had guessed. The floor sloped down and the ceiling came lower, the old soot thick overhead, and the musk grew stronger, and our lights swung across the stone, and the deeper we went, the more of the structures there were, packed in along the walls, hanging from the low ceiling, until we were moving through a kind of woven corridor of them, decades of bundles and lattices and the belongings tied into them, a museum of the gorge's keeping. And I will not tell you all of what was tied into the older ones, the ones at the very back, because some of it belonged to the people whose families I had lied to, and some mercy is owed to them still. We found Corey Aldridge at the back of the rock house. I will give you only the shape of it. He had not been alive for some days. He had been arranged, woven into the structure of the place the way all the rest had been arranged, made part of it, with the same patient, terrible care, and he was the newest thing in there, and beside him, deeper, were older things, and Sadie's light found, among the oldest, a small faded day pack and a girl's jacket that she had last seen on a friend 15 years before, and she went down onto her knees on the stone, and she did not scream. She just went down, silent, and put her hand out toward it, and the back of the rock house moved. What I had taken for one more mass of woven sticks and shadow against the deep wall unfolded itself and stood, and it was tall, taller than the low ceiling should have allowed, so that it stood bent, and it was thin, wrong, the limbs too long and too many jointed, the color of old wood and gray skin, and it had been there the entire time, still as the structures it made, watching us walk into the deepest part of its keeping. I did not see its face clearly. My light was shaking too badly, and my mind has refused mercifully to hold it. I saw the long hands. I saw them clearly. They were built for what they did, for bending living trees and knotting bark cord, and they were reaching, slow and certain, for Sadie, who was on her knees with her hand on her dead friend's jacket and was not moving at all. I did the only thing I could think to do. I had a road flare in my pack, the kind we carry for signaling. I lit it. The rock house went red and roaring with light, and the thing at the back of it recoiled from the flame, fast, a horrible fluid scrambling recoil up into the higher shadow of the ceiling. And I grabbed Sadie by the back of her jacket, and I hauled her up and I ran, dragging her, the flare held back over my shoulder, out of that woven corridor, up the sloping floor, toward the gray mouth of light. And behind us I heard it come down off the ceiling and come after us, fast now, the long hands and the wrong limbs scrambling over the stone. We came out of the rock house into the morning, and we ran down the gorge, and it came behind us to the mouth and stopped, and I have thought since that it would not come fully out into the open day, that the night and the deep shade were its country and the open gorge and daylight was not, and that this is the only reason I am alive to tell you this. We ran the mile back down the gorge, past all the woven structures, Sadie stumbling and silent, and we hit the cliff break and we climbed, and part way up the chute Sadie's strength gave out, and she fell, 10 or 12 feet, onto the broken rock, and I heard her arm break, and I went back down and I got her up, and I climbed the rest of that break, with her one good arm over my shoulders, the worst physical thing I have ever done, and the gorge below us stayed silent and green and still, and nothing followed us up into the light. We came out at the top, and I got her to the trail, and I got the radio to work, and I called the team, and a helicopter took her off the plateau that afternoon. Her arm was broken in 2 places and 3 of her ribs from the fall, and she would heal in the body. We told the team we had found Corey Aldridge deceased in a deep rock house, that the terrain had been impassable, that Sadie had been injured in the climb out. All true. We did not tell them about the structures, or the thing at the back of the rock house, or how Corey Aldridge had been arranged. I led the recovery team and myself 2 days later, in numbers in full daylight, and we brought Corey out, and I watched the faces of the young rangers as they walked through that woven gorge and into that rock house, and I watched them decide, each one, not to ask the questions that were on their faces, because some questions you do not want the answers to. The report said misadventure, lost, deceased, recovered. It said nothing about what kept him, or about the 60 years of others tied into the back of that place, most of whom have no report at all, because their families never knew to look in that gorge, and I have not told them, and I do not know if that is mercy or cowardice, and I have stopped being able to tell the difference. Otis Pruitt was sitting on his porch when I drove past his land on the way out, and he looked at me, and he knew, and he gave me one slow nod, the nod you give a man who has seen the thing you tried to warn him about, and I have not spoken to him since, and his cabin is still there at the edge of the wilderness, and I understand now why a man would choose to live his whole life at the border of that place, watching it, rather than turn his back on it. Here is the part I have never put in a report. The part that is the reason I am telling you all of this tonight. I left the backcountry work the following spring. I told them it was my back, the years of it, and that is true enough. The real reason is what started happening at my house. I live on a few acres at the edge of the forest, the way a man like me does, and about a month after that gorge, I walked out one morning to the edge of my property, where my mowed grass meets the tree line, and there, woven into the low branches of a dogwood at the edge of my own yard, was a small, tight bundle of sticks, lashed with stripped bark, fresh, deliberate, facing the house. I told myself it was Otis. I told myself it was kids. I took it down and I burned it. There was another one the next week, farther along the tree line, facing the house. There have been others since, not often. Every few months, at the edge of my land, where the mowed grass meets the trees, a new bundle, woven the way they were woven in the gorge, lashed with bark, facing my windows. I have stopped taking them down. I leave the floodlights on along the back of the property all night now, every night, because the building, when it happens in the lightless hours, and I have come to believe that the one rule that Gorge taught me holds true at my own tree line as well, which is that the light is the one border it will not cross. So if you take anything from a tired old ranger tonight, take this. If you are ever deep in the Appalachian Gorge country, far off the trail, and you come upon a great ball of living saplings woven together in the trees where no nest belongs, with someone's old belongings tied into it, you have found the edge of something's keeping, and you are already farther in than you should be. Do not go deeper to understand it. Do not look for the one who built it. Turn around, climb toward the light, and when you get home, if you ever start to find small woven bundles of sticks at the edge of your own yard, facing your house, in the morning, do not tell yourself it is the neighborhood kids. Leave the lights on, and do not go out to look at what is building them. We always find the boat. That is the part I can never explain to the families. The boat comes back to us. We find it out in the open water of the basin, idling in a slow, lazy circle, the motor still running, the rod still in the holder, a thermos of coffee still warm in the cup holder, turning and turning on the black water like it is waiting for somebody to climb back aboard. Except there is nowhere out there to climb down to. There is 40 feet of bayou under that boat and 100 miles of cypress swamp around it, and no bank, no island, no log within reach. And there is no sign at all of the man who was driving it. I am a refuge ranger in the Atchafalaya Basin, the biggest river swamp in this country, down in the south of Louisiana. In 14 years, I have pulled a lot of empty boats out of that water. I have never once pulled out the man who owned one. The swamp keeps those, and after the night I am about to tell you about, I finally understand what it is keeping them for. Let me get the small things out of the way fast, because I do not like to linger on the porch when there is weather coming. And there is weather coming in this one. If you would rather not miss the next account, then subscribe to the channel and turn that little notification bell on, so you are riding in the boat with me the next time I push off into something like this. Then tap that like button while you are at it. It costs you nothing, and it does more than you would believe to carry a story like this one out to the people who need to hear it. Then, when you have a second, drop me a line down in the comments. Tell me where in this world you are sitting tonight, your town, your country, and what the hour is on your clock right now. I like to know how wide a story spreads in a single night, and how many of us are awake out here together while everybody else is sleeping easy. And I will be straight with you. I have done this a while, and I know good and well that your thumb has not touched that like button yet. So here is my deal. You press it now, before we leave the landing, and I will not say one more word about it once we are out on the water. Fair is fair. Go on and press it. There we go. Cast off. To understand any of this, you have to understand the basin, because the basin is not like any other wild place in this country, and the rules of the dry land do not hold out there. The Atchafalaya is a swamp the size of a small state, the largest river swamp in the United States, a vast flooded forest of bald cypress and tupelo gum draped in moss, laced through with bayous and canals and stretches of open water, all of it fed by the Mississippi when she runs high and drained by her when she runs low, so that the whole place breathes, rising and falling with the seasons. The water is black, stained dark as strong tea by the cypress, and you cannot see 1 inch below the surface of it. There are alligators in numbers a person from somewhere else would not believe. There are cottonmouths thick as your arm. There are stretches of that swamp where a man could disappear 10 feet off the main channel and never be found, not in 100 years, because the water keeps its own counsel and the swamp closes over a thing like a mouth. My name is Emile. My people are Thibodeau, and we have fished and trapped this basin for longer than anybody kept the records that would say how long. I grew up in a camp on stilts out on one of the bayous, with no power but a generator and no road but the water, and I knew how to run a pirogue before I knew how to ride a bicycle. I left for a while, the way you do, tried the dry land and the cities, and the dry land did not want me, and I did not want it. I came home. The wildlife refuge needed officers who could run the basin in any weather, day or night, who would not get lost out there and would not panic. And there are not many of those because most people who can do it are out fishing it for money, not patrolling it for a salary. I could do it, and I loved it, and so I took the badge, and the basin took me back the way it always had. The job is its own thing. I patrol by boat, a flat aluminum hull with a mud motor for the shallows and an outboard for the runs. I check fishing and hunting licenses. I watch for poachers running gator lines out of season. I keep an eye on the oil and gas crews that have canals cut all through the basin, and when somebody does not come back from the water, I am the one they call. Search and rescue in the Atchafalaya is unlike search and rescue anywhere else, because the basin does not give a body back the way the land does. On land, the lost stay where they fell, and the dogs and the helicopters find them. In the basin, the water moves, the gators come, and a man who goes under is gone, most times for good. I have made my peace with that. It is the toll the swamp takes, and I have hauled out enough drowned fishermen and capsized hunters over the years to think I had seen the whole catalog of ways this place can kill a person. I had not. That is the thing I have had to learn. There was a whole chapter of it I had never read, and an old man and a young one taught it to me in the same terrible week. It started in the high heat of late summer, the kind of August in South Louisiana where the air sits on you like a wet wool blanket, and the swamp at noon goes still and heavy and silent under the sun. A young crawfisherman went missing out on the far side of the basin, in a maze of bayous where almost nobody runs except the men who have fished it their whole lives. His name was Lonnie Naquin. He was 24, and he came from one of the old basin families the same as me, and he had been running crawfish traps out of a small aluminum boat since he was a boy. He knew that water. That is the first thing every one of these stories has in common, and it is the thing that should have told me sooner what I was dealing with. The basin does not generally take the men who know it. It takes the tourists, the drunks, the careless. It does not take a Naquin who has run those same traps every dawn for 10 years. But Lonnie Naquin did not come back one morning, and by that afternoon they had found his boat. They found it exactly the way I told you at the start. Out in a stretch of open water between two cypress breaks, idling in a slow circle, the little outboard still running on the last of its gas, his traps still stacked in the bow, his lunch still in the cooler, his cap floating in the bilge water in the bottom of the hull. No Lonnie, no blood. No sign of a struggle, no sign of a gator, no sign of anything but a man who had simply stopped existing between one trap and the next, on flat, calm water, in the full light of a August morning, within sight of camps where other men were drinking their coffee. The call came to me because it was refuge water, and because I knew the family. Lonnie Naquin was the nephew of a man named Roy Naquin, and Roy was about the best swamper left alive in that part of the basin. A lean, leathery old Cajun past 70, who had forgotten more about that water than the rest of us would ever learn. Roy rolled his own cigarettes and smoked them down to nothing, and he was missing most of his back teeth, and he talked to the swamp under his breath the way some men talk to a dog, low and constant, a running murmur in French and English both. Roy had half-raised Lonnie after the boy's father passed, and when I came to the landing that first evening, Roy was already there, sitting on the tailgate of his truck, not crying, just staring out at the water with a stillness that was worse than crying. And he looked at me when I walked up and he said, before I could say one word of the things you say, he said, "You are going to want to call it a drowning, Emile. Do not call it a drowning. Not yet. You come out with me in the morning, and you keep your mouth shut, and you look at what I show you, and then you call it whatever you got the stomach to call it." I did not know what to say to that, so I said I would come. That night, before I went home to sleep what little I could, I did a thing I had not done in years. I drove out the long way, past the edge of the basin, to a little house at the end of a shell road where an old woman lived, a woman my grandmother had known. Her name was Odile, and she was a traiteur, which is our word for a kind of folk healer, the old French Catholic kind we still have down here, who treats burns and warts and the troubles you do not take to a hospital, with prayers and laying on of hands. I do not know fully why I went to her. I think Roy's stillness had put a fear in me that did not have a name yet, and I wanted somebody older and closer to the old ways to tell me I was being a fool. Aunt Odile was on her porch in the heavy night air, and she let me sit, and I told her a Naquin boy had gone off his boat out in the deep basin and left no trace. She was quiet a long time, rocking. And then she asked me one question. She asked me, had the boy been good to the water? Had he taken more than he needed, fouled it, run it hard, disrespected it? I told her no, that Lonnie was a good boy, a careful fisherman, an old family. And Odile nodded slowly, and she said a thing that did not comfort me at all. She said, then it did not take him for spite. It took him because it wanted him. That is worst share. The first kind, you can make right. The second kind, and she did not finish it. She crossed herself, and she would say no more about it that night, except one last thing, as I was leaving, that I did not understand until much later. She said, when you go out there, you mind the sounds. The swamp, she has her own voice, day and night. You know it like your own breathing. When her voice goes wrong, when the night birds and the frogs all hush at once, and something starts up that you do not know, that is it putting on a new skin to come close. You do not answer. You do not go to it. You come on home. And then she went inside and left me standing in the heavy black night with the frogs roaring all around, listening to the swamp's voice and praying it would not go wrong. I want to stop us right here, on the landing, in the last calm before I push the boat off into the rest of this. Because once Roy and I get out on that water in the morning, it does not let up. So if this story has its hooks in you, take the 1 second it costs to like this video and to subscribe to the channel so the next person can find their way out here the same as you did. It is the small, dry, easy thing, done while you are still safe on the bank. Almost nobody in this story got to do the small, easy thing in time. You can do it now. I did not sleep much. Before first light, I met Roy Naquin at the landing, and we loaded into my boat, and we pushed off into the gray, into the mist that lay on the black water like smoke, and Roy guided me with a low murmur and a pointed finger, deeper and deeper into the part of the basin where his nephew had run his traps, where the cypress grew so thick and old that the canopy closed overhead and the morning stayed a green twilight down on the water, and the camps fell away behind us, and the cell signal died, and it was just the two of us, and the swamp, and the slow black water, going to look at the thing Roy could not bring himself to name on dry land. Roy took me first to the place where they had found Lonnie's boat. It was a wide stretch of open water, a flooded clearing in the cypress maybe 200 yards across, ringed by the gray trunks and their knees rising up out of the water like teeth. It was a pretty place in the early light, mist still curling off the surface, a heron standing in the shallows on the far side, an ordinary, beautiful piece of basin. And Roy cut my motor a good way out from it and let us drift, and he sat there in the bow, looking at that clearing, with his jaw working, and he would not go into it. I asked him what we were looking for. He did not answer right away. He pointed instead to the cypress at the near edge of the clearing, and he told me to take us slow along the tree line, the trolling motor only, no gas. So I did. And as we eased along the edge of that clearing, in under the moss, Roy began to show me the things he had come to show me, and one by one they took the bottom out of everything I thought I knew about my own swamp. The first thing was the claw marks. High up on the cypress trunks, at the waterline edge of the clearing, there were gouges in the bark, deep ones, 4 parallel lines, the way a gator will mark a tree, except a gator does not climb, and these were 6 feet up the trunk, and 8, and on one tree they ran up past 10 feet, far above where any gator in that swamp could reach from the water. Roy put his hand flat against one set, and his hand, a big swamper's hand, did not span the width between the outer 2 grooves. Whatever had cut them had a paw, or a hand, half again the width of his. The second thing was the nutria. Nutria are the big swamp rats, everywhere in the basin, the main food of the gators. Roy took us into a little side slough off the clearing, and there, on a half-sunk log, were nutria, 4 of them, dead, and they had not been eaten. They had been laid out, in a row, on the log, side by side, evenly spaced, their bodies arranged with a care that no predator has, because a predator eats its kill or caches it sloppy. And these were placed, displayed, the way you would line up tools on a bench, and they had been opened up in a way I am not going to describe in full, except to say that it was done with a precision that turned my stomach, and that it was not the work of any animal that lives in that swamp, or any I have heard of. The third thing was the smell. We came around a screen of cypress into a narrow dead-end bayou, and the smell hit us both at once, rolling out over the water, and it stopped Roy's low murmur cold for the first time all morning. It was a heavy, rank, musky stench, like a wet dog and a dead thing, and something under both of them that I have no word for, and it sat in that dead-end bayou with no breeze to move it, thick enough to taste, and Roy reached back without looking and gripped my arm and turned us around right there, and we got out of that bayou fast. And once we were back in moving air, he let out a breath and said, "Lo, that is its bed, one of them. It lays up in the heat of the day in a place like that, in the deep shade, in the still air, where the smell cannot carry to give it away. We do not go in there, not in the day, not ever." I asked him, finally, the question I had been holding all morning. I asked him what it was. Roy Nakin was quiet a long while, easing us along the black water. Then he said the only real piece of explaining anyone ever gave me, and it was not much, and he did not pretend it was. He said his grandfather had called it by an old name, a swamp name, that he was not going to say out loud out here on its water. He said it was not a gator and not a bear and not a man, though it could move in the water like the first and stand up tall as the second, and was cunning as the third and worse. He said it did not live in the basin so much as the basin was the thing it lived inside of, the way a spider lives inside its web, and that it had been here before the Nakins and the Thibodeau and the rest of us, and would be here after. He said it did not take many, one a year, maybe less, sometimes none for a long stretch, so that men forgot, so that it became a story old swampers told and young ones laughed at. And he said it almost never took a swamper, one of the old families, one who knew and respected the water, and that this was the thing that had him so afraid, because it had taken Lonnie, who knew that water as well as any man alive, and that meant the rules had changed, or that it had wanted Lonnie in particular, the way Odile had said, and Roy did not know which was worse. I asked him how he knew so much about a thing he would not name, and Roy Naquin looked at me with his old creek-colored eyes, and he said, "Because I saw it take my brother, Emile, Lonnie's daddy, 40 years ago, off the back of a boat I was sitting in, on water as calm as glass. I have been waiting 40 years for it to come back around the family, and now it has." And that was all he would say, and the morning had gone hot and bright and ordinary around us. The swamp's voice loud with insects and birds, and I would have given anything to believe that Roy Naquin was a grieving old man telling himself a story, except that I had put my own hand in those claw marks, and I had smelled that bed, and I had seen those nutria laid out in their row, and no story I knew could account for any of it. We worked the basin the rest of that day, looking for any sign of Lonnie himself, finding none. And as the afternoon wore on toward evening, I made the decision that I have gone over 1,000 times since. The right call, the procedure call, would have been to take Roy back to the landing at dusk and bring a full team out the next day, in numbers, in daylight, and to keep every boat off that water at night. But Roy would not hear of leaving. He believed, he told me, that the thing kept what it took, for a while, alive, in a place, before whatever it did at the end, and that there was a chance, a small one, that Lonnie was still somewhere out in that maze, and that one more night might be the difference. I did not fully believe it, but I could not put my hand on the throttle and run for the landing and leave a Naquin out there on the strength of my own doubt, with the boy's uncle begging me to look. So I made the wrong call, the human one. We stayed out. We would run the deep bayous in the last of the light, calling for Lonnie, and be off the water by full night. We did not make it off the water by full night. The basin is a maze, and the evening comes fast under that canopy, and we were deep in it when the light began to fail, miles from the landing, through 100 wrong turns, and I made the second hard call, which was that running those bayous at speed in the night was more likely to kill us on a stump or a log than anything else was, and that we would tie off to a cypress in a sheltered spot, wait out the night, and run for home at first light. Roy agreed. We found a good spot, a small clearing with deep water and a big old cypress to tie to, and we settled in, and I let the boat swing on its line, and the night came down over the basin, and for a few hours it was only the basin, the ordinary swamp at night, which is one of the loudest places on this earth, a wall of sound, frogs by the million, insects, the grunt and bellow of gators off in the breaks, the cry of a night heron, the whole black flooded forest singing its song that I have known since before I could walk. I lay back against my pack with my hand on the spotlight, and I listened to it, and it was almost a comfort, that loud, familiar voice, and I let myself believe we would be all right until morning. It was somewhere in the deep middle of the night that Tante Odile's warning came true, and the swamp's voice went wrong. It did not happen all at once. It happened the way a room goes quiet when one person after another stops talking. First the frogs near us hushed, then the insects, then the further frogs, and the gators, and the nightbirds, in a spreading ring of silence that moved out from somewhere across the water and swallowed the whole roaring voice of the swamp until there was nothing left but the drip of water off the moss and the small slap of the hull and Roy Naquin's breathing in the bow, which had gone fast and shallow. I have spent my life in that swamp, and I had never once heard it go fully silent. It is not a thing that happens. The basin does not hold its breath. It was holding its breath now. And then, out across the black, still water, something began to call. And it was not a sound I knew. It was low and wet, and it rose and fell in a way that almost had a shape to it, almost like words, almost like a voice trying to remember how a voice goes, and it came from out in the cypress, and it was answered, a moment later, from a different direction, by the same wrong call, so that for one cold moment I could not tell if there was one of them or two, or if the swamp itself was throwing the sound back. Roy had gone rigid in the bow. He reached back and gripped my wrist, hard, the same as he had at the bed that morning, and he put his mouth close to my ear and breathed, so low I felt it more than heard it. Do not answer it. Do not shine that light. Whatever it sounds like next, you hold still, and you keep quiet, and you do not look for it. And I did not understand the whatever it sounds like next, not yet. I understood it a few minutes later, and I have never stopped understanding it since, because the wrong calling stopped, and the silence stretched out, heavy as the water. And then, out of the night, from the cypress maybe 40 yards off our bow, a young man's voice came across the water, clear and frightened and exhausted, and it called out, "Uncle Roy? Uncle Roy, is that you? Help me, I am over here. I am hurt. Please." And it was Lonnie Naquin's voice. I had never heard the boy speak in life, but I felt Roy Naquin's whole body seize when it came across that water, and I knew, the way you know a thing in your spine before your mind agrees to it, that the swamp had put on a new skin, exactly as the old woman said it would, and that the thing out there in the night was wearing the voice of the boy it had taken, and using it to call his grieving uncle off the boat and into the black water. I have to tell you what it cost Roy Naquin not to answer that voice, because it is the bravest and most terrible thing I have ever watched a man do, and I watched it from 2 feet away in the lightless middle of that swamp. The voice called again. "Uncle Roy, I can see your boat. Why are you not coming? Please, it hurts. Come get me." And it was perfect. It was the boy, exactly. The catch of fear in it. The particular way he must have said Uncle Roy 10,000 times since he was small. And Roy Naquin, who had half raised that boy, who had been waiting 40 years for this thing to come back around his family, who wanted nothing in this world but to find Lonnie alive, sat in the bow of my boat in the night with his hands locked white around the gunwale and tears running down into his white stubble and his jaw clamped shut. And he did not answer, and he did not move, and he made a low sound in his chest like a man holding back the worst grief of his life with his bare hands, because he knew better than anyone alive that the boy was already gone, and that the voice was the bait, and that to answer it, to reach toward it, to give it one sound to home in on, was to die. I have never respected a human being more than I respected Roy Naquin in that hour. The thing tried for a long time. The voice came again and again, from one direction and then another, circling us slow through the cypress, the way the silence had circled us. And each time it was a little different, a little more pleading, and then a little less like Lonnie, and a little more like something working a tool it did not fully understand, the words slurring at the edges into that wet, wrong call underneath. Once, near the end, it tried a different voice. It called Roy by a name I did not know, an old name, in a voice older than Lonnie's. And Roy made a sound like he had been struck, and I understood later that it had reached back 40 years and found the voice of his brother, Lonnie's father, the one it had taken off a calm boat all those years ago and was using that too. It had kept that voice for 40 years. I think about that more than almost anything. It had kept his brother's voice for 40 years, waiting for a night like this one to use it. We held still. We held still and silent through all of it, through hours of it. And at some point the voices stopped, and the wrong calling stopped. And slowly, from the far edges inward, the ordinary voice of the swamp came back. A frog, then another, then the insects and the gators and the whole roaring chorus. And I have never been so glad to hear anything in my life, because it meant the thing had moved off, had given up on the 2 quiet fools in the boat for that night, and gone back to its bed before the light. We did not sleep. We sat in that boat with the spotlight ready and our backs to each other, watching the water in both directions until the gray came up in the east and gave us back the basin. And the moment there was light enough to run by, I started the motor and we ran for the landing. Fast, too fast, banging off the chop, and neither of us looked back, and neither of us said one word the whole way in. We should have stayed off that water after that. I want that understood. By every measure of sense, the search for Lonnie Naquin should have become a recovery, run by a full team in daylight, with the basin closed to everyone at night. And for 2 days, that is what it was. We ran the basin in numbers and in daylight. Found nothing. No boy, no body, no further sign. And the official search wound down the way they do, and the talk turned to drowning, and currents, and the things the world can stand to believe. I let it. I did not tell the team about the claw marks 12 feet up the cypress, or the nutria laid out in their row, or the bed in the dead-end bayou, or the voice that had warned Lonnie Naquin across the black water in the night. I told them we had searched and found nothing, which was true, and was a fraction of the truth, and I have carried the rest of it alone until now. But Roy Naquin would not let it go, and God help me, neither could I. On the third night, Roy came to my house after sundown. He had a plan, and it was a bad one, and I knew it was a bad one, and I went along with it anyway, because there was a piece of me that needed to know as badly as he did, and because I could not let an old man go back out onto that water alone. Roy believed from the old stories that the thing kept what it took in a place for a while before the end, and that the place would be near its bed in the deep, still heart of the basin where it laid up by day. He believed there was still a chance, a small and fading one, that some part of Lonnie was still out there in that place, and that we had one more night to find it before the thing finished whatever it did. And he believed, and this is the part that I let persuade me, that the thing hunted by night, away from its bed, and that the one time you might safely get close to where it kept its takings was in the gray hour before dawn, when it had come back in from its hunting and gone heavy and slow and sleeping in its bed. So a little after midnight, the two of us pushed off again into the basin, against every rule I had, with the plan to be deep in the heart of it, near that dead-end bayou where the bed was, in the gray hour before first light, and to look, fast and quiet, for the place where it kept what it took, and to be gone before the sun was full up. It was the worst decision of my life, and I made it with my eyes open, and the only thing I can say for myself is that I made it for an old man who had lost his whole family to that water and could not be talked out of going, and I would rather have died beside him than let him go alone. As it turned out, that very nearly was the choice. We ran without lights as much as we could, by the little moon and Roy's memory, deep into the basin, into the oldest part of it, where the cypress are giants and the water lies black and still as oil and the canopy closes out the sky. We cut the motor a long way out from the dead-end bayou and went the last stretch on the trolling motor, in silence, the smell of the bed reaching us across the water, growing stronger, that rank wet musk, and Roy guided us not into the bed bayou, but into another one beside it, a narrow, twisting slough that he believed led to the place we were looking for. And as the gray of first light began to seep down through the moss, we came around a last screen of cypress into a small, hidden clearing in the deep heart of the swamp, and we found what it kept. I am going to tell you only the shape of it. Some of it belongs to the families, and some of it I cannot put into words that I could live with having said. There was a kind of platform or mound at the back of that clearing, built up out of the black water on a tangle of cypress knees and dragged deadfall and packed mud, a made thing, the work of years, and on it and around it the thing had kept its takings, the way Roy's old stories said, the way some part of me had refused to believe until I saw it. There were boats, old ones, swamped and rotted, and newer ones, and I saw, near the front, a small aluminum boat I recognized because I had seen its twin idling empty in a clearing 4 days before. And there were the takings themselves, what the swamp and the years and the thing had left of them, going back further than I let my eyes follow, And near the newest of them, I will tell you, because Roy made a sound when he saw it that I will hear until I die, was a young man, and there was enough left to know him, and it was Lonnie Naquin, and he had not been alive for some days, and he had been kept and arranged, made part of that terrible made place, the same as all the rest. Roy Naquin went toward him. Of course he did. I should have stopped him, the way I have replayed stopping him 10,000 times since, but he came up out of the bow before I understood what he meant to do, up onto the edge of that mound in the gray half-light, reaching for the boy, making a low, broken sound, his whole 40 years of waiting and grief pouring out of him at once. And the mound moved. What I had taken in the gray gloom for one more tangle of deadfall and mud and shadow at the back of that platform rose up and stood, and it was tall, far taller than a man, and broad and wrong, and the color of wet mud and gray hide, and it had been lying there in its bed the whole time, exactly where Roy's plan had counted on it being, sleeping heavy after its hunting, and Roy Naquin had walked right up onto its bed and into reach of it, and now it was awake, and it was rising, and the smell of it filled up the whole world. I did the only thing there was to do, and I did it without thinking, because there was no time to think. I had a flare gun in the boat, a signal gun, loaded, in the box by my seat, and my hand was on it before my mind had finished understanding what I was seeing. I fired it into the thing as it rose over Roy. The flare hit it square and burst, a roaring ball of red fire and smoke right against the bulk of it, and the thing came apart from its rising into a thrashing, scrambling recoil, a horrible fast fluid lunge backward off the mound and into the black water with a sound and a force that rocked my boat and threw a wave up over the gunwale. And in the red light of that burning flare, for 1 second, less than a second, I saw it whole, and I am not going to be able to give you that second, because my mind has it walled off behind a door that I do not open, and the not opening of that door is the only reason I am able to sit here and tell you the rest of this at all. I will tell you only that it was not a gator, and not a bear, and not a man, and that all three of those guesses are closer to the truth than the truth was. It went into the water. The flare died hissing on the surface, and Roy Naquin was down on the edge of the mound, where its rising had knocked him, and I drove my boat up against that terrible platform, and I grabbed him by the back of his shirt, and I hauled him, an old lean swamper, but dead weight now, over the gunwale and into the bottom of the boat, and I got the motor started, and I have never in my life been so grateful for an engine catching first pull, and I threw the throttle down and ran us out of that clearing, out of that slough, into the wider water, running blind through the gray cypress maze with the wake throwing up behind us, and the thing came after us in the water. I could not see it. That was the worst part. I could only see its wake, a long, low surge in the black water off our flank, keeping pace, falling back, surging again, the way a thing pushes a wave ahead of itself when it swims just under the surface, fast, far faster than a gator, matching my boat, hurting us, and twice it came in close enough that the swell of it lifted our hull, and Roy, conscious now and gripping the seat, screamed at me to mind the stumps, to not pile us up, because to pile up in that water with that thing in it was to die. I ran that basin in the gray dawn the way I have never run it before or since, by instinct and memory and terror, threading the cypress and the knees and the stumps at a speed that should have killed us a dozen times, and the wake stayed with us, off one flank and then the other, until we burst at last out of the deep heart of the swamp into a wider channel where the light was coming up full and clean. And somewhere in that channel, as the sun cleared the trees and laid down on the water, the wake fell away behind us and was gone and did not come back. I do not fully know why it broke off. I have thought about it for years. Maybe it would not follow into the full open light. Maybe the flare had hurt it or frightened it. A thing that has been the only fear in its swamp for 1,000 years, suddenly burned by a red fire out of a boat. Maybe it simply decided two of us, awake and running and armed with fire, were more than it cared to take that morning, when it had its takings already and there would be other dawns and other careless men. I will never know. The not knowing is the thing I have learned to live alongside, like an old wound that aches before rain. We made the landing in full daylight, the two of us shaking and soaked and silent, and we tied up, and Roy Naquin sat down on the boards of that landing and put his face in his hands, and the sounds he made then were not for me to hear, so I walked a little way off and let the old man grieve his whole family at once on the planks of a boat landing in the morning sun. We did not tell anyone the truth. What truth was there to tell that any sane person would hear? We reported that we had found Lonnie Naquin deceased in a remote part of the basin, that the body was unrecoverable in the terrain and the water, which was true, because nothing on this earth was going to make me take a recovery team into that clearing. The record says Lonnie Naquin drowned crawfishing, body lost in the basin, the same as it says about his father 40 years before, the same as it says, I have since come to understand, about a long, quiet line of basin men going back as far as the records go, every one of them a drowning, every one of them a boat found idling empty on calm water, every one of them a man who knew that swamp too well to drown in it. I have read back through the old reports since, on my own time in the office at night, and once you know what you are looking at, the pattern is right there, hiding in plain sight under 60 years of the word drowning, and I am the first one, maybe, to read them all together and see the shape of the thing in them, and I have told no one, because there is nothing to be done, and telling would only cost me my badge and my good name, and change nothing at all. The swamp keeps what it takes, the reports keep the rest. Roy Naquin passed away a little over a year later. Old age, his heart, the long grief, all of it. He went quiet in his camp, on the water he had fished his whole life, and I was glad, in a way I cannot fully explain, that the swamp let him go on his own terms in the end, and did not take him the way it took the rest of his blood. I was with him near the end, and the last real thing he said to me, with that old clarity coming back into his eyes for a moment, was, "You keep off the heart of that basin at night, Emile. You hear me? It knows your boat now. It knows your boat." And then he was gone, and he took the last of the old knowing with him. And now there is only me, and now, I suppose, there is you. Here is the part I have never put in any report, the part that is the reason I am telling you all of this tonight. I still work the basin. I cannot leave it. It is the only thing I have ever been or ever wanted to be, and most of it, the daylight miles of it, the open water and the fish camps and the herons and the ordinary, beautiful working swamp, is the great love of my life and always will be. But I do not go into the deep heart of it anymore, into the old giant cypress where the water lies still as oil, and I do not, under any circumstance, for any reason, put my boat on that water after the sun goes down. I run the edges in the day, and I am off the water by dusk, every day, and the younger officers think the old swamper has gotten timid in his age, and I let them think it. Because twice now, on still evenings, running the edge of the basin a little later than I should have, with the gray coming down, I have heard, far off across the black water from the deep heart of the swamp, the night birds and the frogs all hush at once in a spreading ring of silence. And in that silence, I have heard a voice come across the water, calling. Once it was Roy Naquin's voice, calling me by name, low and tired, telling me he was hurt, telling me to come on out and help him, from the deep heart of a swamp where Roy Naquin has been a year in his grave. I did not answer. I did not shine my light. I opened the throttle, and I ran for the landing in the last of the light, and I did not look back. So if you take one thing from a tired old swamper tonight, take this. If you are ever out on still black water, deep in some great wild swamp, far from the camps, and you notice that the whole roaring voice of the place has gone silent all at once, that the frogs and the birds and the gators have all hushed together, then you are not alone, and the thing that hushed them is putting on a skin to come close. And if, in that silence, A voice you love calls to you across the water, hurt and pleading, and asking you to come. You remember the rule that an old man and an old woman both spent their last good breath teaching me. Do not answer it. Do not go to it. Do not give it one sound to find you by. Run for the light and get yourself to dry land, and do not ever go back out onto the heart of that water in the night, because the swamp keeps what it takes, and it is patient, and it has all the time in the world, and the only ones who ever come home are the ones who learn, while there is still light to learn it by, not to answer when the water calls them by name. Some places on the map are left blank on purpose. Out in the high desert of California, there is a stretch of sand the Army runs trucks across every single day, and there is a list of rules for driving it that nobody will let you read until the day you are hired. I thought those rules were a joke, they tell the new man. By the end of my first month, I had clawed my way out of my own grave to learn they were the only thing keeping me alive. Stay with me to the end of this one, because the part that still wakes me at night is not the dead men in the desert. It is what was waiting at the bottom. Before we drive out into the desert together, I want to know who is riding along tonight. So do me a favor and drop your town and your country down in the comments, because it always amazes me how far these stories travel. Whether you are listening from a quiet bedroom, a long night shift, or a car parked somewhere you probably should not be, settle in. Keep the lights low, and let us begin. There is a shallow grave out in the Mojave, with the marks of my own fingers dug into the inside of it, clawing upward. And the strangest part is that I am the one who climbed out. I have told this to almost no one, because the people who would believe me are already dead or already gone, and the people who would not believe me have comfortable lives I do not wish to ruin. But I am going to tell it now, the whole thing, exactly the way it happened, and I am going to start at the beginning, before I knew that the desert keeps a ledger and that every name written in it is owed. I am a civilian mechanic. For most of my working life, I have been a contractor for the United States Army, which is a polite way of saying that I do the jobs the uniformed men do not want to do. We save the government a great deal of money. They hand us the ugly assignments, the long ones, the lonely ones, driving for hours into the middle of nothing, repairing armored vehicles worth more than my house, more than my whole street, that some 20-year-old private has managed to bury in mud or cook to death in a remote training range. For years, the work was a routine I could have done in my sleep. I would find the fault, I would fix it, I would fill out the paperwork, and I would go home to a cold dinner and a warm bed. That was the shape of my life, and I was grateful for how boring it was. Everything changed when they transferred me to a certain installation in the high desert of California. You have heard of it, even if you do not know that you have. It is the kind of place that shows up in the stories people tell at night to frighten each other, and the kind of place the government swears is only a flat stretch of sand and a few hangars. I will not give you its real name. It will not help you, and it might hurt me. From the very first day, I felt a strange coldness in the way the other men in the shop treated me. They looked at me with something that was half pity and half a thing I could not name. The shop itself was a long steel building that held the heat like an oven and let it out grudgingly all night. And the men in it moved with a slowness that I first took for laziness and only later understood as caution. They did not slam doors. They did not whistle while they worked. They started making jokes about the ghosts of the desert, about the things that walk the ranges after sundown, and I assumed they were doing what every crew does to the new man. You needle him. You see if he flinches. I did not flinch because I did not believe a word of it. I had spent 23 years under trucks in places far worse than this, and I had seen plenty of men die of stupidity and machinery and bad luck, and not one of them had ever come back to bother me about it. Then, after the shift ended on my third evening, one of them pulled me aside, and the whole tone of his voice changed. His name was Eddie. He was a heavy, slow-moving man with a burn scar that ran from his wrist to his elbow, and he had a habit of cracking his knuckles one finger at a time when he was about to say something he did not want to say. He said, "Listen to me, and listen closely. The mechanic you replaced. He did not quit. He disappeared. He took a distress call over the radio one night from a unit out on the ranges, and no one else on the base ever heard that call. Not the tower, not dispatch, only him. He drove out into the night to help them, because he was a good man, and being a good man out here is the most dangerous thing you can be. He never came back. 3 days later, we found his truck. It was buried up to the roof in the side of a sand hill, packed in so tight and so deep that it was not possible, not by any machine we own, and we never found one piece of him." Eddie's voice dropped lower then, and he stopped cracking his knuckles and went very still. "He was my friend," he said. "I drove him to the airport when he first came out here, and I dug at that sand hill with my own hands for 2 days until they made me stop. There are rules out here," he said. "Nobody writes them down. If you do not learn them and keep them, the desert will swallow you whole, the same way it swallowed him. And I am telling you because I cannot watch it happen twice." I laughed about it later, alone in my room. I decided it was an elaborate trick, a piece of theater they performed for every newcomer, and I felt clever for seeing through it. I thought I was the smart one. I was a fool, and I did not know yet how completely the desert was going to teach me that I was a fool. A few days after that, I was driving my service truck alone, deep into the training ranges, on a call to recover a generator. The light was doing that thing it does out there in the late afternoon, when the heat lifts off the ground in sheets and the whole horizon begins to swim. That is when I saw something off the unpaved road, a glint of metal where there should have been only creosote and stone. I turned the wheel and bounced across the hardpan toward it, and I slowed, and I stopped, and I felt my whole body go wrong before my mind had even caught up. It was a military cargo truck, the big 6-wheeled kind the troops call a deuce and a half, and it was old, a model from somewhere around 1968, the olive paint gone chalky, and the canvas over the bed rotted down to bare threads. It was sunk to the axles in the side of a dune, nose down, half swallowed. I climbed down from my cab to see if anyone needed help, because that is what you do. And the moment my boots hit the sand, my heart fell all the way down into my feet, and my hands began to shake without my permission. There were 2 of them. One sat slumped behind the wheel of the cargo truck in a uniform rotted and split along every seam, the fabric gone the gray of old ash. The other lay on the sand by the front wheel, face down, one arm thrown out as if it had reached for something and run out of time. The smell reached me a second later, and it was not the smell of death I knew from accidents on the highway. It was older than that and drier, like a closed room that has not been opened in 50 years, like dust and copper and something sweet underneath that made my stomach turn over. There was no sound at all, no wind, no insects, not even the small ticking the desert makes as it cools. The silence had a weight to it, a pressure, as if the air had been replaced with something thicker, and I became aware of my own breathing, the way you do when you are the only living thing for miles and you are no longer certain that is true. I stood there trying to make the picture make sense, and the picture would not let me. Then the picture moved. The one behind the wheel turned its head toward me, slowly, so slowly, with a small dry sound, and its eyes were open, and there was nothing behind them at all, just a flat, dead emptiness that looked at me and did not see me, and saw me anyway. And the one on the ground began to dig. It pushed its bone-thin hands into the sand and started scooping it away from the buried front wheel, the way you would dig out a stuck truck, patient and tireless, as if it had been doing this for a very long time and meant to do it forever. I have never moved the way I moved then. I ran for my truck like a man on fire. I threw myself into the cab, I slammed the door, I jammed the pedal to the floor, and I drove for the base with both hands locked on the wheel. The world began to bend around me as I drove, the ground tilting in ways that ground does not tilt, the horizon folding closer and then farther, the sound of my own engine stretching long and low like a voice slowed down. And then there was nothing. I am going to stop us here for just one breath, right at the worst possible moment, and I am sorry for that. If the back of your neck has started to prickle, that is the story doing its job, so go ahead and tap that subscribe button now while you are still thinking about it. There is a lot more desert ahead of us, and you do not want to be left behind out here. All right, back to it. I woke up in the small infirmary on the base with a saline line taped into my arm, and the taste of dust thick in my mouth. Eddie was there, and standing over me was my shop supervisor, an old man named Walt. Walt was past 70 and still working, lean and brown as a strip of jerky, with pale eyes that always seemed to be measuring something just behind you. He had buried 2 wives and outlived 3 trucks, and the men respected him in the careful way you respect a thing that has survived what should have killed it. He spoke first, and his voice was hard. "You broke the rules," he said. "You are lucky you are still breathing. Your truck is gone. We found it, and the metal of it had gone into the sand. The particles of the body fused right down into the grains, as if some force had pressed them together at the level where there is no longer any difference between a truck and a desert. And the worst thing," he said, "the thing that should not be possible, is that you covered a distance that takes 2 hours to drive in under 2 minutes from your last radio check. You went somewhere, son. You stepped sideways out of time, and you came back, and most men do not." Then Eddie sat me up against the pillow and handed me a folded piece of paper, soft and gray with handling, and he said, "Here, these are the rules, the ones you thought were a joke." I read them. I have read them so many times since that I could recite them in my sleep, except that I do not let myself sleep deeply anymore. There were 3 that mattered most. The first was the rule of the standing man. If you are driving at night and your high beams fall on a person standing still in the road ahead, do not let the light stay on him. Take your foot off the gas, dim your lamps, and roll to a slow stop well short of where he waits. A living soldier will walk toward you and wave his arms. A dead one only stands and waits for you to come the rest of the way to him. The second was the rule of your own name. The base will only ever call you over the radio by your last name and your truck number. It will never use your first name, not once, not for any reason. So if a voice comes across the radio and calls you by your first name, soft and familiar, do not key the microphone. Do not answer it, and do not believe a single word it says. Reach over and shut the set off. The third was the rule of the even trade. Never take one thing from the desert, not water, not a tool, not a ride, and never give it one thing either. Unless you are making a trade you are dead certain comes out even on both sides. Out here, helping a man for free is the most expensive thing you can ever do. The weeks went by, and I followed those rules the way a drowning man follows a rope. I kept the radio low and my eyes on the road and my high beams off whatever waited at the edges of it. And the desert showed me many things at the edges of my sight, where the heat shimmer thickened into shapes that walked when I was not looking and stood still when I was. A figure in a doorway of a building that had no door. A line of footprints that started in the middle of open sand and ended just as suddenly, with no one at either end. Once, parked at the far side of a range road, a service truck exactly like mine, with a man in the cab who lifted his hand to me, and I did not lift mine back. And when I looked again, the truck was gone, and there had never been a road there at all. I taught myself not to turn toward any of it. Eddie told me that was the whole trick of staying alive out here. You do not look, you do not answer. You give the desert nothing to hold on to, and most days it lets you go home. And here is a strange thing I have noticed. The people who get the most spooked are almost always the ones who have not pressed that little like button yet. I am only saying, if you are gripping your phone a little tighter than you were a minute ago, that might be the desert telling you to fix that before we go any deeper. And then came the night that all of it had been building to, though I did not understand that yet. We were at the height of an enormous training exercise. The whole base was running on no sleep and bad coffee. I had not closed my eyes in 2 days, and the world had taken on that grainy, scraped quality that comes when the body is past its limit. A little before midnight, a call came in. An armored vehicle, a striker, had broken down in a stretch of broken country far out in the hills, a place the old hands called the Anvil, though no one would tell me why. Walt did not want to send anyone. I saw it in his face, but the call was official, and the soldiers were real, and so the three of us went, Walt and Eddie and me, out into the worst of it. The air was thick enough to chew, and the radio in the truck was throwing out a static that did not sound like static. There was a rhythm in it, a breathing, slow and wet, and now and then something that was almost a word, almost my own name. Walt reached over without a word and turned the volume all the way down, and we drove the rest of the way in a quiet that was somehow louder than the noise had been. When we reached the striker, it was sitting dead and lightless, with no engine, nothing, like a thing that had simply stopped being alive. 20 tons of armor turned into a tomb. The soldiers inside were in a state I will never forget, hysterical, screaming, pounding on the inside of the hull with their fists, with their helmets, with anything they could reach, and yet the sound of it was strangely muffled, as if it were coming from much farther away than the few feet that separated us. They were out of their minds with a terror that had no shape I could see. The problem was not mechanical. I knew it the second I laid my palm flat against the hull, the way you know a sick animal by the heat of it, except the steel was not hot, it was cold. It was colder than the night, colder than steel has any right to be in the desert, and the cold of it crawled up my arm and into my chest and sat there. The cause had a name, though I did not learn the name until later, and I am sorry that I did. The men called it Cora. Cora was not a creature you could shoot. Cora was the desert itself when it was hungry, a thing that fed on fear and panic and the bad choices of frightened commanders, and it had reached into that striker and convinced those soldiers that they were surrounded, that the enemy was on every side, that there was no way out. It had taken their radios and turned their own voices against them. Then the radio came alive. The static peeled back all at once, and through it came a voice, calm and clear and warm, and it called me by my first name. It said it twice, gentle and close, the way someone who loved me a long time ago used to say it when I had wandered too far from home. And every rule I had learned went quiet in me, and all I wanted in the whole world was to key that microphone and answer, to tell those boys in the striker to hold on, that help had come for them. I am a man who fixes things. I am a man who answers when he is called. My hand was already closing around the microphone, and my thumb was already on the key. I did not press it. Walt's hand came across the cab with a violence I would not have believed an old man could carry. He tore the microphone out of my grip, and when I lunged for it again, he caught the back of my head and drove it into the dashboard hard enough that I tasted blood and saw white. I screamed at him. "Why did you do that?" He looked at me, and his pale eyes were full of fear and a terrible steadiness at the same time, and he said in a low, cracked whisper, "We have to let it happen to them. These are the rules. If you interfere now, Cora takes all three of us. The next step is the wager, and we are going to win the wager tonight. Do you understand me? Do you understand?" The radio went silent. Not quiet. Silent in a way that pressed on my ears, the way deep water presses. And in that silence I understood that the soldiers in the striker were gone, that whatever made them themselves had been emptied out, and that there was nothing left in that vehicle now but meat and a lesson. We did not turn back. Walt drove the truck off the last of the road and out into country where there were no roads at all, only the pale floor of the desert running on to a horizon that seemed to fall farther away with every mile we put behind us. And I understood that we were long past the place where any of the rules could still save us. Then figures rose up in the reach of the headlights ahead of us, standing dead still in our path, and Walt dimmed the lamps and brought the truck to a slow stop well short of them, exactly the way the first rule said to do. There were 6 of them. They wore army uniforms, correct in every detail, and they walked toward us with an easy, unhurried stride. When the headlights found their faces, the blood went still in me. They had no faces. Where the features should have been there was only smooth, unbroken skin, pulled tight, blank as the inside of an egg. No eyes, no mouths. And yet I knew, the way you know in a dream, that they were looking at us, and that one of them was about to speak, though it had nothing to speak with. One of them came to the window. It made a small, friendly, conversational sound, the kind of opening a man makes when he wants to chat. Walt's hand found my knee and pressed down hard, a warning to keep still and keep quiet. The thing leaned close to the glass, and in a voice that came from no mouth, it asked whether we had seen the relief convoy come through, because it and its men had been waiting out here a long while, and they were getting thirsty. Walt did not even pause, and he did not lower his window past the crack it was already open. He spoke to them the way a tired foreman speaks to a crew standing around on his time. The convoy rolled through better than an hour ago, he said, easy and bored. You boys missed it, water and all. Turn around and get back to your line before somebody marks you absent. He said it as if their faces were the most ordinary faces in the world, as if there were nothing there to see at all, and he gave them nothing. Not a drop of water, not one word of pity, not the smallest flicker of the fear that was crawling all over me. The faceless thing was quiet for a moment. The desert held that moment open far too long, and I could hear Eddie breathing through his teeth beside me, and I could feel Walt's hand resting loose and ready near the gear shift. Then it said, in a flat and unbothered voice, "We must have missed it." And it stepped back from the window, and the other 5 stepped back with it, all together, and stood aside to let us pass. That was the wager, and Walt had won it. I learned later, in pieces, how it works. The things out there are starving, always, and they live on 2 foods only, on fear and on being seen for what they are. If you flinch, if your eyes drop even once to the smooth place where a face should be, if you let on for a single instant that you know they are not men, then you have handed them something. And the moment you have handed them something, they are owed all the rest of you. And if you offer them a kindness, water, a ride, a hand, you have opened a trade that can never come out even, because they only take, and they give nothing back. The single way through is to give them nothing at all. No fear, no water, no name for what they are. Walt looked 6 dead things in their blank faces and treated them like latecomers to a work detail. And because he gave them nothing, they had nothing to hold, and they let us by. And ahead of us, where the headlights should have shown more open sand, the ground itself fell away into a vast open pit, wider than my eyes could hold, sunk into the desert floor where no map had ever marked a thing. A road of packed sand spiraled down the inside of it. And far below, at the bottom, something turned, slow and heavy and patient. The men who knew of it called it the mill. We drove down into the pit, and the deeper we went, the less the world behaved. The spiral road seemed to stretch longer beneath the wheels the farther we descended, so that we drove for what felt like an hour, and the rim of light above us never grew any smaller. The walls of packed sand breathed, swelling out and drawing back in a slow rhythm I felt inside my own lungs, until I could not tell whether the pit was breathing or I was. The light was the worst of it, a dull red glow that seemed to seep up out of the sand itself and threw no clean shadow, so that my own shape on the ground seemed to belong to someone else. The faceless men lined the road the whole way down, standing shoulder to shoulder, hundreds of them, then thousands, perfectly still. As we passed, their blank heads turned to follow us, all together, with that small, dry sound I had heard once before beside a buried truck. And I kept my eyes down on my own hands in my lap, because by then I had learned what looking costs. And at the bottom there was the mill, vast and slow and grinding, A great iron wheel of a thing turning on nothing at all, and I understood that this was the source, that all the wrongness of the desert was ground out of this one turning thing the way flour is ground out of grain. And there, standing before the mill itself, untouched by it, was a woman. And Walt made a sound I had never heard a man make. Her name was June. She had been a mechanic on this base years before me, and she was on the list of the ones who vanished. But she had not died. She had walked down into this place and survived it, and she had made something the others could only whisper about, a new covenant. She had come here for her father, to buy him back from what he owed, and I watched Walt's face come apart, and that was how I learned that the father was Walt, and that years ago, as part of the old debts of this place, Walt had given up his own small son to the desert, and had carried that weight every single day since. June spoke, and her voice came from every surface at once. "This is a new covenant," she said. "The old ways are dead. We do not pay in children anymore. We pay in mercy. We find redemption, or we find nothing." I could not take in the rest of it. Eddie grabbed my arm and pulled, and we ran straight at the mill itself, because he swore the only way out of that place was through the very thing that ran it. The turning wheel took us. I felt myself come apart the way June had said, ground down, every part of me pulled away from every other part and scattered wide, while a great nothing opened underneath and swallowed me down. There is no human word for that pain. I have tried for years to find one. I woke spitting dirt. Eddie and I were clawing our way up out of a shallow grave in the open desert, both of us digging upward toward a sky that was going pale with dawn. The pit was gone. The mill was gone. The faceless men were gone. There was only sand and silence and the cold that comes right before sunrise. I looked down at my own body. Every hurt I had carried, the split on my forehead, the cuts on my hands, the bruise where Walt had put my head into the dash, all of it was gone. The mill had taken us apart and put us back together clean. We started walking south, toward where the base should be, and it was a long, hard walk in the rising heat. Neither of us spoke for a long time. There did not seem to be anything left to say that the morning did not already know. After about an hour, the sun was full up, and the sweat had dried white on our shirts, and that was when we saw something I knew. The same old cargo truck, the Deuce and a Half from 1968, sunk nose down in a dune. The same two dead soldiers, still digging at the sand with their patient, ruined hands, trying to free a truck that had been stuck for more than 50 years and would be stuck for 50 more. The first time, I had run. This time I looked at Eddie, and I thought about the new covenant, and I thought about the oldest rule the Army has, the one that does not get written on any gray piece of paper. You do not leave anyone behind. I walked toward the truck with steady steps. The soldier behind the wheel turned to me. His face was half gone, his tongue swollen black, his eyes sunk deep, and he looked at me. And I said, in a voice I made strong on purpose, "Do you boys need a hand?" The thing answered in a dry and grateful rasp. "Yes," it said. "We would surely appreciate that." Eddie and I spent the next hours with those dead men, digging the sand away from the wheels and working the seized engine with the few tools we carried. And when it finally turned over and caught with a cough of black smoke, we climbed up into the cab beside them. They drove us across the silent flats until we reached the edge of the paved road that runs to the base. Eddie and I climbed down, and I turned to the soldier at the wheel and asked, "Is there anything else we can do to free you from this circle?" The thing lifted its ruined hand in a slow salute and said, "No. You have already freed us. With mercy. With redemption." Then it put the truck in gear and drove it toward the road. And in front of our eyes, the truck and the two soldiers began to fade, thinning into the morning air, until there was nothing where they had been, as if they had not waited there for more than 50 years. We came back to the shop on the base, and everything was calm in a way that was worse than any alarm. Walt's chair sat empty, pushed back from his desk as if he had just that moment stood up from it. The coffee he had brewed before that terrible night was still warm in the pot. But Walt and June did not come back. They had gone on with the new covenant, wherever it leads, a father and the daughter who had walked down into that place to buy him back from what he owed. Eddie did not say a word. He walked across the shop to the duty roster that hangs on the wall by the door, the list of every man on the crew, and he stood in front of it for a long time, and then he made a sound I will not try to put into words. I came up beside him and I looked. There, in fresh ink, near the top of the list, was a name that had been struck off that board months before I ever set foot on this base. The mechanic who vanished, the one I had replaced. Eddie's friend, the man whose truck they had found buried to the roof in a sand hill, the man they never found one piece of. His name was back on the roster, marked present for duty, written in a hand that none of us had written. I looked past it to the row of lockers along the back wall. One of them had stood emptied out and open and bare for the better part of a year. It was full again now. A work jacket hung on the hook. A photograph of a woman and two small children was taped inside the door. And a coffee mug sat on the bench below it, half full, the surface of it trembling just slightly, the way a cup trembles when a man has set it down a moment ago and walked off to find a wrench. Eddie put his hand flat against the cold metal of that locker, and his shoulders shook, and I understood then what we had done out there. The facing of the fear, the helping of the lost, the giving of a hand without asking for an even trade in return. It had reached back through everything and rewritten what was. Somewhere a man who had been swallowed whole by the desert had been quietly handed back his life. His wife had not become a widow. His children had not grown up with an empty chair at the table. The debt had been paid, and it had been paid in mercy, and the desert, for once in all its long hunger, had given something back. If you made it all the way out here with me, then you already know the rule that matters most. You do not leave anyone behind. So before you go, leave a comment and tell me one thing. Would you have grabbed that microphone, or would you have let it ring? I read every single one of them. If this story kept you up, press the like button. Subscribe so the next one finds its way to you, and share it with the one friend who never believes you. I will have another for you very soon. Until then, watch your mirrors and watch the road. This is how the human mind works. When you're walking through a forest, you don't think too much. You just let the silence surround you. Feel the soft breeze and the branches crack under your feet. It's in our nature to yearn for such scenery. No matter how much we thrive in busy, concrete-soaked cities, forests are always welcoming and refreshing to us. The air is clear and crisp, and daylight plays hide and seek through the tall branches. It's inspiring and beautiful. Sometimes, though, as you walk on your path, your mind begins to focus on small things. Noises, gusts of wind, shadows in the trees. Such silence can be both welcoming and unsettling. Depends on how you view it. Forests are double-sided coins. They hide you away from the tiring city landscape, but expose you to another environment. You're not in control anymore, because this is not your home. You can lie to yourself and build a house there, but you don't belong in a forest. You're merely a visitor. That's national parks for you. An illusion of being in control. The fake freedom you feel when you walk on those marked paths and camp in the square assigned to you. When you think the silence around you is peaceful. But even the silence is an illusion. Visit a forest again, even when it's silent. Is it really? It's not. Complete, absolute silence means death. Fear it. My father taught me that. He's a park ranger, and he's been doing this job since forever. I wasn't much of a fan of national parks, especially because most of the time there's no service and the hikes are killing me. I'd rather enjoy nature by swimming in a lake or skiing. Why break your legs to end up to a high point just to see a random valley? Not to mention the animals. They were everywhere, and the insects always got on my nerves. I never understood his love for the forest. I guess that was one of the reasons why he started telling me scary stories from his night shift. Looking back, they were obviously made up, but to younger me, they seemed believable. I used to think he was so brave for working the night shift. As I got older, I got into horror, and even if I didn't believe in his forest creatures anymore, I still liked the idea of spending the night in a small cabin in the middle of nowhere, just for that dose of adrenaline. When my father said he wanted to take me with him, I accepted immediately. I knew why he offered. See, over the past years, our relationship had taken a big hit. I guess I was growing up, and he didn't know how to handle that. He'd become emotionally distant and seemed to repel any of my tries to open up to him. In return, I'd become uninterested and irritable. In the words of my mother, this would have been a fun way to bond, I guess. We arrived at the park around 9 p.m. His shift started at 10 p.m. and ended at 6 a.m. His Jeep pierced through the darkness and ventured into the woods. The headlights flashed the trees, turning them white against the black sky. I'd never been on this route, but again, my visits to the park were rare. We drove for a while. Most of the time, people underestimate the size of national parks. It took us an hour and a half to get to the cabin, which wasn't even in the heart of the forest. I saw it. One single trace of humanity in the middle of nowhere. A tiny wooden cabin with flickering light bulbs and watchdogs. Before we got out of the car, my father stopped me. Listen, there's some instructions you need to follow here. I know it might seem unimportant, but they're crucial. Then, he handed me a piece of paper, a list of handwritten rules. At first, they were ordinary. Don't go out alone in the park. Don't leave food out, etc. I thought the rest of the rules had been put there just to freak me out. Dad, I'm not 12 anymore. You can't freak me out with this shit. I'm not trying to. You wanted to come here with me, so act accordingly. What even is this? If you see a man without an arm, don't help him. We have all kinds of weirdos around here. And this? If the whistling is near you, it means they're far. My father smiled, but his eyes didn't. Some of these are added by superstitious fellas. It's more of a what if. It's not going to happen to you. Don't go out alone in the park. Always have a working contact device. Don't leave marked paths, unless instructed to and/or with proper equipment. Don't leave food out, and lock the trash bins. Always keep on the whistle and the badge. If you see a man without an arm, don't help him. Your family is not in here. Remember, there is no reason for you to hear their voices from outside. Lock your car doors, even when you are driving. Check the marks on the trees. There's only 3 types of marks, all triangles: red, yellow, and green. Other marks are not ours. Don't follow them. If the whistling is near you, it means they're far. If it's far away, it means they're near. Beware of dead blue. What is dead blue? I asked. My father sighed. You know when you're out in the woods, when you think what you hear is silence, but you realize there's dozens of sounds around you, from birds to crickets to leaves rustling. Yeah, that's because there's no such thing as silence. Absolute silence. Never. There's always sound, movement, life. Dead blue is complete and utter silence. That's our code name for it. Death-inducing silence. Unnatural. Right. And when that happens, it won't. But if it does... He paused, staring at the steering wheel. Then his head turned to me. His eyes darted from mine to the window behind me. You leave. That being said, he got out of the car and I followed. The cabin was dusty and cramped. I couldn't understand how he could spend 8 hours in here. He had a small TV, but it wasn't working. A desk and a mini-fridge. You sit here all alone? I asked. Yeah. Why, that freak you out? Don't you get bored? Martin's post is 10 minutes away. Sometimes I just drive over. Nothing really happens out here anyway. My spot is pretty far from the campsites. I just have to patrol from time to time to make sure no one wanders off into the night, but that rarely happens. This is one of the wilder areas, less explored. You haven't explored at all? His eyes sparkled. Wouldn't be possible. So you don't know what's out there. That's the fun of it. You said you wanted adrenaline. There you go. I nodded. He opened the mini-fridge and threw me some juice. Orange juice. I'd mentioned I liked this brand once, and he'd remembered. Maybe our relationship wasn't so bad. We sat next to each other in the small cabin. Dad locked it. I'm not going to lie to you. Most of the time, I just sleep. Literally nothing ever happens. So you really didn't see any creatures out there, like the ones you told me about when I was little? I jokingly asked. The only creature out there is my manager, and I'd rather face 1,000,000 cryptids than talk to him. I laughed. I leaned in to look out the windows. I can't see anything, just my reflection. Want me to dim down the light? Yeah, he did, and darkness crept inside the tiny cabin. The woods became more prominent, more vivid. The light made by the moon was unbelievable, and the stars were actually visible compared to the polluted city. The cabin was on a hill, propped up a tree, with a trapdoor and a ladder leading to our car. We could actually see above the tree line, into the valley. We spent the first hours talking. Somewhere around midnight, I began dozing off. I didn't want to, but I caved in and fell asleep with my head on the desk. He woke me up. I rubbed my eyes in confusion. What time is it? I got a call from Martin. Right. Who was Martin? I mumbled. The other one in the area. He says he got a call from the campsite, and someone's missing. We need to go search for him. We? As in us? Yeah. You'll stay in the back seat. I'm on the phone with Martin right now. I could hear Martin's muffled voice through the speaker. Wait. Don't take the kid. Why not? He'll stay in the car, Paul. It could be one of those nights. We won't get out of the car. You can't guarantee that. Well, I can't leave him here, alone, in the dark. A pause followed. Look, Paul, I understand you wanted to do a take-your-kid-to-work day, but I don't know about this one. It could be dangerous. We're literally just going to drive around for a bit. It's fine. Leave him in the cabin. Dad put his hand over one of the speakers, so I didn't understand what Martin told him. His eyes kept darting to the window behind me. He sighed. Martin will come pick me up. You are staying here, locked. Turn the lights off and wait for me to return. It's going to take a minute, and you'll be safe here. What? I'm not staying here alone. What did Martin tell you to change your mind? It doesn't matter. I'll return in maximum half an hour. You can go back to sleep if you want. Or I can call you and we can talk. I was afraid. Truly afraid. I did not want to show it, especially after I'd complained that nothing interesting happened around there, so I reluctantly agreed. My dad opened the trapdoor and climbed down the ladder. Then his face disappeared into the darkness. I saw Martin's car pick him up and drive away. Silence followed. I wished I'd been home, in my bed. Instead, I sat stiff on the chair and waited, and waited. I began imagining the worst. What if they'd crashed? What if a bear had found them? I didn't want to let my fear get the best of me, but I thought about his legends and the set of rules. I hoped the writers were just paranoid. At around 2 a.m., I heard a knock on the trap door. I felt my chest tighten. Another knock followed. I wanted to respond, but something in me didn't allow me to. Then I heard my dad's voice. Kev, open. It's cold out here. It echoed through the cabin. My eyes were dry from the lack of sleep, but my mind was fully awake. I stared at the phone, then at the trap door. Kev, open, please. I know you're there. I saw you at the window. I turned off the light, completely. I don't know why I had this urge, but if my dad could see me from the window, anyone could, or anything. And I didn't like to be on display like that. You don't have a key? It locks from the inside. Shit. Yeah. How was it? Did you find him? Yeah, we did. He was drunk off his ass. We helped him return to his friends. Could have been a lot worse. As I was talking to him, I searched for the keys in the drawer. It was strange, because I hadn't heard anyone climbing the ladder, or seen Martin's car drive my dad back to the cabin. How did you get here, without Martin? What do you mean? Open up, Kev. I'm freezing. Answer the question. He did drive me here. Didn't see any headlights. They were off. To not draw the attention of animals. Bullshit. I pulled out the crumpled piece of paper. 6. Your family is not in here. Remember, there is no reason for you to hear their voices from outside. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely grab the phone. I skimmed through my contacts. Cade F. Connor. Dad. I called him. The phone was ringing, yet no sound came from beneath the trap door. My dad picked up. Anything okay? In the blinding darkness of the cabin, surrounded by the howling wind, I toned my voice down to a whisper. Dad, someone out there is pretending to be you. A long pause followed. When he spoke, his voice was trembling. Don't open. Turn off the lights. Did you turn them off when I told you? I turned them off now. No, you should have turned them off when I left. I'm sorry. It's fine. Don't talk to it. Did you talk to it? Guilt crept up my spine. I don't know why, but I lied. I did not. Good. Stay put. I'm coming after you. But what if the thing sees you? You'll have to face it. We have ways to distract them. It's fine. Don't be scared. I lied again. I'm not. Good. I love you. I'm coming. I wasn't scared for me. I was scared for him. The voice from below continued. Kev, please open. Please. It's cold. I didn't answer. Knocks followed. The voice went on. Did you talk to someone on the phone? Kev, I lost my phone in the woods. Whoever is out there and has my phone is not me. It's not me. It's not me. It kept repeating. It's not me. It's not me. I began feeling lightheaded. Fear is one thing, but this was a combination of anxiety, stress, and guilt. I tried to control my breaths, but to no avail. The cabin was spinning around me. It's not 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 me. Shut up. Shut up. And it did. Silence followed. I pulled out the list again and started reading and rereading the rules, like a lunatic. I kept listening for noises from outside. The wind was still going. Good. No dead blue. Then I heard a loud thud from my wall. Another followed, and another. It sounded like footsteps. They moved to the roof of the cabin. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Whatever was out there was now climbing around my cabin. I could hear the scratching outside. I started to cry and covered my mouth with my hand. I just wanted my dad. I wished I could see his face again. The universe somehow ironically responded because one of the windows. He raised his hand and knocked. I stared at him through my eyebrows, my head tilted. Scarcely breathing, I remained still. He kept knocking. That wasn't my dad. The cabin was tied to a tree at around 10 meters from the ground. He could not be at the window. The creature knocked, and for what seemed like an eternity, we just made eye contact. Blood was dripping from one of its nostrils. Another phone call woke me from my trance. Kevin, are you there? Are you in the cabin? Yes, and the thing looks like you, and it's at the window. I'm coming right now. I'll shoot it. Don't worry. I'm just about to turn a corner. Dad, I'm really scared for you. Martin's coming too. It's okay. Truly, in a few minutes, Martin's car pulled up. I cried in relief. The thing turned its head to look, then back to me. It opened its mouth wide and, using its fingers, pulled the corners upwards to form a smile, then jumped into the woods, into the darkness. Gunshots followed. After a few silent minutes, I called my dad. He picked up. Where are you? I asked. I'm coming to get you. I saw him walk towards the cabin, then heard him climb up the stairs. I unlocked the trap door and hugged him tight. What was that? Please, tell me we're going home. We are. I'm so sorry. I should have never put you through this. Come on. As we walked towards our car, my blood ran cold. It was not something I'd seen or heard, but the opposite. See, the wind had stopped. The crickets had stopped. Dead blue. I sprinted to the car, got into the driver's seat, then locked the doors. My dad was standing in front of the car, confused. That's when I got a text, and I hit the gas. I ran him over, then turned the car around and sped up into the night. I barely knew how to work it, since I didn't have my license, but I left as quick as possible. Behind me, a car followed. When I got to the nearest checkpoint, I stopped. The car was Martin's. He got out, alone. "Where's my dad?" I asked. "He, took an ATV to get you. Said he'd get there faster. I texted him to turn around, and that you were safe." The text he'd sent me. "Martin and I split up. He may get there faster than me, and if he does, he'll text me to turn and head to the checkpoint. There is no one with Martin. He's alone." I thought I'd unlocked the trap door to my dad when he'd actually taken an ATV and turned to the checkpoint. The thing I'd ran over wasn't my dad, and I'd known it since it felt that unnerving silence. However, no one at the checkpoint had seen my father. As I'm typing this, I'm afraid for him, but a part of me knows he's alive. Maybe he took another route or got lost. Whatever he did, I'll find him. While I tell you what happened, please keep one thing in mind. Stay away from the forest. Forget everything that I told you the last time about recreation and nature and all that. It's not worth it. It really isn't. I didn't want to say it, but deep down I knew. It was my fault that my dad was missing. No matter what cryptic creatures roamed the park, he'd been safe until I showed up. Through me, he'd showed them he had a weakness, and they fed on his fear. Now, it was possible I would never see him again, and it was all my fault. I knew it. I just chose to bury it deep down in my chest and let it sink deeper in my stomach, a knot that would never disappear. As I was sitting there at the checkpoint, covered in a blanket and shivering from the stress, Martin approached me. As much as I wanted to ask him about the park, the rules, my dad, something inside me didn't know whether to trust him or not. Was he the real Martin? He sat down next to me. "I'm sorry." The night was still cold and unwelcoming. The trees stood tall and sober in front of us, crowned by the dark, never-ending sky. No stars, just a black, soulless night. Maybe clouds had rolled in. I kept thinking of how 4 hours ago I'd been searching for constellations with my dad. "What do you mean?" "I'm sorry for your dad." "Don't say that. You say it like he's dead." Martin didn't answer, and didn't look at me either. I turned my body towards him. "He's not dead. He isn't." Martin remained silent. Then, without thinking, I punched his arm. He pulled away and frowned. "It's not my fault. He shouldn't have brought you here. Tell me everything you know about this stupid park. I deserve it. You owe it to me, and it's the only way I can actually find him." He stared at me for a while, and so long had passed until his response that I'd thought he had decided not to answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was toned down to a whisper. "We thought they were lying, both me and Paul and the others. When we got hired here, we heard the stories, the legends and everything, but assumed those were horror stories passed around. We didn't stop to listen and didn't believe anything until we saw it with our own eyes. See, this park is huge, huge, and no one ever bothered to explore it. I'd thought they lacked the resources, but now I see they were just afraid." He stopped to look around. It would be ridiculous of him to hide from anyone right now. Why would he feel ashamed of telling me these, I thought, but then realized he was probably looking around himself to stay aware not of someone, but of something. That's the thing. Even when you've been face to face with the supernatural, your mind still searches for a logical explanation. We started writing down the occurrences, trying to find a pattern or a way to avoid them. We thought that if we wrote down those rules, we might be able to not get inconvenienced much. He wiped his face with his hand. We never knew this could happen. None of us had ever disappeared. We just thought the worst they could do was annoy us, creep us out, hurt us. He was sweating, even if it was freezing outside. He kept shaking his head. Paul always refused to believe he'd never actually seen anything. I sighed. I felt too alert to let my guard down and cry, but I craved it. Why do you let tourists here? Campers? They only care about those who wander off. They search for it in your soul, the desire to get lost, and then they help you. A shiver ran down my spine, for no reason. I hugged myself, then sneezed. I need your help to find him tomorrow morning. No, Martin, he could get hurt. I turned towards the dark mass of trees. He's out there, alone now. Who's out there? Said a woman, coming out of the cabin. My dad. He's missing. She frowned, then looked at Martin. Which post? 62, he replied. Shit. That's my next shift. I could look for him with you, if you want. I'll take my car and go to the post, tell you if anything shows up. Martin looked back at the cozy cabin, warmly lit, then to the dark woods. With a sigh, he stood up and started walking to his car. I followed. He locked the car doors, and then I called my dad. My heart was beating so fast, I thought it would break free from my chest. No answer. I took a deep breath. Right. We should look for his ATV first. We drove back to his post, then we started checking the other paths around the main road. His ATV couldn't have gotten too far. We found it parked in front of a big oak tree, but no trace of my dad. The trees surrounding it made it impossible for the car to pass through, so we came to the grim conclusion that we had to get out and search for him by foot. We ran over the rules one more time, to be sure. No weird markings. Dead blue. Whistling. Loved ones. One-armed man. Got it. I held onto Martin's arm as we sunk deeper into the dark trees, our flashlights drawing out more shadows than usual, calling out for him, begging him to come out. I yelled his name over and over until my throat started to hurt. I could feel branches hanging onto my clothes in unnatural, twisted angles. At one point, we stopped dead in our tracks. Ahead of us, behind a tree, something was moving. Who's that? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? We both froze. What? The old lady voice continued. Who could it be? It was as if she was hiding behind the tree. One of her bony hands appeared from one side, and the other from the other side. She moved them around, tracing the outline of the tree with her fingers. It looked as if she was playing with us to make the tree seem like it had hands. I knew I had to try. Have you seen my dad? Have you seen my face? She replied instantly. No. Would you like to? I turned to Martin, right when the old lady, or whatever it was, jumped from behind the tree. Even though I hadn't seen her face, I could make out how grotesque it looked, judging Martin's expression. He fired a few shots, and I heard a wail like nothing else I'd heard before. It felt as if my ears were ripped off. Then, silence. I don't think this is safe, Kev. No shit. I'm sorry about your dad, but I'm sure he's fine if we just search for him in daylight. No, he could die by then. Every moment is precious. I thought Martin was looking at me angry. But I realized two things. One, he wasn't looking at me, but behind me. And two, he wasn't angry, but confused. Kev, don't move. Right in that moment, I heard a whistle far in the distance. If the whistling is near you, it means they're far. If it's far away, it means they're near. I opened my mouth to scream. But right in that instant, as Martin reached for me, I blacked out. When I woke up, I had a terrible headache. I was still in the woods, but Martin was gone, and so was his car. I felt incredibly drained, and my hands were shaking so bad I could barely lift them up. I started walking back to my dad's ATV, hoping I could take it and move on with my search. I checked the time, but something else stood out on my phone. The date. It was 1 day later. I'd been in the woods for a whole day, my head foggy, my body stiff. I got on the ATV and figured out how to start it, then drove back to the main road and to my father's post. I could see the light on and make out a silhouette. I stopped, studying its outline. It looked like it had only one arm. If you see a man without an arm, don't help him. It was too late. He'd seen me and was climbing down the ladder. I got back on the ATV and drove away. Right when I was halfway through, I ran out of gas. Behind me, footsteps. Kid, hold on. I see you met my wife earlier. What a fine woman she is. My head was pulsating. Don't fucking come near me. Come on. You want to find your dad or not? You wouldn't know where he is? Bullshit. I spoke to him this morning. Rage filled me and replaced the fear. I got down and turned to the old man who had been limping behind me and hit him. Don't speak about him. Don't you dare. The old man laughed, and I saw his only tooth staring back at me. I pushed him away and started running back to the post. I ran and ran and ran without looking back until my limbs ached of a pain I'd never known before. I got to the post and climbed up the ladder, then locked the trap door and called my mother, who was worried sick about me. I barely managed to get a word out before I collapsed from exhaustion. When I woke up, morning was creeping in. I called my dad one more time. The phone rang a few times. Yeah? Kev? Tears gathered in my eyes. My throat hurt to speak, but I did. Dad? Dad, is that you? Where are you? Kev, get out of the forest. They'll let me go. They want you. It didn't make any sense. I stared at the floor, phone in hand, speechless. What do you mean? Where exactly are you? Kev, don't come after me. I can't do that. I can't just leave you there. I could make out heavy breathing on the other side of the phone. Dad, just tell me where you are. I won't come after you. I promise. I'll be safe. At the checkpoint. I'll send Martin. His voice was trembling. I don't know where I am. I've never been on this side of the forest. I think it's somewhere east. Do you see any markings on the trees? Yeah, but none of the good ones. These markings aren't ours. These markings aren't ours. I paused, and so did he. I had my phone to my right ear, and suddenly, someone whistled right next to my left, startling me. I took a deep breath. Relax. It means they're far. There's something else, my dad said. The cabin felt cold, and yet I was sweating, suffering from an unexplainable fever. I could barely hold the phone anymore. Kev, I'm not alone here. Something else is with me. I can't get out either. It feels like I'm walking in a circle, back and forth, and I'm afraid to go too far. It's as if it's guarding me. It doesn't want me to get out. I heard another whistle to my left. Only this time, it didn't feel like it was directly into my ear anymore. They're getting closer. Right. I have to go. I wanted to hang up, but my hand wasn't listening to me. I just let the phone fall to the ground. In the reflection of the window, I saw myself, pale, dark veins under my eyes, and dry lips. What was going on? I felt like puking. I kneeled, then started rocking back and forth, unsure what to do, how to play this out. I knew that was surely my dad, because the creatures can't talk on the phone. But I didn't know where he was, and something inside me told me they wouldn't let him go unless I personally went out to look for him. I didn't know whether Martin would help me again, and judging by how fast he'd left me alone there, it didn't seem like he was too eager to reach out. My stomach turned, and my chest tightened as I puked on the floor of the cabin. The next minutes were a blur. I remember my hands and my knees crawling to the trap, then basically falling down the ladder and breaking my ankles on the ground, then trying to stand up and failing. I remained laying on the leaves, staring at the sky. I could just fall asleep here, forever. Another whistle to my left, this time further away. I didn't have much time until they found me again. Hey, kid. Fuck no. So soon? I lifted myself from the ground enough to look at whoever was coming. It was the lady from the checkpoint, the one who said her shift was about to start. I mean, that's how it looked. I didn't know whether it was really her. I didn't answer, just blankly stared at her gray leather boots and ginger ponytail. Are you okay? I stood up. She tried to help me, but I yelled at her not to touch me. Stay away, now. A look of confusion swept over her face. Where'd you come from? I want to ask you the same thing. What? She smiled, a bit amused. My dad is missing. You find that funny? She scratched her head. Who's your dad? We had this exact same conversation back at the checkpoint with Martin. You should have remembered. I know he's missing, but I don't know his name. I don't know everyone around here, she replied, annoyed. After I'd told her, she shook her head. Never heard of him. Why isn't anyone talking about this? Your park rangers just go missing. Hell, I've been here for 2 days now, and you don't seem to even care. What about my mother? Did you talk to her? Did you talk to Martin, since his egoistical ass left me here? Martin didn't come back to the checkpoint, she answered stoically. After that night, we didn't see him again. I stared at her in disbelief. Take me there. If it's really you, I need to talk to more people. I can't be alone here with you. I understand your dad is missing, but it's not exactly like it's so uncommon around here. And please be polite. Don't let frustration cloud your judgment and make you unnecessarily irritable. Unnecessarily. I have every right to be angry. What do you mean it's not so uncommon? Martin said no one went missing here. She frowned, tilting her head, then looked away. I was still feeling sick, but at least I could stand on my own legs. Another whistle echoed, this time deep into the woods. Tall trees surrounded us, and the familiar cabin seemed now desolate and rotten. Nothing made sense anymore. Your dad is not the first to go missing. Many went before him, and many will follow. It's not something you can negotiate. It just happens. Martin said. She slowly shook her head. It's not something well known. We don't want to scare our rangers. When I spoke, I sounded choked out. Who else went missing? She hesitated. Silence filled the space between us, and I could tell she was uncomfortable. I did. I didn't give her time to finish. I'd been running for so long that my legs had gone numb. Hitting my shoulders on tree trunks and struggling not to trip and roll on the ground, I felt like running was the only thing that could save me. Deep into the forest, I wondered how long someone could go without water or food. At some point, I stopped to sit down. I couldn't take it anymore. My heart was literally telling me that if I didn't stop soon, it would. The moment I sat on the moss, I realized I wasn't alone. I swallowed. I swear to God. In front of me sat the ginger lady. Go away, please. Leave me alone. I just want to help. I don't believe you. I went missing a long time ago. I don't remember what I was doing. Patrolling around, I think. Anyway, Post 62 is notorious for interesting stuff happening around. 62, 24, 46, they're not haunted, generally speaking, but energy points. And them, as far as I know, they come from the earth. They're corpses. Forests used to be humanity's cemeteries and ritual dumpsters in general. I don't know what went on around here, but these woods have swallowed so much blood. It's like mass, this blood, this death. The more it gathers, it creates this gravity and asks for even more. More blood, more death. She was softly murmuring, as if telling a bedtime story. I saw those markings, and even if I didn't recognize them, I was ashamed to call and ask. I thought they'd been part of my training, and not recognizing them would have made me look bad. Back then, no rules were written down. She sighed. Anyway, I came to this clearing in the woods, and, well, I don't remember how I died. All I know is that I was following my mom's voice. I don't remember how it sounds like now. How long have you been there for? She ignored my question. You are still alive. You could leave. I want to, well, tell you it's not that bad here. She smiled, but her eyes didn't. There's always something to do here. They're always looking for another. I shook my head as she nodded. Okay. Well, you're looking for your dad. I think you already know what you need to do. Look behind you. I did. Behind me, a blue triangle, almost fluorescent. When I turned back to her, she was gone. I walked and walked, each step muffled by the damp earth and fallen leaves. You know, I'd never been in such woods before. They didn't feel alive in the usual way, millions of little lives roaming around, but they felt like a being of their own, and the earth rose and fell under my feet, almost mocking my breaths. I passed a bridge, then a tunnel in one of these godforsaken mountains. When I got out, I could hear whispers and whistles. "How are you?" "Why, I'm fine. Just a little ravished." Well, wait. It's soon, I believe. I believe too. Do you believe?" "Yes. Yes. Soon. 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 Soon." What was about to happen soon? I tried calling out for my dad, since my phone and flashlight had died, but someone else answered, and it wasn't him, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. I passed through this garden of roses, clinging onto my clothes. Roses, our most popular and loved flowers, who never miss a chance to draw blood. In the distance, more trees. One of them looked broken. Coming closer, I realized something was hanging from it, or someone. I didn't recognize their face. I kept walking, and saw more. Hanging from the trees, their bare feet floating above my head, looming over me. I stopped looking at their faces, afraid I'd see my dad. Eventually, I reached this hill and smelled something burning. Coming closer, I saw this fire, and "Martin!" The minute I said that, pain pierced my shoulder. My back hit the tree. I smelled something metallic. "Go away," said Martin. "No, it's me. Believe me. I cannot do this now. I already saw you 5 times. I don't believe you anymore. No, I'm telling the truth." Another razor flew to me, but I dodged it. I started crying and fell to my knees. I told him about the ginger lady and my dad and the stars and my life in a way that no doppelganger could. They could try to take my life, but they didn't know anything about it. Martin's gaze softened. He sighed. "I saw over 12 sunsets here. I had to kill them to eat. The mimics. I ate their meat. They mimicked my family, loved ones. They even mimicked you. I've killed my family countless times here, countless." We talked for a while. He told me he didn't want to go any further because he'd seen a clearing and had a bad feeling, and I understood. At one point, he interrupted me. "Can you hear the fire?" Truly, I heard no rustling. Not of leaves, not the fire, no wind. Dead blue. "Run!" I did. With Martin behind me, we ran until the moonlight shone freely, without the burden of the trees. We'd reached the clearing. I stopped, breathless. My dad was laying there, unconscious. I threw myself on the ground and grabbed him, shaking his shoulders. My voice was hoarse, and my eyes stung from the tears. "Wake up, Dad. Wake up, please." Now, he didn't. Suddenly, Martin let out a wail. I turned around and saw him and some sort of figure over him. I don't know what it was. "Choose." I froze. Someone had whispered right into my left ear. "Choose. One or the other." Martin was yelling. My dad was silent. I understood then and there. Dad? I choose him. Let him live." Martin's screams stopped, and my dad started coughing behind me. I turned to him and hugged him tight. He was confused and dizzy. Martin, on the other hand, was laying on the cold earth, his eyes open, his skin bruised. Guilt washed over me. However, I didn't have time to process it, because a powerful light shone onto us, a helicopter. I grabbed the ladder without thinking and helped my dad up. The last thing I saw before I looked up was the ginger lady, sitting cross-legged on the grass next to Martin's body. We were taken back to the entrance of the park. The next hours were filled with questions about the park, about our disappearance, about Martin's murder. We're now the prime suspects, but I'm just glad I got out, and I know it's because of his sacrifice. However, I'd really like to speak to him again. I can't rest knowing his innocent soul is out there. I plan on giving more updates on my account. There's one other thing. I'd never dare to admit it. Sometimes, when I look at my dad, even weeks after what happened, I wonder if it's really him. In 1984, American police did something they had never done before in their history. They walked into the cell of the most dangerous serial killer on death row to ask him for help. Why? Because there was another killer out there. A killer who left no trace, no fingerprint, Not even a face anyone could remember. A girl would vanish from the street. Weeks later, her body would surface on a riverbank. Then another. Then another. And the police were completely helpless. What they did not know at the time was that the killer was sitting among them. He went to church every Sunday. He wept during sermons. He kept a photo of his son in his car, and at night he would return to the forest to dig open the graves with his own hands, just to make sure the only witness against him was still dead. This is not fiction. This is Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. And the details you are about to hear are stranger than any film. Before we go deep into this story, if you love true and mysterious stories, do not forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell, and leave a like so this video reaches as many people as possible. And tell me in the comments, how do you think this man fooled a lie detector for 20 whole years? Keep your answer in your mind until the end of the video. Now, turn off the lights, and let me take you 20 years back to the city of Seattle, where it all began. In 1984, the investigators in the United States were living in a state of total helplessness. In front of them was one of the strangest and most complex serial murder cases in history. Girls vanished from the streets without warning, and after a while, their bodies appeared dumped in the forests. No evidence, no fingerprint, no trace pointing to the identity of the killer. When the investigation hit a dead end, the police made a shocking and unconventional decision. They went to prison to make a deal with one of the most dangerous serial killers in American history. His name was Ted Bundy. He sat behind bars waiting for his execution. They offered him a tempting deal. Help us crack the mind of this new killer, and we will change your sentence from execution to life in prison. Ted Bundy agreed. The investigators sat with him for long hours, trying to understand the psychology of a serial killer. How does he think? How does he keep hiding his crimes all this time without being exposed? Bundy gave them many details that later proved to be 100% true. But the most dangerous thing he said, the sentence that changed 20 years of investigation completely, was this: the killer usually returns to the bodies after burying or dumping them. He returns to make sure the only witness against him, the dead victim, is still under the soil and has not been discovered. The investigators had caught the end of a thread, but they had no idea that the man holding the other end of it was living right beside them. The real story began in the early 80s. In the city of Seattle, police stations started receiving report after report of girls disappearing suddenly and mysteriously. At first, the police did not pay much attention, because the common thread between the girls was their difficult social situation. Some had run away from home. Some worked the streets. Some lived in harsh conditions. The police assumed the disappearance of such people was natural and not worth an alarm. Then everything turned upside down. The bodies began to appear. They appeared near the riverbanks and in the arms of the forests surrounding the city. Bodies of young girls dumped in isolated places in a brutal way. And with every new body, the terror grew and spread through the city. What made it worse was the absence of any evidence. No real witnesses, no accurate description of the killer, no clear method that showed how he chose his victims. And the number kept rising at a terrifying speed, almost daily. Traditional serial killers target a specific type, a certain look, a certain age, a repeated method. But this killer was completely different. Each time, he targeted a girl of a different age and look, and killed her in a way completely different from the last. This scattering made tracking his movements and predicting his next step impossible. The American press gave him a name that would stay in history: the Green River Killer. The only constant pattern he had was where he dumped the bodies, either near the river or in the forest. And while the city was drowning in terror, there was one man who knew the whole truth, but he was not a policeman. During the same period, the city was drowning in the blood of its victims. There was an American citizen named Gary Ridgway. He was a regular visitor to a therapist's office, but his sessions were not for treatment. They were just a way to unload what was happening in his mind. Before he said a single word, he did something very clever. He confirmed the therapist's medical credentials himself and reviewed the patient confidentiality agreement with him. He wanted to be sure that anything he said inside that room would never leave it and would never reach the police or the courts, because the law protects the privacy of a psychiatric patient and forbids the doctor from reporting him, even if he were accused of major crimes. Once he was reassured, he began to tell his story. He spoke of a childhood full of tension and problems. His relationship with his mother was extremely bad. He feared her deeply, and at the same time held a sick attachment to her. He described the house he grew up in as something like a mental asylum. Screaming, anger, daily beatings. That twisted environment made his behavior grow around three terrifying axes: violence, desire, and fear. He lived all three of these feelings at once. Then he told a story he did not know would explain everything. He told the therapist a strange incident that happened when he was 16. That day, he spotted a small child. He followed him into the forest for no clear reason. He pounced on him and tried to kill him and attack him. But the strange part of the story was that while he was trying to strangle the child, he was overcome by intense fear and panic. He started screaming and crying out loud while trying to commit the crime. And because of his hysterical screaming, some people near the forest heard the sound and ran toward it. Gary sensed their movement and realized he was about to be caught. So he left the child and ran. By a miracle, the child survived. And because of that strange behavior, Gary survived punishment too, and his life went on. But the monster inside him had begun to wake up. After high school, Gary joined the American Army and was sent to serve in the Vietnam War. There, the fear inside him doubled, but he found fertile ground to practice killing and crime against the Vietnamese, and he entered into multiple relationships with women of bad reputation. And despite all this evil, when he returned to America, he managed to keep a calm and completely normal image. In front of his family, his friends, and his co-workers, no one sensed anything strange. He married. He worked in a truck factory, and he lived a stable life. Those around him described him as a quiet, tidy, shy, simple man. But inside him was a volcano of evil he did not understand himself. He kept asking the therapist, "Why am I like this?" And the therapist would calm him, telling him it was a temporary state that would pass. But the therapist could see what no one else could: the family violence, the fear tangled with the desire for revenge, the savagery of Vietnam, the vast contradiction between his outer calm and his buried desire to kill. And at the end of Gary's secret file, he wrote a terrifying sentence. "Based on the diagnosis of Gary Ridgway, I am now sitting with a serial killer. Most likely, Gary is the Green River Killer." But just as Gary had demanded from the start, he kept complete silence to protect his profession and his future. And so the most dangerous secret in the city stayed locked inside a medical file. Gary went on with his life as a committed, conservative man. He went to church every Sunday. He took part in community work. He read the Bible. He even wept with exaggerated devotion during the sermons. But his wife in that period noticed strange symptoms. Suddenly, with no reason, he would fall into violent fits of rage, smashing everything around him. She described him as living a silent war inside his head. He would sit and move his hands and face constantly, as if two personalities were fighting inside his mind. The first, religious and calm. The second, evil and angry. And as thousands of reports and names poured in, the number of suspects passed 1,700 names. And among them was one name: Gary Ridgway. The reason was that a witness saw his car near the last place a girl disappeared. Other reports said a respectable-looking man was driving his car around the girls, offering them rides, and the description of the car matched Gary's car exactly. Some girls rode with him, some refused, and one who was seen getting into a car like his disappeared later. The police called Gary in for serious questioning for the first time. He sat in front of the investigators with unbelievable coldness and steadiness. No nervousness, no breakdown, not a single movement that raised suspicion. They tried every method of psychological pressure on him, with no result. And when they asked him to take a lie detector test, he agreed immediately, without hesitation. He sat on the machine for 4 full hours. A standard test takes 20 to 40 minutes and is enough to expose a criminal's lies. But through every stage of the test, the machine showed one result. Gary is 100% honest, and he has nothing to do with the crimes. And with no physical evidence, the police were forced to declare him innocent and drop the charges. He returned to his home and his work as if nothing had happened. And no one realized that they had just set the monster free. After walking out innocent and passing the lie detector, his confidence grew in a terrifying way. He realized the police had nothing against him, and that his method of killing was safe. He did not chase his victims by force in the streets. Instead, he used his calm features and his soft voice to gain their trust quickly. And many times, he would place a photo of his young son inside the car. So he would appear in front of the girls as a gentle father who could never do any harm. The fear would leave their hearts, and they would get in with him. Killing became a daily routine for him, like going to a job. He woke up in the morning and worked at the truck factory with full dedication. And at night, he went out to hunt a new victim. He took her to an isolated place. He assaulted her. Then he killed her in cold blood, without a single flinch or a single pang of guilt. But the strangest part was not the killing alone. It was what he did after. As the months passed, a fixed geographic pattern became clear to the police. The bodies always appeared in isolated forests, in places hard to watch, around Seattle and the Green River. And here the investigators remembered Ted Bundy's advice. They began watching the sites, and it turned out the advice was true. Gary really was returning to the bodies of his victims days and weeks later. He would check them and make sure the only witness was still buried under the soil. And during these visits, he would move some remains and change the location of evidence to confuse the investigation completely. In the eyes of the residents, the forests of Seattle turned into ghost zones, a source of absolute terror, and the case slipped out of the control of the authorities, both in the media and in the public mind. Rumors and legends began to weave around the Green River Killer. People in the streets said he was a giant with enormous physical strength, a former boxer. Others spread that he broke into houses and kidnapped women. And another rumor said he was backed by the Soviet Union, and that the crimes were carried out by an entire hidden unit, not one man. And fame is the fuel that feeds the sadism of a serial killer. So when Gary saw his name filling the world, the channels and newspapers talking about the helplessness of the police, a rush of victory and delusion of grandeur took over him. He increased the pace of killing. On some days, he killed 2 girls in one night instead of one. The police doubled the patrols and spread officers on every corner, but he kept moving among them like a ghost. And once, he went out on a volunteer trip with the church scout group. His eye caught a girl. He followed her, killed her, and dumped her body in the forest. Then he returned to his companions at the church and went back to playing the devout man. Then, suddenly, something happened the police never expected. The crimes stopped. Suddenly, and shockingly, the rate of crimes dropped sharply. After killing around 10 girls a month, he was now killing 1. Then the crimes stopped completely. A full year and a half passed, with not a single crime in the city. The police were baffled. They thought the killer was maybe dead, or had traveled, or had been jailed for another case. But the real reason was very strange. Gary Ridgway had entered a new relationship and married for the 3rd time. His 3rd wife later described their life as ideal and completely normal. He was a devoted husband. He went to work, came home to help her with the housework, and spent all his time with her. He loved her and grew deeply attached to her. And for the sake of this love, he decided to stop his inner monster and stop killing completely, to live in peace with her. He would say later in his confessions, with sarcasm, "The strange irony is that during the time I decided to stop, The opportunities appeared in front of me everywhere, easily. But I refused and resisted for the sake of my wife. But this stopping was not true repentance. It was just a warrior's rest, and the monster, still crouched inside him, was waiting. With the arrival of the 90s and the start of the new millennium, forensic science advanced in a revolutionary way. DNA testing appeared, a technology able to identify any criminal from a tiny sample, even decades later. The investigators returned to the old storage rooms and opened the files of the Green River Killer. They tested the preserved samples of hair and saliva from the victims, the ones they had collected in the 80s, which had no value at the time because the technology was weak. And as the analysis advanced, one name appeared, again, and strongly, Gary Ridgway. But this time, not based on suspicion or testimony, but on conclusive scientific evidence linking him directly to the bodies of the victims. The police placed Gary under close surveillance. They analyzed his every move, but he did nothing suspicious. From his home to his work, from his work to the church, a quiet, gentle life. And on the 30th of November, in the year 2001, the police made their decisive move. The forces stormed the truck factory. They arrested Gary Ridgway and cuffed him in front of the shock and disbelief of his co-workers. And when an officer told the workers, "This is the Green River Killer," no one believed him. They thought it was a heavy joke. Even his wife came out with angry statements, threatening to sue the police for destroying the reputation of her innocent, perfect husband. But what Gary revealed in the interrogation room was worse than every charge. Gary entered the interrogation room, and here came the surprise no one expected. From the very first session, instead of denial or resistance, he began to confess to everything, in detail, with complete calm, without a single tear falling from his eye, without a single sign of remorse. He remembered the smallest details. In the early years, he recorded the names and information of his victims in a small notebook, but he told them that once he forgot to record the name of one victim, and after that he stopped writing completely, because killing had become an ordinary, repeated thing for him, like drinking water. And he confirmed the truth of Ted Bundy's analysis. He said, "I used to see the girls I killed in my sleep, so I would wake at night and go to the forest where I buried them, and I would dig up the grave a little, just to look at the body and make sure it was still dead and had not moved, and to be sure my secret was buried with her." Then he added a terrifying sentence, found word for word in Ted Bundy's confession files, too. "The most beautiful and most dangerous look a serial killer can ever have is the final look in the victim's eye as she breathes her last. That look, if I lived 1,000 years, I could never forget." And when they asked him the secret of passing the lie detector in the 80s, despite being the real killer, the answer came from the medical tests. It turned out Gary had very slow nerve signals, numb to emotion. A man half drugged from the inside. He felt no fear, no tension, no pang of conscience. So when the investigators questioned him, and the machine measured his pulse, his pressure, his changes, his body showed no reaction at all, as if he were talking about the weather. And he added, "I did nothing new in America. I just came back and carried out the same scenario I had trained on, the one I did daily in the Vietnam War. And I was at peace with the idea of being exposed at any moment, so nothing mattered to me." Then Gary dropped a thundering bomb. He declared that he had killed 1,058 girls, and that there was a large number more that he had forgotten completely with time. And during the searches, he led the police to secret sites in the forests, and they really found around 180 bodies buried and decomposed. Most of them were homeless women and illegal migrants who had entered the country without anyone knowing they existed, and so no one had ever reported them missing. But before he gave all these details and pointed out the locations of the bodies the authorities could never find on their own, he set one condition, a plea deal. He said, "I will confess everything to you, and I will lead you to bodies you would never find in your whole lives. But in return, my execution is absolutely forbidden. I want prison only. The court agreed to close the file and learn the fate of the missing girls. And in the end, despite his confession to 1,058 crimes and leading them to 180 bodies, the court proved only 48 murders against him in an official legal way, for procedural and judicial reasons specific to the American courts that remain not fully understood to this day. And on that basis, the historic verdict was issued: prison for more than 1,000 years, with no chance of parole, no bail, no reduction of the sentence. Gary Ridgway is still behind bars, alive, to this very day. And the astonishing thing is that he is still in constant contact with his therapist, the same therapist who sat with him in the 80s and wrote in his file that he was the Green River Killer. And the therapist quotes Gary as saying that there are dozens of other stories, uglier, stranger, more monstrous, but he flatly refuses to reveal them or allow them to be published to any party. Gary became rich material for filmmakers. Hundreds of films, series, and documentaries were made about him, and he was officially classified as one of the strangest and most dangerous serial killers in human history. And now, take your memory back to the start of the video. The question I asked you: how did he fool a lie detector for 20 years? The answer was not intelligence, and not a trick. It was that this man simply felt nothing at all. If you enjoyed this story, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and write in the comments the detail that shocked you the most. Out here, a man can see for 30 miles. People think that is a comfort. It is the opposite. Because on the night I am going to tell you about, I watched a thing pace my truck across open desert for 9 miles. First in my headlights, then off to the side, then in my mirrors, running, upright, keeping even with me on a washboard dirt road while my speedometer sat at 50, across flat, empty country where there was nowhere it could have come from, and nowhere on this earth it could hide. That is the part the postcards do not tell you about the desert. In the forest, the thing is on you before you know it. Out here, you see it coming for a long, long time. You watch it close the distance under a sky full of stars, and there is not one thing you can do but keep both hands on the wheel and pray the engine does not quit. I am a ranger in the high desert of northern Arizona. I have given 14 years to that country, and I love it like nothing else. But there is a road out past the maze that I will not drive after the sun goes down, not for any reason. And by the end of this, you are going to understand why. Let me handle the small business quick, because this is not a story I like to sit inside of any longer than I have to. If you want to ride along on the next one, subscribe to the channel and switch on that notification bell, so you are in the truck with me the next time I take a call I should have passed on. And tapping that like button does more than you would guess. It is the quiet thing that decides whether an account like this one ever crosses the desert to the next person who needs to hear it. And do me one kindness in the comments. Put down where you are tonight, your town and your country, and the hour your clock shows as you listen. I like knowing how far a story travels under one night sky, and how many of us are sitting up in the quiet together while everyone else sleeps easy. That is all of it. Now climb in and pull your door shut, because we have got some country to cross before this gets bad. You have to understand the high desert before any of this will land right, because it is nothing like the desert people picture, and it is nothing like the forests where the rest of these things happen, and the rules out here are its own. This is not the desert of tall green cactus and sand dunes. This is high country, 4,000 and 5,000 feet up, a vast tableland of red and gray earth broken by flat-top mesas and cut by sandy washes that run a few times a year and lie bone dry the rest. It grows juniper and pinon pine, low and twisted, and silver sage, and not much else, spaced wide apart so that you can see across the land for miles and miles, to the next mesa, to the blue ghost of mountains a day's drive off. By day in summer it is an oven, 110 in the shade, if there were any shade, and the heat shimmers up off the ground and makes the distance swim. And at night it drops cold, cold enough to kill a stranded man even in July, and the sky comes out so thick with stars that the band of the Milky Way throws a shadow, and the country goes silver and still and enormous and silent in a way that has to be felt to be understood. My name is Holt. I have worked this desert district for 14 years, a huge spread of federal land, monument and wilderness, and the dirt road country between, out past the last paved road and the last power line, where almost nobody goes. I grew up in the Southwest, in a town that does not matter to this, and after some hard years in places with too many people, I came out to the emptiest country I could find work in, and the bigness of it suited me, and I stayed. The job is mostly solitude and distance. I patrol the dirt roads and the washes in a truck. I check on the few backcountry permits. I watch for people who take more from the land than the law allows. I keep an eye on the scatter of old ranches and the handful of stubborn folks who still live out past the pavement. And when somebody does not come back from the desert, I am one of the few who can go look, because most people get lost out here just trying to find the people who are lost. Search and rescue in this country is a race against the heat and the cold and the size of the land. A person off their route out here, with no water in that sun, has hours, not days. We find most of them, the honest cases, by the simple, cruel arithmetic of the desert. They walk for water that is not there, and they go down in a wash or under a juniper, and we find them, or the buzzards show us where. I had made my peace with that kind of loss the way you do. The desert kills clean and it kills honest, most of the time. Most of the time. There was a stretch of country out past the far messes, along a particular dirt road, where the losses did not feel clean or honest, where people went out and were never found at all. Not a body, not a pack, not a track, and where the few folks who lived nearest that road would not talk about it, and that not talking was the loudest thing in this whole story, and I was too slow to hear it. The nearest thing to a town in my district was a single gas station and trading post out at the highway junction, the last fuel for 90 miles in any direction, run by a man named Raymond Yazzie. Raymond was Diné, Navajo, and his family had been in that country since long before there was a road or a flag or a ranger, and he was a calm, decent, careful man who knew that desert in a way I never would. We were friendly across the years, in the way of two men who are the only two for 100 miles. I tell you about Raymond because of the way he went quiet, the one time the subject came near him, and because that quiet was a warning I should have weighed and did not. In the middle of one June, a man went missing out past the far mesas. His name was Gil Brantley, a contract worker, mid-40s, out doing survey work on the federal land, driving the back roads alone in a government truck, checking markers. He was supposed to check in by radio every evening. One evening he did not. His truck was found the next day by another worker, parked on the shoulder of that far dirt road, out past the mesas, doors shut, keys in it, his water and his hat and his gear all still inside, and Gil Brantley gone, with no track leading away that anyone could find, into open country where a man cannot hide and cannot walk far and cannot vanish. And it fell to me, because it was my district, to go out to that road and find out what had happened to him. The evening before I drove out, I stopped at Raymond Yazzie's for fuel and to tell him where I was headed, the way you do out there, so somebody knows. I told him a survey man had gone missing on the far road past the messes, and that I was going out in the morning to work it. Raymond was filling my cans, and when I said which road, his hands went still on the pump, just for a second. Then he finished, and he capped the cans, and he did not look at me the way he usually did. He said, quiet, "You go out there in the morning. You do your looking in the daylight, and you be back on this highway before the sun is down." I asked him why. Raymond Yazzie looked at me then, a long, steady look, and he said, "Because there are things out on that road that are not my business to talk about, and not yours to go looking for. And the only thing I will tell you, because I would tell any man, is that whatever you find out there, you do not let the night catch you on that road. You hear me, Holt? Be off it by sundown. And that was all. He would not say one word more. I tried, gently, the way you do, and he simply changed the subject and rang up my fuel. And I have known a lot of men go quiet in my life, but I never saw a man close a door inside himself the way Raymond Yazzie closed one that evening. And I drove home with his quiet sitting on me heavier than any words could have. I want to be honest. I did not heed it the way I should have. I told myself Raymond was a careful man, that the old families out here carried old beliefs, that there were things they did not discuss out of respect and superstition both, and that none of that changed the fact that a man was missing on my ground. So at first light, I loaded my truck with extra water and fuel, and I drove out past the mesas, alone, onto that far road, to find Gil Brantley, and I told myself I would be off it by sundown, and I almost was, almost. It is a long drive out to that country. 2 hours of dirt road past the last ranch, the mesas standing up red and flat against a hard blue sky, the heat already building by mid-morning, the land getting emptier and stiller the farther out I went, until there was nothing but the road and the sage and the wide silver silence, and the only moving thing in all that country was my own dust trail hanging behind me in the still air. I found Gil Brantley's truck where it had been left, on the shoulder of the road out past the farthest mesa. It had been towed nowhere because there was nowhere to tow it to. The county had photographed it and left it. I went over it, and it told the same wrong story everyone had said it told. Doors shut, keys in the ignition, his full water jug on the seat, his hat, his clipboard, his lunch, everything a man needs and would never walk off into that country without. And Gil Brantley simply gone, out of a truck stopped in the middle of open desert, with no sign of why he had stopped and no track of where he had gone. I cast for sign all around it, in widening circles, for the better part of an hour. And that is when the first thing came that I could not explain. And I am a good tracker, and I have read that ground my whole career. There were tracks near the truck, off the shoulder, in the soft sand of the borrow ditch. They were canine, like a big coyote or a dog, except there are no dogs out there, and these were too big for any coyote that has ever lived, and that was not even the part that stopped me. The part that stopped me was that the tracks changed. For a stretch, they ran on 4 feet, a loping canine gait, and then, in the space of 2 or 3 strides, they rose up and ran on 2 long hind feet, the prints deeper, the stride lengthening, the toes splaying, and they ran upright away from the truck, out across the open desert, in a straight line, toward the far wash. And I crouched over the place where 4 legs became 2, and I felt the bottom drop out of everything I thought I knew about that country. A coyote does not stand up. Nothing out there stands up and runs on 2 legs across the open ground. But the sand said it had, plain as print. And the sand does not lie any more than the snow does. I followed those upright tracks out across the desert, on foot, away from the road, toward the wash, calling Gil Brantley's name into that enormous silence. And the sun climbed and the heat came down like a weight, and the tracks ran straight and true for the better part of a mile, and then dropped into the dry wash and, on the hard-packed floor of it, were simply gone, the way they had been gone for everyone who looked for Gil Brantley, the way the desert closes over a thing like heat shimmer over the road. I stood in that wash in the hammering sun, and I called his name, and the silence ate it, and I had the first true sense, standing there, that I was not alone, that something in that empty country had its attention on me, a feeling I knew well from 14 years of solitude, and that had never once been wrong. I worked that country the rest of the day and found no more of Gil Brantley, and as the afternoon wore on, I will tell you that I felt watched the entire time, a steady pressure between my shoulder blades, and more than once, far off across the open desert, at the limit of sight, I thought I saw something standing on the rim of the wash, or the shoulder of a low rise, upright, still, watching me. And when I turned my glasses on it, there was only sage and a juniper and the shimmer. And I told myself it was the heat in my own nerves, and I did not fully believe it. The light was getting long and gold when I made the decision that I have turned over more nights than I can count. The right call, the one Raymond Yazzie had near begged me to make, was to break off and drive for the highway right then, with daylight and miles to spare, and come back with a county team in the morning. I had found Gil Brantley's tracks. The procedure was satisfied. But I had also found tracks that rose up and ran on two legs, and I had a survey man unaccounted for, and there was one more place I wanted to check before I lost the light, an old line shack I knew, a falling down cattle shack a few miles out of sidetrack, the only structure in all that country, the kind of place a hurt or lost man might crawl to for shade. I told myself it would take 20 minutes. I told myself I would still beat the sun to the highway. I drove out the sidetrack to the shack, and I was wrong about the sun, and I was wrong about a great deal more than that. The line shack sat at the foot of a low mesa, gray and saggy, half its roof gone, and the moment I stepped out of the truck, I smelled it, and the smell was the second thing I could not explain. It was rank and animal and wrong, a wet musk like a wet dog and rotten meat, and something under it that I have no word for, and it hung in and around that shack in the still evening air with no breeze to carry it, and every part of me that had spent 14 years alone in wild country locked up and said, leave. I should have. Instead, I made myself walk to the doorway of that shack and look in, because there was a chance Gil Brantley was in there, and that is the job, and what I saw inside is a thing I have never put in any report and am only telling now. It was not a body. It was worse in a way, because a body I could have understood. The dirt floor of that shack had things arranged on it. Bones, animal bones, coyote and rabbit and the long bones of cattle, laid out in patterns, deliberate, careful, in lines and spirals that no animal makes and no weather makes. And among them, set in with the same terrible care, were a few things that did not belong to any animal. A boot, a wristwatch, its band stiff and dark, a government clipboard warped and stained, and I did not have to read the name on it to know whose it was. Gil Brantley had been here, or what was left of him had been brought here, and arranged, made part of whatever that floor was, and I stood in that doorway, with the rank smell filling my throat, and I understood, all at once and far too late, that Raymond Yazzie had not been superstitious, that he had been trying to keep me alive, and that the sun was now touching the rim of the far mesas, and that I was a long way out a sidetrack on a road no one would drive at night, alone, with the light going. I want to stop us right here, at the worst moment, before I get in that truck and try to drive out, because once the engine turns over, this does not let up until the highway. So let me say it to you straight, the way I wish someone had said it to me before I ever drove out past those mesas. I can tell this has its hold on you now, that you are out there in that doorway with me and the failing light. And I can tell, because I have done this a while, that you still have not tapped that like button or left a single word below to mark that you were here in the truck with me tonight. That is the small, safe, costless thing, the wise thing done from somewhere nothing can reach you. So do it now, the like and a quick word, while the engine is still off and the worst is still ahead. I did not do the small, wise thing in time. You can. Then climb in and brace yourself, because here is where the drive begins. I got into my truck and I locked the doors, which I had never once done in 14 years in that country, and my hands were not steady, and I started the engine and I turned around in the yard of that shack, and I drove back out the sidetrack toward the main road, and the last of the sun went down behind the mesas, and the long blue dusk came over that desert. And that is when it came out into the open and showed itself, because it was done hiding. I caught the first movement off to my right, out across the open ground, keeping pace with the truck. At first my mind tried to make it a coyote running parallel, the way they sometimes do, and then it rose up, the way the tracks had risen up, and it ran on two legs, upright, out there in the blue dusk, matching my speed across open desert. And I was doing 30 on that washboard track, and it was keeping even with me, without effort. A tall, lean, wrong shape, low-headed, its arms working, running the way nothing that runs upright should be able to run, smooth and fast and tireless, pacing me across the flat. I reached the main road, and I turned onto it toward the highway, 90 miles of dirt between me and the pavement. And I put my foot down, 40, 50. The truck banging and sliding on the washboard, the dust boiling up red in my mirrors in the last light, and the thing came with me. It crossed behind the truck through my own dust and came up on the left, and it was closer now, near enough in the dusk that I could see it was the gray tan of a coyote's coat, but stretched over a frame that was all wrong, too long in the limb, the joints bending in ways that turned my stomach, and its head, when it turned it toward the truck as it ran, was a coyote's head, and not a coyote's head, the muzzle too short, the eyes too large and too forward, and catching my headlights with a flat shine that no animal's eyes throw, and it looked at me, running 50 miles an hour alongside my truck on a desert road. It looked right in at me through the window with those wrong, shining eyes, and I have never in my life known a fear like the fear of being looked at by that thing while it ran. I drove. There was nothing else to do. The land was open for 30 miles in every direction. No town, no house, no other soul. Just the one road and the dust and the stars coming out hard overhead, and that thing pacing my truck mile after mile, falling back, surging up, crossing from one side to the other through my dust, hurting me, playing with me, the way the others in these stories were herded and played with. And I understood that it was faster than my truck, that it was letting me drive, that it could end this whenever it chose and was choosing not to, and that understanding was almost worse than dying. It tried the windows. Twice it came in close on the driver's side, and I felt more than heard something rake along the door, a long scraping drag down the metal, and once it came up so close that its wrong shining face was right at the glass, keeping pace at 50 miles an hour, and it opened its mouth, and over the roar of the engine and the road I heard it make a sound, and the sound was the third thing I cannot explain, and I am only going to tell it once. It said my name, in a man's voice, in Gil Brantley's voice, I think, though I never heard the man speak in life, a survey man's flat, ordinary voice saying, "Holt, Holt, pull over," right against the glass while the truck shook at 50 on the washboard, and I did not look at it again after that, and I did not slow down, and I did not answer, and I drove that 90 miles of dirt with both hands locked white on the wheel, and my eyes straight ahead, and tears running down my face, and that thing running alongside in the starlight calling me by a dead man's name. I do not know at what point it left me. Somewhere in the last stretch, as the glow of the highway came up faint on the horizon, the pacing fell back, and the dust in my mirrors held nothing but dust. And when I finally hit the pavement of the highway, and the tires bit smooth asphalt, and I turned toward Raymond Yazzi's distant lights, there was nothing behind me but the empty road and the enormous starry country, silver and still and innocent, as if none of it had happened, as if the desert had simply closed back over the whole thing, like heat shimmer over the road. I drove to Raymond's gas station with the engine screaming, and I pulled in under his lights, and I sat there shaking, and could not make my hands let go of the wheel. Raymond Yazzie came out. He took one look at my truck, at the long raking scrapes down the driver's door, at my face through the glass, and he did not ask me one single question. He just stood there a moment in the light of his station, and then he nodded, slowly, the way Joe Tritt nodded up in the Arctic and Mose nodded in the rainforest, and every one of these careful old keepers of hard country nods at the man who has finally seen the thing they tried to warn him about, and he said only, "You got off the road." It was not a question. And I said, "Yes, Raymond, I got off the road." And he said, "Good, then you do not go back on it. Not in the day, not in the night, not ever. You hear me? Some country is not ours, Holt, and that road runs through some of it. And the kindest thing it ever did for any man was let you drive out tonight." And that was all he would say, and he would not say even that much again, and I have respected his silence ever since, and I understand it now as the deepest kind of knowing, the kind that has kept his people alive in that country for 10,000 years, which is the knowing of what not to look at, and what not to name, and what roads not to drive. We never found Gil Brantley. Not really. I told the county where the line shack was, and a team went out, in numbers, in daylight, the way you have to, and they found the shack, and they found enough in it to close the case, and they wrote it the way it had to be written, which was that survey worker Gil Brantley had died in the desert of misadventure, exposure, lost from his vehicle, remains recovered, animal disturbance at the site, case closed. A man dying in that desert and his remains scattered by animals is a thing the world believes, because the world wants to believe it, and the alternative is not a thing a county report can hold. I did not tell them about the bones laid out in patterns, or the rank smell with no wind, or the thing that paced my truck for 90 miles, or the dead man's voice at my window. There was nowhere to write it. I signed what they put in front of me, and I have signed others since, because that road keeps its quiet tally, and they are always exposure, always misadventure, always the desert, and the desert never says one word. I left that work the following spring, 14 years, and I left it, and the people I worked with thought I had lost my nerve, and let them think it. The truth is the road. I could not keep a district that had that road in it. I could not keep driving out past those mesas, knowing what ran the open country out there after the sun went down. I asked for a transfer, and I took a posting in another state, in a green and crowded and ordinary place, with towns close together, and lights all night, and a horizon you can reach out and touch. And most days I am glad of it, and some days I miss the big silver desert silence so badly it is like grief, because I did love that country, before it showed me the thing that lives in the empty part of it. Here is the part I have never put in a report, and it is not the kind of part you might expect, because this thing did not follow me home the way the others followed the men in their stories. It stayed out there. It belongs out there. That road is its road, and that country is its country, and it had no need of me once I was off its ground. What it left me with is smaller than that, and in its way worse, because it is with me all the time. I cannot drive an empty road at night anymore. Anywhere. Not the green, ordinary country I live in now. Not a back lane. Not a stretch of dark highway with no other cars. The moment the lights of other people fall away, and it is just my headlights and the night and the open shoulder running past, my hands lock up on the wheel, and my heart starts going, and my eyes start cutting to the edges of the light, to the ditch, to the dark beyond the dark, looking for a tall, lean shape that has risen up off 4 legs and started to pace me, and I have to pull over, or turn back, or call someone just to hear a human voice. And I have learned to plan my whole life so that I am never, ever alone on an empty road after the sun goes down. My family does not fully understand it. I have never told them why. I have told them I do not like driving at night, which is true, and is a fraction of the truth. And that fraction is the size of a whole desert and a road I will not name and a thing that ran beside my truck for 90 miles calling me by a dead man's voice. So if you take one thing from a tired old desert hand tonight, take this. If you are ever out in some great empty country, far from the lights of other people, on a long road with the land open and flat for miles, and you see something off to the side keeping pace with you, and you tell yourself it is a coyote, a dog, a trick of your tired eyes, and then you watch it rise up and run on 2 legs and start to close the distance. Then you must understand that there is nothing you can do that will be enough except the one thing, which is to keep driving and keep your eyes ahead and do not slow down and do not look at it. And above all, no matter whose voice it uses, no matter how it calls you, do not answer, and do not ever, for any reason, pull over. And when you reach the lights and it falls back, and the road behind you is only road again, You do the thing that Raymond Yazzie spent his quiet wisdom trying to teach me before I was wise enough to hear it. You do not go back. Not in the day, and not in the night, and not ever. Some country is not ours. It never was. And the kindest thing it will ever do for you is let you drive out the one time, and the only fools who get a second warning are the ones who do not take the first. I took mine. Late, but I took it. That is the whole reason I am here to tell you. Take yours sooner than I took mine, and stay off the empty roads after dark. Before I joined the National Park Service, I spent 3 years working as a wilderness trail guide for Summit Adventures, a small outfit operating out of Groveland near the eastern entrance to Yosemite. The work was extraordinary. Most days I woke up feeling like the luckiest person alive, leading groups through some of the most breathtaking terrain on Earth. The memories from those years are almost entirely filled with sunlight, laughter, and the kind of bone-deep satisfaction that comes from helping people connect with nature. Almost entirely. There's one trip that stands apart from all the others. One job that I remember for reasons that have nothing to do with scenic vistas or satisfied clients. It was late September of 2017, just as the summer crowds were thinning and the air was beginning to carry that first whisper of autumn. I'd been assigned to guide a corporate group up Half Dome, one of those team-building exercises that had become increasingly common, especially as we approached the holiday season. The setup was standard. Meet the group in Groveland, drive them to the trailhead, hike up to Little Yosemite Valley, spend the night around a campfire doing trust exercises and motivational activities, then summit Half Dome the following morning before hiking back down. I'd done variations of this trip dozens of times. The formula worked. The clients left happy, and I got paid to spend time in the wilderness. What could be better? This particular group consisted of 7 people from some tech startup in San Francisco, 4 men and 3 women, all in their late 20s to mid-30s. They chartered us for a 2-day wilderness experience, and on paper, they seemed like any other corporate team. The company had paid extra for the premium package, which meant better camping equipment and more one-on-one attention from me as their guide. I remember the morning we set out. The sky was that particular shade of crystalline blue that only exists in the Sierra Nevada, and the air smelled of pine and granite. As we gathered at the trailhead, I went through my usual safety briefing, checking everyone's boots, water supplies, and general fitness levels. Some of them looked more comfortable in the outdoors than others. One of the women had clearly hiked before, her gear worn but well maintained, while a couple of the men kept fidgeting with their new backpacks, trying to adjust straps that would probably chafe by mile 3. But nothing about them screamed trouble. They seemed like a normal group of office workers trying to bond outside their usual environment of conference rooms and coffee machines. I had no way of knowing that within 24 hours, I would be standing over a broken body at the bottom of a cliff, my hands slick with someone else's blood, while a murderer stood beside me pretending to be concerned. As we began our ascent toward Little Yosemite Valley, I fell into the familiar rhythm of my job, keeping the pace manageable, pointing out interesting flora and fauna, making sure everyone was drinking enough water, and taking breaks before they needed them. The trail from the valley floor gains elevation gradually at first, winding through mixed conifer forest where shafts of sunlight pierce the canopy like golden spears. I always watched my groups carefully during those first few miles. You learn a lot about people from how they handle themselves on a trail. Some push too hard, too fast, trying to prove something. Others lag behind, either from lack of fitness or from being too absorbed in the scenery. The best hikers find a sustainable pace and stick to it, conserving energy for the long haul. 2 of the men quickly established themselves at the front of the group. One was tall, maybe 6'3", with sandy hair and the kind of lean build that suggested he ran marathons or did triathlons. He introduced himself as Byron. The other was shorter but stockier, with dark hair and a ready smile. His name was Trevor. From the way they interacted, it was clear they were the leaders of this little corporate pack. The others deferred to them, laughed at their jokes a beat too quickly, arranged themselves in the hiking order based on some invisible office hierarchy. The three women stuck together in the middle of the group. Their names were Helen, Donna, and Grace. Helen seemed to be the most senior, her interactions with the men suggesting she held some kind of management position. Donna was quieter, spending more time photographing the scenery than talking. Grace was nervous. You could see it in the way she gripped her hiking poles, the way her eyes darted to the drop-offs beside the trail. The fourth man, Lawrence, brought up the rear with me. He was heavy-set and clearly struggling with the elevation gain, but he had a good attitude about it, making self-deprecating jokes about his gym membership going to waste. I liked him immediately. We reached Little Yosemite Valley by mid-afternoon, the granite walls opening up to reveal the flat, forested expanse where we'd make camp. I helped them set up their tents in a designated site near the river, the sound of rushing water providing a constant backdrop. As I went through the process of getting the camp organized, demonstrating how to properly store food away from bears, setting up the camp stove, arranging rocks for the fire circle, I noticed Byron and Trevor having an intense conversation off to one side. There was nothing obviously wrong about it. Colleagues talk, friends talk, but something about their body language bothered me. Byron was doing most of the talking, his hand gestures sharp and emphatic. Trevor's arms were crossed, his jaw set. At one point, Byron poked Trevor in the chest with his index finger, and Trevor knocked his hand away. Then they both noticed me watching, and their demeanors changed instantly. Smiles appeared. Byron clapped Trevor on the shoulder. They walked back toward the group as if nothing had happened. But I'd seen what I'd seen. After dinner, freeze-dried meals rehydrated over the camp stove, which everyone claimed was delicious with the enthusiasm of people who'd never been truly hungry. I led the group through some team-building exercises around the fire. Trust falls, group problem-solving scenarios, sharing personal stories about overcoming challenges, the usual corporate bonding stuff. Everyone participated with varying degrees of genuine engagement. Helen took it seriously, clearly viewing this as an investment in her team's cohesion. Donna seemed more interested in the stars beginning to appear overhead. Grace was still nervous, jumping slightly every time a branch cracked in the darkness beyond our circle of firelight. Lawrence made everyone laugh with his stories, and Byron and Trevor, well, they performed their parts adequately, but there was a tension between them that had nothing to do with trust falls. Around 9 o'clock, as the fire was burning down to coals, Byron stood up and stretched. Trevor and I need to discuss something about the merger, he announced casually. Just some work stuff. We'll walk a bit, be back in a few minutes. I didn't like it. The rule on my trips was simple. Nobody wanders off alone after dark. The wilderness at night is a different animal than during the day. Sounds carry strangely. Landmarks become invisible. Even experienced outdoorsmen can get disoriented. And we were miles from the nearest road, in country where black bears were common and mountain lions, though rare, were not unheard of. Stay within earshot, I told them firmly, and take a flashlight. Back in 10 minutes maximum. Byron gave me a dismissive wave that immediately annoyed me. Trevor grabbed a flashlight but didn't meet my eyes as they walked off into the darkness. The rest of us stayed by the fire, but the mood had shifted. Whatever corporate team spirit we'd been building felt fragile now, threatened by the unspoken tension between those two men. After a few minutes of uncomfortable small talk, Helen suggested everyone turn in for the night. We had an early start tomorrow. The climb up Half Dome's cables required being at the base by sunrise to avoid the midday heat and afternoon thunderstorms. But I couldn't turn in. Byron and Trevor had been gone for 15 minutes, and I was responsible for everyone's safety. I stood up, grabbed my own flashlight, and told the others I'd make sure the guys found their way back to camp. Helen, you're in charge until I return, I said. Keep everyone by the fire. I walked in the direction Byron and Trevor had gone, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness between the trees. The forest at night always makes me hyper-aware of sounds. My own footsteps on pine needles, the distant rush of the Merced River, the occasional crack of a branch, the hoot of an owl somewhere overhead, and then voices, angry voices. I slowed my pace, not wanting to stumble into the middle of their conversation, but needing to make sure they were all right. The voices grew clearer as I approached, though they were trying to keep their volume down. The words came through in harsh, emphatic bursts. Think you can just... That was Trevor's voice. I'm telling you how it is. Byron, his tone cold and certain. After everything, business is business. You know that. This isn't business, Byron. You're trying to push me out. There was a pause, and when Byron spoke again, his voice carried something that made my skin prickle. It wasn't quite a threat. The words themselves were innocuous enough, but the tone underneath was sharp as broken glass. Push you out. Trevor, buddy, you're being paranoid. I'm looking out for the company. If you can't see that, well, maybe you're not the right fit anymore. Is that what this is? Trevor's voice rose, and I could hear real fear underneath the anger now. You want me out of the way? Fine, Byron. Good luck with that. But I'm not just going to disappear because it's convenient for you. Oh, is that it? Byron's voice dropped lower, intimate and menacing. You want me out of the way? Well, good luck, buddy. Good luck with... I called out then, my voice loud in the darkness. Byron, Trevor, time to head back to camp. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of movement in the underbrush. My flashlight beam found them, standing about 15 feet apart, Byron's face calm and composed, Trevor's flushed and agitated. Just finishing up here, Byron called back, his voice now friendly and relaxed, as if the conversation I'd overheard had never happened. Be right there. They emerged from the trees a minute later, walking side by side like nothing was wrong. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see Trevor's hands were trembling slightly, but his expression was carefully neutral. We walked back to camp together, nobody speaking. The fire had burned down to embers by the time we arrived. The others were already in their tents, and Byron and Trevor said goodnight before heading to their own. I stayed up another hour, banking the fire and organizing gear for the morning, but mostly just sitting in the darkness and wondering what the hell had just happened. Out of the way. The phrase kept echoing in my mind. In a business context, it could mean fired, demoted, reassigned, but there had been something else in Byron's voice, something that suggested a more permanent solution. I told myself I was being ridiculous. These were just office workers having a dispute about a merger. People argued about work all the time. It didn't mean anything sinister. But that night, as I finally crawled into my own tent, I found myself unable to shake a creeping sense of dread that had nothing to do with the wilderness darkness outside. Dawn came cold and clear, the sky lightening from black to deep blue to pale gold. I was up before everyone else, as always, getting the camp stove going for coffee and oatmeal. The smell of brewing coffee gradually drew people from their tents, bleary-eyed and stiff from sleeping on the ground. Trevor emerged looking haggard, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he'd slept about as well as I had. Byron, by contrast, seemed refreshed and energetic, stretching and joking with Helen about the snoring that had apparently emanated from Lawrence's tent all night. We broke camp efficiently, everyone moving through the choreographed routine of stuffing sleeping bags, collapsing tents, and redistributing gear. The plan was to leave the camping equipment here at the valley site and hike up Half Dome with just day packs containing water, snacks, and emergency supplies. We'd return to this spot by early afternoon, pack everything up, and hike back down to the trailhead. The trail from Little Yosemite Valley to the base of Half Dome is approximately 4 miles, gaining about 2,000 feet of elevation. It's not technically difficult, just steep and relentless, switchbacks cutting back and forth across granite slopes. As we climbed, the trees thinned and the views expanded. Below us, the valley spread out in shades of green and gray. Above us, Half Dome's distinctive profile dominated the sky, a massive granite monolith that looked like someone had sliced a mountain in half with a cosmic knife. The group's earlier cohesion, already strained by whatever was happening between Byron and Trevor, began to fragment further. The physical challenge of the climb sorted people according to fitness levels. Helen and Byron pulled ahead, maintaining a strong, steady pace. Donna and Grace stuck together in the middle ground. Lawrence fell behind again, though he was still gamely pushing forward. And Trevor seemed distracted, unfocused. Several times I had to call out to him when he drifted too close to the edge of the trail, where 100-foot drops waited for the careless or inattentive. We reached the subdome around 8:30 in the morning. This is where the trail becomes more serious, a steep granite slope equipped with cables and wooden posts to help hikers pull themselves up. It's strenuous but manageable for most people with a reasonable fitness level and no fear of heights. Grace took one look at the cables and went pale. "I can't do this," she said, her voice shaking. "I thought I could, but I can't." I'd seen this before, the difference between imagining a challenge and facing it in reality. "That's completely fine," I assured her. "Helen, can you wait here with Grace? Lawrence, you want to take a break too?" Lawrence nodded gratefully, already breathing hard from the climb. The three of them settled on some rocks in a shaded area while the rest of us prepared to tackle the final ascent. Byron insisted on going first. "I've done this before," he announced, though I hadn't heard him mention any previous half-dome climbs. "Last time I was here was 2015. It's easier than it looks." He attacked the cables with aggressive confidence, pulling himself up hand over hand, barely pausing between the wooden posts. Donna went next, moving more carefully but competently. Then Trevor, who seemed to regain some focus as he concentrated on the physical task. I brought up the rear, as always, making sure everyone was using the cables correctly and not taking unnecessary risks. The summit of Half Dome is roughly the size of 17 football fields, a relatively flat expanse of granite that offers 360-degree views of the Sierra Nevada. On a clear day like this one, you could see for 100 miles in every direction. The sky was so blue it almost hurt to look at, and the air was thin enough to make you feel slightly dizzy, like you were standing on the roof of the world. We spent about 45 minutes at the summit. People took photos, ate snacks, marveled at the views. Byron stood at the far eastern edge, his arms spread wide like he was king of the mountain. Trevor stayed closer to the center, sitting on the granite and staring out toward Cloud's Rest in the distance. I kept an eye on my watch. The rule for Half Dome is to be off the summit by early afternoon. Thunderstorms can roll in quickly, and being on an exposed granite dome during a lightning storm is a recipe for disaster. We had plenty of time, but I wanted to get moving before too long. "All right, everyone," I called out. "Take your last photos, use the bathroom if you need to. There's a very primitive toilet at the summit. And let's start heading down in 10 minutes. That's when Byron walked over to Trevor and said something I couldn't hear. Trevor stood up, and the two of them walked toward the northern edge of the summit, where the granite dropped away in a sheer cliff. Byron had his phone out, probably taking pictures, I thought. I should have followed them immediately. But Donna was asking me questions about the geology of the dome, and I got distracted explaining how glaciers had carved and polished the granite over millions of years. By the time I looked up again, Byron and Trevor had moved out of sight, somewhere beyond the curve of the summit. "I'm going to round everyone up," I announced. "Start heading toward the cables. I'll make sure Byron and Trevor are right behind you." I walked toward where I'd last seen them, my boots scuffing against the rough granite. The summit of Half Dome isn't entirely flat. It has gentle undulations, slight rises and falls that can hide someone from view if they're more than 50 feet away. I crested a low rise and saw them ahead, standing near the northern edge. Byron still had his phone out, but he wasn't taking pictures of the view. He was looking at his phone screen, scrolling through something, while Trevor stood closer to the edge, also looking at his own phone. "Gentlemen," I called out, Time to head down. Byron looked up and waved. Just getting a few more shots. Be right there. I started to turn away, and then I heard it. A sharp, truncated yell. Not quite a scream, but a sound of sudden shock and fear. I spun back around and saw Trevor was gone. Byron stood alone at the edge, his hand outstretched toward nothing, his phone fallen on the granite. For a frozen second, I couldn't process what I was seeing. Then Byron started shouting, "Help! God, somebody help! He fell! Trevor fell!" I ran. My boots pounded across the granite as I covered the distance to where Byron stood, still staring down over the edge, his face a mask of shock. When I reached him, I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back from the edge. People in traumatic situations sometimes don't think clearly, and the last thing I needed was Byron following Trevor over the side. "What happened?" I demanded. "Tell me exactly what happened." "He was taking a picture." Byron's words came out in a rush, stumbling over each other. He was trying to get closer to the edge for a better angle. I told him to be careful. He was looking at his phone screen, backing up, and then, God, he just slipped. 1 second he was there, and the next he was falling. I tried to grab him, but I couldn't. I moved to the edge and looked down, my stomach clenching. Half Dome's northern face isn't quite vertical in all places. There are sections of steep slope interspersed with sheer drops. About 200 feet below, I could see a dark shape against the gray granite. "Trevor." He wasn't moving. "Stay here," I ordered Byron. "Don't move from this spot." Then I was running back toward the others, already pulling my radio from my belt. In 2017, cell phones rarely worked this deep in the backcountry, but Park Service radios operated on different frequencies and had better range. Summit Base, this is Guide 17, emergency situation, over. I kept my voice as calm as possible, though my heart was jackhammering against my ribs. "We have a fall victim on Half Dome, northern face. Male, approximately 30 years old, fell approximately 200 feet, appears unconscious. Requesting immediate assistance, life flight if available, over." The response crackled back almost immediately. My boss, Gary, his voice tight with concern. "Guide 17, confirm location. Northern face of Half Dome summit?" "Affirmative. Below the summit, on the slope leading down to Tenaya Canyon. I need to get down there to assess his condition. He's not moving." "Roger that. Rangers are mobilizing now. Life flight is being contacted. Give me your exact coordinates." I rattled off the GPS coordinates from my device while simultaneously trying to think through the logistics. The slope Trevor had fallen down was too steep to descend directly from the summit. I'd need to get back down to the subdome, then find a route along the base of the northern face. That would take time, precious time that Trevor might not have. Donna had heard me on the radio and came running over, her face pale. Oh God, is he?" "I need you to listen carefully," I interrupted. "Take everyone else and wait at the subdome. Do not attempt to descend without me. Keep Grace and Helen calm. I'm going down to Trevor with Byron, but I need the rest of you together and safe. Can you do that?" She nodded, already moving to round up the others. Byron appeared at my side. "I'm coming with you," he said. His face was white, his hands trembling, but there was something in his eyes I couldn't quite read. Determination? Fear? Something else? "Can you handle it?" I asked bluntly. "If you panic or freeze, you're a liability." "I can handle it. I need to help him. Please." I didn't have time to argue, and honestly, an extra pair of hands might be useful. "Then stay close and do exactly what I say. If you can't keep up, you wait and let me go ahead. Understood?" "Understood." We descended the cables faster than was safe, half climbing and half sliding, the leather gloves I always carried protecting our hands from the metal cable's bite. At the subdome, I told the others again to stay put, that Rangers were on their way, and that Byron and I would be back as soon as we could. Then we were off the main trail, scrambling over rough terrain, trying to find a path that would take us around to the northern face. The granite here was a maze of cracks, slabs, and boulders. Several times we had to backtrack when we hit dead ends. My radio crackled periodically with updates. Rangers were en route on ATVs. Life flight was spinning up. ETA approximately 30 minutes. 30 minutes might as well have been 30 hours. We finally found a route that took us along the base of the northern face, and then we were climbing up the steep slope, moving as quickly as we dared over loose rock and smooth granite. My breath came in harsh gasps, partly from exertion, partly from the adrenaline flooding my system. "Is he dead?" Byron asked from behind me. "Do you think he's dead?" "I don't know," I answered without looking back. "People survive falls. It depends on what he hit, how he landed. But that far, 200 feet, I don't know," I repeated more firmly. "We'll know when we get there." We scrambled upward, and then I saw Trevor again, closer now. He was lying on a section of relatively flat rock, his body positioned at an unnatural angle. Even from 20 feet away, I could see dark stains on the granite around him. Blood. A lot of blood. The human body is not designed to fall 200 feet down a granite slope. Every rock, every protrusion, every change in angle inflicts damage. Bones break, flesh tears, organs rupture. As I knelt beside Trevor's crumpled form, I had to fight down the urge to vomit at what I was seeing. His right leg was bent backward at the knee, the joint destroyed. His left arm was twisted underneath his body. His face, God, his face was barely recognizable, a mass of abrasions and swelling where he'd struck rocks during his tumbling descent. Blood leaked from his ears and nose, staining his hiking shirt. But when I pressed my fingers to his neck, searching for a pulse, I found one. Weak, thready, irregular. But there, he's alive, I said, and Byron made a choking sound behind me. "Trevor, can you hear me? Trevor!" No response. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow and labored. I pulled my first aid kit from my pack, hands moving automatically through procedures I'd practiced but hoped never to use in reality. Airway, breathing, circulation. Check for spinal injuries, a useless exercise in this case, since he'd already been thrown 200 feet down a mountain. Stop the bleeding where I could, stabilize what I couldn't fix. Byron hovered beside me, his hands fluttering uselessly. "Is he going to make it? Can you help him?" "I'm doing what I can. Radio the others. Tell them we're with Trevor now and he's alive." While Byron fumbled with the radio, I worked. A pressure bandage on the worst of the head wounds, gentle probing of his chest that made me wince. Multiple rib fractures, probably. I didn't dare move him more than necessary. Internal bleeding was almost certainly occurring, and without a hospital, without imaging equipment, without surgery. No, don't think like that. The life flight is coming. Professional medical help is coming. Just keep him alive until then. "My phone," Trevor suddenly mumbled, his eyes still closed. "Picture, don't try to talk," I said. "Save your strength. Help is coming." "So beautiful," he whispered, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Wanted, picture." Then he went silent again, his breathing becoming more labored. Byron had gotten through to the others and was now giving updates to headquarters on my radio. Between transmissions, he kept saying things, a constant stream of words that I barely registered as I worked. "It was an accident. You saw it was an accident, right? He just slipped. 1 second he was fine, and the next he was gone. There was nothing I could do. I tried to grab him, I swear I tried, but it happened so fast. Too fast. 1 second and he was gone. It wasn't my fault. You know that, right? It wasn't my fault." The words washed over me as I focused on Trevor's injuries. Airways still clear, breathing still present, pulse still detectable. I was doing everything my training had taught me, but I knew it wasn't enough. Trevor needed a trauma surgeon, a blood transfusion, an operating room. He needed miracles I couldn't provide on a mountainside with a basic first aid kit. "It wasn't my fault," Byron said again, and something about his tone finally penetrated my concentration. I looked up at him. His face was white, his eyes wide, his hands still trembling. But beneath the shock, beneath the appropriate responses of someone who just witnessed a terrible accident, there was something else, a calculation, a watching. Of course it wasn't your fault, I said automatically, my attention already returning to Trevor. Accidents happen. Right. Accidents happen. In the wilderness, people get hurt. They slip, they fall. Nobody's fault, just the wilderness. I secured another bandage, my hands slick with blood. Byron's words kept coming, filling the air. I told him to be careful. I said, Trevor, watch your step. But he was so focused on getting that picture, he wanted it to be perfect. You know how he is, always trying to make everything perfect, always pushing for more. And this time he pushed too far, and it wasn't my fault. It was just bad luck. Just one of those things that happens when you're not paying attention, when you take that one step too many, when you don't listen to warnings. Byron, my voice cut through his monologue. I need you to focus. Check his pulse again. Tell me if you feel anything. It was partly to give him something useful to do, partly to shut him up so I could think. He knelt beside me and pressed his fingers to Trevor's wrist, his own hands shaking so badly I doubted he could feel anything. It's there, he said after a moment. Weak, but there. We fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by Trevor's labored breathing and the distant sound of ravens croaking from somewhere higher up the cliff face. I found myself listening for the sound of helicopter rotors, the growl of ATV engines. Anything that would signal help was near. And as I waited, my mind kept circling back to Byron's words. It wasn't my fault. He'd said it at least a dozen times in the past 10 minutes. Maybe that was normal. People in shock often repeated things. But there was something about the way he was framing it, the way he kept emphasizing his lack of responsibility, that felt wrong. In my years as a wilderness guide, I'd seen people respond to emergencies in various ways. Some froze, some panicked, some became hyper-focused and competent. But the one constant across all personality types and situations was this: when someone is badly injured, everyone's attention goes to that injured person, their needs, their survival, their suffering. That becomes the center of the universe for everyone present. Byron's attention kept drifting back to himself. It wasn't my fault. I tried to help. I told him to be careful. There was nothing I could do. Not. How is he? Will he make it? What else can we do for him? But I'm not responsible. I did everything right. This isn't on me. I told myself I was reading too much into it. Shock manifests in strange ways. Byron was probably just processing the trauma of witnessing something horrible. And besides, I had more important things to worry about than the psychological state of someone who'd just seen his colleague fall off a cliff. But that overheard conversation from the previous night kept echoing in my head. You want me out of the way? And Byron's response, good luck with that. I pressed my fingers to Trevor's neck again, feeling that fragile pulse, and silently prayed for the helicopter to hurry. The sound of helicopter rotors is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. It came to us as a distant thumping, gradually growing louder, and when I looked up and saw that aircraft banking around the northern face of Half Dome, I felt tears sting my eyes. They'd made it, against all the odds. Navigating difficult terrain and dangerous air currents, those pilots had made it. Byron was on his feet, waving his arms frantically, though the helicopter crew had obviously already spotted us. The aircraft circled once, the pilot assessing the terrain, then set down about 70 feet away on the only flat area large enough to accommodate it. The rotors never stopped spinning. This would be a hot landing and immediate takeoff. Time was critical. 2 paramedics jumped out while a third stayed with the helicopter. They were already pulling a stretcher from the aircraft as they ran toward us, their movements practiced and efficient. One was a woman in her 40s with short gray hair. The other was a younger man with a thick black beard. What have we got? the woman called out as she dropped to her knees beside Trevor. I gave them a rapid rundown. Approximate time of fall, distance fallen, injuries observed, vital signs. They were already working as I spoke, pulling out equipment I'd only seen in hospitals, their hands moving with the kind of calm competence that comes from seeing the worst humanity has to offer and dealing with it anyway. Compound fracture, right femur, multiple rib fractures, significant head trauma, possible internal bleeding. The woman rattled off to her partner. Get the backboard. We need to move fast. They worked with incredible speed, stabilizing Trevor's neck, carefully rolling him onto the backboard, securing him with straps. An IV line appeared in his arm as if by magic, oxygen mask over his face. Every movement was purposeful. No wasted motion, no hesitation. You did good work here, the bearded paramedic said to me as they prepared to move Trevor. Quick response, proper first aid, gave him a fighting chance. Byron stepped forward. Is he going to make it? Please, you have to save him. The woman glanced up at him briefly. We're going to do everything we can. Were you with him when he fell? Yes, we were taking pictures and he slipped. It happened so fast. Any loss of consciousness before the fall? Dizziness, confusion? No, nothing like that. He was fine, and then he just slipped. The paramedics lifted the stretcher, and Byron and I followed as they carried Trevor toward the helicopter. The downdraft from the rotors blasted us with wind and noise. The door opened, and they slid the stretcher inside with practiced efficiency. The bearded paramedic jumped in after it, already doing something with the IV bag. The woman turned to us. You two need to stay here, she shouted over the rotor noise. Rangers are coming up with ATVs. They'll get you back down. Please save him, Byron called out. She nodded, then climbed aboard and pulled the door shut. The helicopter lifted immediately, tilting forward and gaining altitude with breathtaking speed. We watched it arc away over Tenaya Canyon, growing smaller, finally disappearing around the shoulder of Cloud's Rest. Silence descended, broken only by the wind and the harsh sound of our own breathing. Byron sat down heavily on a rock, his head in his hands. I stood looking at the blood-stained granite where Trevor had lain, my first aid supplies scattered around, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. We waited there for 20 minutes before we heard the sound of engines approaching from below. 2 ATVs appeared, driven by park rangers I recognized, Phil and Carson, both veterans who'd seen it all. They'd brought extra water, trauma blankets, and grim expressions. How bad? Phil asked as he killed his engine. Bad. Major trauma. Unconscious when they took him, but alive. Carson was already radioing an update to headquarters. Phil walked over to Byron, assessing him with the same practiced eye he'd use on any potential casualty. You hurt anywhere? Any chest pain? Shortness of breath? Byron shook his head. I'm fine. Physically, I mean. But that was horrible. Saw the whole thing, did you? He was standing right there. Byron pointed to a spot near the edge, taking a picture. I was behind him, doing the same thing. He took a step backward, trying to get a better angle, and his foot slipped. There was this moment where he was falling, windmilling his arms, and I reached for him, but I couldn't. I wasn't close enough. Phil was nodding, his face sympathetic but professional. He'd heard similar stories countless times before. Accidents in the wilderness weren't rare. They were an unfortunate statistical inevitability when you mixed inexperienced people with challenging terrain. We climbed onto the ATVs, me riding with Carson, Byron with Phil. The descent was jarring, the vehicles bouncing over rocks and roots, but it beat scrambling down on foot. We made good time back to the subdome, where the rest of my group waited with visible relief. Is Trevor okay? Helen asked immediately. He's alive, I said. They got him to the helicopter, and he's on his way to a hospital in Fresno. Beyond that, I don't know. We continued down to Little Yosemite Valley, packed up the camp in subdued silence, and made the long hike back to the trailhead. The rangers had arranged for vehicles to meet us there, Nobody was in a condition to drive themselves back to Grovland after what had happened. During the drive, I sat in the back of a ranger vehicle and listened to Byron talk to the others. He was telling the story again, how Trevor had slipped, how he'd tried to save him, how it had happened so fast. Each retelling was consistent in its details, but seemed to emphasize different aspects. Sometimes it was the speed of the fall. Sometimes it was Byron's attempt to grab him. Sometimes it was how Trevor should have been more careful. But always, there was the refrain. It wasn't my fault. The company representative arrived at our headquarters in Grovland 2 hours later, a slick-looking woman in her 50s who introduced herself as Virginia, head of human resources. She interviewed each member of the group separately, presumably gathering information for the inevitable insurance claims and potential lawsuits. When it was my turn, I told her everything factual. The timeline, Trevor's condition when we reached him, the response time of the helicopter. What I didn't tell her was my growing suspicion that Trevor's fall hadn't been an accident at all, because by then, I'd had time to think. Time to replay that overheard conversation from the night before. Time to remember Byron's odd insistence that it wasn't his fault, even before anyone had suggested it might be. Time to wonder why someone who just witnessed a horrific accident seemed more concerned with establishing his own innocence than with his colleagues' survival. That evening, after everyone had left and I was back at my small apartment in Grovland, I called my boss, Gary. "Hell of a thing," he said when he answered. "You did good work today. Could have been a lot worse." "Gary, I need to tell you something, and you're probably going to think I'm crazy. Try me." So I told him. The argument. Byron's strange behavior, the emphasis on his lack of fault, the whole constellation of things that didn't quite add up to proof, but gnawed at my gut anyway. Gary was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You think he pushed him?" "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it because I'm traumatized by what I saw today. But something feels wrong. If he pushed him, why would he go down with you to help? Why not just let the guy die?" It was a fair question. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe he panicked. Maybe he was establishing an alibi. Or maybe I'm completely wrong and it really was just an accident." "Look," Gary said carefully, "what you're suggesting is serious. You can't just accuse someone of attempted murder based on a feeling. But if you really think something criminal happened, you need to talk to the cops, not me. Will they even listen? Probably not, unless Trevor wakes up and says he was pushed. But at least you'll have it on record. Your call." I thanked him and hung up, then spent the next 2 hours staring at my ceiling and debating with myself. By the time I finally fell into an uneasy sleep, I still hadn't decided what to do. The decision was made for me 3 weeks later. I was at headquarters, preparing for another corporate trip, when Gary called me into his office. His expression was serious. "Police want to talk to you. 2 detectives are on their way here now." My heart kicked into a higher gear. "Trevor? Still in a coma, last I heard. But apparently someone else in your group mentioned the argument you heard that night. The cops are following up." The detectives arrived an hour later. A man and woman in their 40s, both with the weary, seen-it-all expressions of people who've spent too many years dealing with humanity's worst impulses. Detective Ramos was tall and angular. Detective Ortega was shorter, broader, with penetrating dark eyes. They set up in Gary's office and had me tell the story from start to finish. I did, including every detail I could remember. When I got to the part about the overheard argument, both detectives leaned forward slightly. "Tell us exactly what you heard," Ramos said. "Word for word, if you can remember." I reconstructed the conversation as best I could, including Byron's comment about out of the way and Trevor's fearful response. "And you interpreted this as a physical threat?" Ortega asked. "At the time, no. I thought it was just office politics. But after the fall, after Byron's weird behavior, I trailed off." "What weird behavior specifically?" I described it all. The repeated insistence that it wasn't his fault, the way he seemed more focused on establishing his innocence than helping Trevor, the subtle wrongness of his emotional responses. The detectives took notes, asked follow-up questions, pushed me to separate what I'd observed from what I'd interpreted. When they finally closed their notebooks, Ramos looked at Ortega and they shared one of those silent communications that partners develop. "Thank you for your time," Ortega said. "If we have follow-up questions, we'll be in touch." "Can I ask, do you think it was deliberate?" Ramos chose his words carefully. "We're investigating an incident that resulted in serious injuries. At this point, we're gathering all the facts and keeping an open mind about what happened," which was cop speak for, "Yes, we think something's fishy too." They left, and I never heard from them directly again. But I did some digging online over the next few months. Trevor had survived, barely. After 3 weeks in a coma, he'd woken up, though with significant cognitive deficits, and no memory of the fall itself. The investigation had apparently stalled without a witness who could say definitively whether he'd slipped or been pushed. Byron had moved to a different city, taken a position at another company. The startup had dissolved in the wake of the incident and whatever internal conflicts had been brewing, and I was left with my suspicions and my memories. It's been years now since that day on Half Dome. I've led dozens of trips since then, all without serious incident. I've seen sunrises from mountain peaks, taught people to appreciate the wilderness, helped clients push past their limits and discover strengths they didn't know they had. But sometimes, usually at night, I think about Trevor lying broken on that granite slope. I think about Byron's hands, trembling but unhurt. I think about that overheard argument and wonder what exactly happened in those few seconds before Trevor fell. I don't know if Byron pushed him. I'll probably never know for certain. There's no evidence beyond circumstantial details and gut feelings. Trevor can't remember, and Byron has stuck to his story. An accident, a terrible tragedy, nothing more. But I know what I heard that night in the forest. I know what I saw in Byron's eyes as he stood over Trevor's broken body. And I know that when he said it wasn't my fault, he said it like a man trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. The wilderness is a dangerous place. People fall. People get hurt. Accidents happen. But sometimes, I think, they're given a little help along the way. And the most terrifying thing about that trip isn't the blood, or the broken bones, or the desperate helicopter ride. It's the possibility that I spent 2 days hiking with a murderer, watched him nearly succeed in killing someone, and then watched him walk away without consequences. That's the thought that keeps me awake some nights, staring at the ceiling of my Park Service housing, wondering if justice is something that actually exists, or just a comfortable lie we tell ourselves so we can sleep. Because if Byron did push Trevor, and somewhere in my gut I believe he did, then he got away with it. He's out there somewhere, living his life, climbing corporate ladders instead of mountains. And Trevor is somewhere too, relearning how to walk, struggling with memories that have holes where crucial moments used to be, trying to rebuild a life that was shattered on a granite mountainside. I did everything right that day. I got help quickly. I administered first aid. I kept people safe. I saved a man's life. But I couldn't save him from whatever happened at the edge of that cliff. In those few seconds when I wasn't watching, when it was just Byron and Trevor, and the truth that only one of them knows for certain. The wilderness keeps its secrets, and sometimes so do the people who walk through it. My name's Eli Stanton, and I've lived off the grid for nearly a decade now. The dense forests of northern Maine have been my home, my sanctuary, and my escape from a world that once threatened to consume me. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was just another cog in the machine, a systems analyst for a big tech firm in Boston. The job paid well, but it sucked the life out of me, one pixel at a time. I still remember the day everything changed. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable in every way, until the phone call that shattered my world. My wife, Laura, had been in a car accident. By the time I made it to the hospital, she was gone. The doctors said it was instantaneous, that she didn't suffer. But I suffered. I suffered because I knew that if I hadn't been so absorbed in my work, so glued to my screens, I might have been there to pick her up from her art class like I'd promised. The guilt ate at me, gnawing away at my insides until there was nothing left but a hollow shell of the man I used to be. I couldn't bear to look at another computer screen, couldn't stand the constant buzz of notifications that seemed to mock my loss. So, I made a decision that some might call drastic, but to me, it was the only way to preserve what was left of my sanity. I sold everything I could, gave away the rest, and used what little money I had left to buy a small, run-down cabin deep in the Maine woods. It was miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a winding dirt road that became impassable during the harsh winter months. But that suited me just fine. I wanted isolation. I craved it. The cabin itself was nothing special when I first arrived. It was a simple log structure, weathered by years of neglect, with a tin roof that leaked when it rained, and windows that rattled in the wind. But it was mine, and over the years I've poured my heart and soul into making it a home. I learned to hunt, to fish, to identify edible plants in the forest. I chopped wood for the long winters, patched the roof, and reinforced the walls. Slowly but surely, the cabin transformed, much like I did. It became sturdy, self-sufficient, a testament to survival in the face of adversity. Living alone suits me. There's a purity in nature that you don't find in city life. It's quiet, predictable. The rhythms of the forest became my heartbeat, the whisper of the wind through the pines my lullaby. I found peace in the solitude, a sense of purpose in the daily struggle for survival. But nature, I would soon learn, isn't always predictable. And sometimes the quiet hides secrets darker than any urban nightmare. It was a night like any other, or so I thought. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the scent of pine and decay. I sat on my porch, a steaming mug of coffee in my hands, watching the sun dip below the tree line. The forest was alive with the usual evening sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds settling in for the night, the scurrying of small animals in the underbrush. I've grown accustomed to these sounds over the years. They're comforting in their familiarity, a reminder that life goes on, regardless of human concerns. I can identify most of the local wildlife by sound alone now. The soft hoot of a barred owl, the chatter of a red squirrel, even the distant howl of the occasional wolf pack. But as the last rays of sunlight faded, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange, I heard something different. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It started as a low, throaty rumble, so deep I felt it more than heard it. At first I thought it might be distant thunder, but the sky was clear, stars just beginning to twinkle into view. Then I considered it might be a bear. We have a few up here, mostly black bears that keep to themselves, but this was different. The sound came again, louder this time, closer. It vibrated in my chest, set my teeth on edge. It was primal, ancient, something that spoke to a part of my brain I didn't know existed, a part that screamed danger. I stood up, my coffee forgotten, and tried to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The forest was dense, the underbrush thick this time of year, making it hard to see much beyond the tree line. Shadows stretched long and dark, playing tricks on my eyes. The noise came a third time, and this time I was sure it was moving, getting closer. Without thinking, I retreated into the cabin, my heart pounding. I grabbed my rifle, an old Remington my father had given me years ago. It was a comforting weight in my hands, a connection to a past that seemed impossibly distant now. I'm not one to scare easily. You can't live out here alone if you jump at every shadow or unusual sound. But something about that noise triggered a deep-seated instinct in me, something that said this wasn't a normal animal. This was something else entirely. I stepped back onto the porch, rifle at the ready, and peered into the gathering darkness. The forest had gone eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, even the wind seemed to have died down. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the rest, moving at the edge of the clearing. It was big, much bigger than a bear, and it moved with a fluid grace that sent chills down my spine. For a moment, our eyes met across the distance. I couldn't make out any details in the fading light, but I felt its gaze lock onto me. Intelligent, calculating, hungry, and then it was gone, melting back into the forest as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, my rifle trained on the spot where I'd seen the creature, barely daring to breathe. But nothing else happened. Eventually, the normal sounds of the forest returned, a hesitant chirp here, a rustle there, as if the woodland creatures were cautiously checking to see if the coast was clear. As the adrenaline faded, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a bear, unusually large and moving strangely in the shadows. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, fatigue and isolation finally taking their toll. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever I'd seen out there, it wasn't something that belonged in these woods. It wasn't something that should exist at all. That night, for the first time since I'd moved to the cabin, I locked my door. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the evening, trying to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. Every creak of the cabin's old timber, every whisper of wind outside, had me sitting bolt upright, rifle in hand. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I made a decision. I needed to investigate, to find some concrete evidence of what was out there. If only to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind, I geared up as if for a long hunting trip. Sturdy boots, layers of warm clothing, a pack with water and provisions, my trusty Remington, of course, and a hunting knife at my belt. As an afterthought, I grabbed my old digital camera. If I did find something out there, I wanted proof. The morning was crisp and clear, dew sparkling on every leaf and blade of grass. Under the bright light of day, last night's fears seemed almost silly. Almost. I set out in the direction I'd seen the creature disappear, moving slowly and carefully. Years of hunting had taught me how to move quietly through the underbrush, how to spot signs of animal passage. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, I realized I wasn't seeing any of the usual signs of wildlife. No droppings, no tufts of fur caught on branches. Even the birds were unnaturally quiet. It was as if everything was hiding. After about an hour of careful progress, I stumbled upon something that made me pause. A clearing, one I'd never noticed before, despite my many forays into these woods. It wasn't large, maybe the size of my cabin's main room, but it was perfectly circular, too perfect to be natural. In the center of the clearing stood the remains of a deer, or what was left of it. The animal had been torn apart, entrails spilling out onto the ground, its eyes wide open and clouded in death. But it wasn't the gruesome sight that held my attention. It was the tracks around it. They were massive, easily twice the size of my boot print. They had the general shape of a canine's paw, but elongated, with claws that left deep gouges in the earth. I knelt down to get a closer look, running my hand over the edge of one of the prints. It was fresh, too fresh. I fumbled for my camera, snapping several pictures of the prints and the deer carcass. As I stood up, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I spun around, rifle raised, but there was nothing there. Just trees, shadows, and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was pounding in my chest, sweat trickling down my back despite the cool air. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with, but I knew it was dangerous, something beyond the natural order of things. I decided to head back to the cabin. Whatever was out here, I wasn't equipped to deal with it alone. I needed time to think, to plan, maybe to reach out to someone who might have answers. As I made my way back, moving as quickly and quietly as I could, my mind raced. I'd never been one to believe in legends or folklore, but out here, alone, with something unknown stalking the woods, those old tales my grandfather used to tell didn't seem so far-fetched. He'd spoken of creatures that lived in the deep woods, beyond the reach of civilization. Ancient things that had been here long before humans set foot on this land. Things that most people had forgotten, but that still remembered us. I reached the cabin and bolted the door behind me, something I hadn't done since I first moved out here. The cabin was sturdy, built by hand with thick logs and a reinforced door. I told myself that whatever was out there wouldn't be able to get in, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. As I downloaded the pictures from my camera to my rarely used laptop, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a line, that by seeking out whatever was out there, I'd drawn its attention, and now it was hunting me. The hours dragged by as I sat in the growing darkness, the rifle across my lap, listening. The forest was quiet again, unnervingly so. I thought about turning on the generator for some light, but the thought of the noise it would make stopped me. I didn't want to draw attention. Not to this place, not to myself. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds before fading to an inky black, I found myself thinking about my life before the cabin, about Laura, about the life we'd planned together. We'd talked about having kids, about moving to a quiet suburb where we could have a garden and a dog. It all seemed so distant now, like a half-remembered dream. I wondered what Laura would think of me now, living alone in the woods, jumping at shadows. Would she be proud of how I'd learned to survive on my own, or would she be sad to see how isolated I'd become? My musings were interrupted by a sound that made my blood run cold. That same low, throaty rumble I'd heard the night before, but closer now, much closer. I stood up slowly, careful not to make a sound, and moved to the window. The moonlight cast long shadows across the forest floor, and for a moment I thought maybe it had been my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw it, standing just at the edge of the trees, partially obscured by shadows, was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was huge, easily the size of a grizzly bear, but it moved with a fluidity that was almost feline. Its fur was dark, matted in places, and I could make out a long, narrow snout filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The closest thing I could compare it to was a hyena, but far more grotesque, more monstrous. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural intelligence, fixed on the cabin, fixed on me. And then it did something that made my heart nearly stop. It stood up on its hind legs. No animal should be able to do that. Not like this. It was almost humanoid in the way it moved, the way it stood, towering over the ground. And then it let out a sound that was halfway between a howl and a scream, a noise that echoed through the trees and set the night alive with movement. I could hear the distant calls of other animals responding, the forest suddenly alive with activity. But I barely registered it, my entire focus on the creature outside my cabin. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I took aim and fired, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space of the cabin. The creature recoiled, a dark liquid, blood, I assumed, spraying from its shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it dropped back onto all fours and bolted into the woods, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. I stayed up the rest of the night, rifle in hand, listening for any sign that it might return. But the forest remained quiet, the only sounds those of the wind rustling through the leaves and the distant call of an owl. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside, my legs shaky from the tension of the night. The clearing was empty, the only sign of what had happened being the bloodstains on the ground where I had shot the creature. I followed the trail as far as I could, but it eventually disappeared into the underbrush, the ground too rocky to hold any more tracks. Whatever that thing was, it was gone, for now. As I made my way back to the cabin, my mind was reeling. I'd lived out here for years, and I'd seen my share of strange things, but nothing like this. It wasn't a bear or a wolf or anything else that should be in these woods. It was something else. something old and dangerous. I knew I should probably leave, head into town, and report what I'd seen. But who would believe me? And more importantly, could I bring myself to abandon the life I'd built here, the peace I'd found in these woods? No, I decided. This was my home, and I wasn't about to let some creature, no matter how terrifying, chase me out. But I was going to be a lot more careful from now on. That's for sure. As for what it was, I could only guess. Maybe some kind of ancient predator that's managed to stay hidden all these years. Maybe something that's always been here, just waiting for the right moment to show itself. But whatever it was out there, somewhere in those woods. And I had a feeling it would be back. Next time, though, I'll be ready. The days following my encounter with the creature were filled with a tense, watchful silence. I spent hours reinforcing the cabin's defenses, boarding up windows, setting up primitive alarms around the perimeter, anything I could think of to give myself an edge when it returned. But as the days stretched into weeks with no sign of the beast, I found myself questioning my own memories. Had it really been as large as I remembered, as intelligent, or had fear and isolation warped my perceptions? I pored over the photos I'd taken in the clearing, studying every pixel for clues. The tracks were real enough, as was the savage deer carcass, but neither provided concrete proof of what I'd seen that night. It was during this time that I realized how truly cut off I'd become from the rest of the world. I had no one to confide in, no one to seek advice from. The isolation that had once been my solace now felt suffocating. After much internal debate, I decided to make the trek into town. It was a grueling 6-hour hike to the nearest settlement, a small logging community called Millridge. I hadn't been there in over a year, and as I approached, I felt like a ghost returning to the land of the living. The town hadn't changed much. A handful of stores along the main street, a diner that had seen better days, and the ever-present hum of logging trucks in the distance. I made my way to the local library, a small, single-story building that smelled of old books and dust. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Hodgson, looked up in surprise as I entered. "Eli Stanton? Is that you? Good Lord, we thought you'd gone and disappeared on us." I managed a weak smile. "Just been keeping to myself, Mrs. Hodgson. Listen, I was wondering if you had any books on local folklore, legends, myths, that sort of thing." She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. Instead, she led me to a small section at the back of the library. "Not much call for these usually," she said, running a finger along the spines of several old, worn books. "But we've got a few. Anything in particular you're looking for?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I'd seen without sounding crazy? I'm interested in stories about creatures in the woods, anything unusual or unexplained. Mrs. Hodgson's face changed, a flicker of something. Fear? Recognition? Passing across it before she composed herself. "Well," she said quietly, "you might want to start with this one." She pulled out a thin, leather-bound volume titled Shadows in the Pines, Forgotten Legends of the North Woods. As I reached for the book, Mrs. Hodgson grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong for someone her age. "Be careful, Eli," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Some things are best left in the dark." Before I could respond, she had turned and shuffled back to her desk, leaving me alone with the book and a growing sense of unease. I spent the next few hours poring over the volume, my heart racing as I came across a section titled The Beast of Blackwood Forest. The description matched what I'd seen, a massive wolf-like creature that walked on 2 legs, with intelligence in its eyes and an appetite for flesh. According to the book, sightings of the beast dated back centuries, with the earliest recorded encounter in 1673 by a French trapper. The stories were remarkably consistent over time, a creature that seemed to blur the line between animal and something else. What struck me most was a passage near the end of the section. The beast is said to be drawn to isolation and despair. It preys not just on the flesh, but on the very soul of those who have cut themselves off from the world of men. I closed the book, my hands shaking. It was as if the author had reached across time to speak directly to me, to my situation. As I left the library, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. I knew I should start the long trek back to my cabin, but something made me hesitate. The thought of returning to that isolation, of facing whatever was out there alone, filled me with a dread I couldn't shake. I found myself at the town's only motel, a run-down place called the Pine View Inn. The clerk looked surprised to see a customer, but handed over a key without much conversation. That night, as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the occasional passing car and the hum of the ancient air conditioner, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the cabin. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I spent the next week in Millridge, slowly reacclimating to the presence of other people. I took odd jobs here and there, helping out at the hardware store, doing some basic computer work for the town office. It felt strange, using skills I'd almost forgotten I had. But as the days passed, I found myself growing restless. The town, which had seemed so alive when I first arrived, now felt stifling. I missed the quiet of the forest, the self-reliance of my life there. And more than that, I felt a growing sense of unfinished business. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there. And if the legends were true, it would keep hunting, keep killing. On the 8th day, I packed up my meager belongings and headed back into the woods. The hike seemed shorter this time, my steps purposeful and determined. As I approached my cabin, I half expected to find it destroyed, torn apart by the beast in my absence. But it stood just as I'd left it, a testament to the solidity of its construction and the peace of the forest around it. I spent the next few days preparing. I reinforced the doors and windows, set up more alarms around the perimeter. I cleaned my rifle and stocked up on ammunition, and I waited. It was on the 3rd night that I heard it again, that low, rumbling growl that set my teeth on edge. But this time, I was ready. I stepped out onto the porch, rifle in hand, and called out into the darkness. "I know you're out there. Show yourself." For a long moment, there was silence. Then, from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, it emerged. It was just as I remembered. Massive, with matted dark fur and eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. But this time, I didn't feel fear. I felt recognition, as if I was facing a part of myself I'd long denied. The creature stood on its hind legs, towering over me, but it didn't attack. Instead, it tilted its head, as if considering me. In that moment, I understood. The beast wasn't just a predator. It was loneliness given form, isolation made flesh. It was everything I'd embraced when I'd cut myself off from the world, taken to its terrible, logical conclusion. I lowered my rifle. "I'm not alone anymore," I said, my voice steady, "and neither are you." The creature let out a sound, not a growl this time, but something almost like a sigh. Then, slowly, it turned and loped back into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. I stood there for a long time, watching the spot where it had vanished. I knew it might return someday. The darkness, the isolation, they're always there, waiting at the edges of our lives. But for now, at least, they were gone, and I knew what I had to do. The next morning, I began the long hike back to Millridge. It was time to rejoin the world, to find a balance between the solitude I craved and the human connection I needed. As I walked, I thought about Laura, about the life we'd planned. I thought about the years I'd spent alone in these woods, and I thought about the future. Uncertain, yes, but full of possibilities. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of birds, of small animals going about their lives. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint rumble of a logging truck. I smiled. It was good to be back. It's been 2 years since that night in the woods. I still live in my cabin, but I make regular trips into town now. I've even started doing some freelance IT work, using a satellite internet connection to stay connected to the outside world. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I hear that low growl in the distance, but it doesn't fill me with fear anymore. Instead, it's a reminder of the darkness we all carry inside us and of the importance of facing it head-on. I don't know if what I saw was real or some manifestation of my own lonely psyche, but in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. What matters is that I found my way back to myself, to the world. And if you ever find yourself in the deep woods of northern Maine and you hear something moving in the shadows, well, maybe it's just the wind, or maybe it's something else, something ancient and lonely, waiting for someone to understand. Just remember, the real monsters aren't in the forest. They're the ones we create when we cut ourselves off from the world, when we forget what it means to be human. Stay connected, stay alive, and never stop moving forward. The dashboard clock read 6:47 a.m. when we pulled out of our driveway in Chicago. Mom had packed the SUV the night before, cramming every available space with coolers, duffel bags, and my little brother Danny's collection of handheld games. At 18, I should have been spending spring break in Florida with my classmates, but Mom had other plans. She'd been talking about escaping city life for months, scrolling through real estate listings late into the night, dreaming of somewhere quieter, somewhere we could afford more than our cramped two-bedroom apartment. "This will be good for us," she said, adjusting her rearview mirror as we merged onto I-94. Fresh air, no traffic, actual stars at night. Danny, 7 years old and already bored, kicked the back of my seat rhythmically. "How much longer?" 10 hours, I told him, watching his face crumple in the rearview. "But I brought your tablet, fully charged." The first stretch through Wisconsin passed quickly. I took over driving near Madison, giving Mom a chance to rest. She'd been working double shifts at the hospital for weeks to save up for this trip. The rental cabin wasn't cheap, even in the off-season, but she'd found what she called a real deal on some vacation rental site. Looking back, I should have wondered why it was so affordable. By the time we crossed into Minnesota, the landscape had transformed. Gone were the endless suburbs and strip malls. Instead, towering pines lined the highway, their branches still dusted with remnants of winter snow despite the calendar claiming it was mid-March. The towns grew smaller and farther apart. First came the medium-sized ones with their Walmarts and chain restaurants, then the small ones with single main streets, and finally, nothing but forest and the occasional gas station. Mom took over driving again near Duluth. The GPS led us off the main highway onto progressively smaller roads. Asphalt gave way to gravel, then to dirt barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass. The sun was setting by the time we turned onto the final road, if you could call it that. It was more of a path, really, carved through dense woodland with branches scraping against our windows. "Are you sure this is right?" I asked, gripping the door handle as we bounced over a particularly deep rut. "The listing said it was secluded," Mom replied, though I could hear the uncertainty creeping into her voice. Just a little further, the cabin appeared suddenly, as if the forest had reluctantly parted to reveal it. In the dying light, it looked almost picturesque, a modest wooden structure with a stone chimney surrounded by towering evergreens. But as we pulled up and the headlights swept across the building, the romantic image faded. The wood siding was weathered gray, with gaps between some boards. The front porch sagged slightly, and several shingles were missing from the roof. "It has character," Mom said, forcing enthusiasm into her voice. We unloaded in near darkness, the temperature dropping rapidly now that the sun had set. The front door stuck, requiring several hard shoves before it groaned open. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and old wood, with an underlying mustiness that suggested it hadn't been occupied in months. The furniture was sparse but functional. A worn couch facing a stone fireplace, a small dining table with mismatched chairs, and a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1975. Danny immediately claimed the smaller of the two bedrooms, leaving me with the converted attic space accessible by a narrow staircase. The ceiling sloped dramatically, and I had to duck to avoid the exposed beams, but it had a small window overlooking the forest and felt separate from the rest of the cabin, a feature I appreciated after sharing close quarters with my family for 10 hours. Mom busied herself with making the place habitable, wiping down surfaces and checking that the water and electricity worked. Everything functioned, more or less, though the lights flickered occasionally and the water ran brown for the first minute. We ate sandwiches for dinner, too exhausted to attempt cooking, and by 8:30, Mom and Danny had retreated to their rooms. I tried to sleep, but found myself wide awake, my body still vibrating from the long drive. The cabin sounds were foreign to my city-trained ears. Wood settled and creaked. Wind whistled through gaps in the walls. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, its voice eerily human-like. After an hour of tossing and turning, I gave up and descended to the living room. The fireplace drew me first. A neat stack of split logs sat beside it, and after a few attempts with matches from the kitchen, I managed to get a decent fire going. The warmth was welcome. The cabin's heating system consisted of ancient baseboard units that clicked and pinged but produced minimal heat. I settled onto the couch with my phone, but the lack of cell service made it useless for anything but downloaded content. Restlessness drove me to explore. The back door opened onto a small deck that I hadn't noticed in the darkness of our arrival. Wooden stairs descended to a clearing where someone had arranged several weather-beaten Adirondack chairs around a crude fire pit, really just a ring of blackened stones. Beyond that, the forest pressed in on all sides, a wall of darkness that seemed almost solid. The silence out here was profound. In Chicago, there was always noise. Sirens, traffic, neighbors, the hum of the city that never fully stopped. Here, the quiet had weight, broken only by the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant crack of branches. I found it simultaneously peaceful and unnerving. The night was colder than I'd anticipated. Minnesota in March was still winter in all but name, and my breath formed clouds in the air. The woodpile I'd spotted earlier extended along the side of the cabin, covered by a deteriorating tarp. I gathered an armful of the driest pieces and returned to the fire pit. Building the outdoor fire took more effort than the indoor one. The wood was slightly damp, and the wind kept scattering my attempts. But eventually, orange flames licked upward, casting a circle of warm light that made the surrounding darkness seem even deeper. I dragged one of the chairs closer and sat, mesmerized by the fire's dance. Time passed strangely out there. Minutes might have been hours. The fire crackled and hissed, occasionally sending up showers of sparks that died before reaching the tree branches overhead. I fed it steadily, watching the logs collapse into glowing coals. This was what Mom wanted for us. This peace, this connection to something simpler. I could almost understand it. The sound, when it came, was so sudden and out of place that my body reacted before my mind could process it. A sharp, percussive crack echoed from somewhere in the forest, not the natural sound of a falling branch or an animal moving through underbrush, but something deliberate, metallic, like an axe biting into wood. I stayed frozen in my chair, ears straining. The fire suddenly seemed too bright, making me visible to anything, anyone, in the darkness beyond its reach. Logic told me it was probably nothing. Maybe another cabin nearby, someone splitting wood for their own fire. But something about the sound's timing, its singular nature, made that explanation feel hollow. 5 minutes passed. 10. The forest had returned to its previous quiet, but now the silence felt different, expectant. The comfortable peace I'd found was gone, replaced by a crawling sensation along my spine. Every shadow beyond the firelight could hide watching eyes. Every whisper of wind could mask approaching footsteps. I stood abruptly, Decision made. Using dirt and gravel from around the pit, I smothered the fire, working quickly but thoroughly. The darkness rushed in as the last flames died, and I had to wait for my eyes to adjust before navigating back to the deck. The cabin's back door had never looked so welcoming. Inside, the living room felt safer but not entirely secure. The windows, which during daytime would offer pleasant forest views, now seemed like vulnerabilities. Dark rectangles that revealed nothing, while potentially displaying everything within to outside observers. I found myself avoiding passing directly in front of them. Mom's snoring drifted faintly from her room. Danny's door was cracked, his nightlight casting a thin strip of light into the hallway. Normal, peaceful sounds that should have been reassuring but somehow emphasized my isolation. I settled back onto the couch, pulling up a downloaded movie on my phone, something mindless and familiar to push away the lingering unease. 15 minutes into the movie, a sound made me pause, not from outside this time, but from within the cabin. A creak, prolonged and deliberate, like weight slowly applied to old wood. I held my breath, listening. These old buildings made noise. I knew that. Settling foundations, contracting materials, the normal sounds of an aging structure. But knowing and believing were different things at 11:30 at night in an unfamiliar place. The sound repeated, this time from the opposite end of the cabin, near the kitchen, where no bedrooms were located, where no one should be moving around. I set down my phone, muscles tensing. The window beside me faced that direction. I leaned closer, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the interior light's reflection. Nothing but darkness, and my own pale face staring back. I was about to pull away when the knocks began. The sound was unmistakable. 3 heavy blows against the front door, deliberate and forceful. The impacts reverberated through the cabin's wooden frame, seeming to shake the very walls. My body went rigid, mind racing through possibilities. Who would be here? Why now? The nearest neighbor had to be miles away. What was that? Mom's voice, sharp with alarm, called from the hallway. She appeared moments later, hair disheveled, clutching her phone. Someone's at the door, I managed, though my throat felt constricted. Her face went pale. We both understood the wrongness of this, the isolation, the hour, the force behind those knocks. Without another word, she retreated to her room, and I could hear her speaking urgently, presumably to 911. I approached the door slowly, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to run. The peephole was positioned higher than standard, requiring me to stand on my toes. What I saw through that tiny lens made my stomach drop. A man stood on the porch, close enough that I could only see his torso and arms. One hand hung at his side, gripping something long and wooden. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness beyond the door, the object's shape became clear. An axe, heavy-headed and worn, like something from a hardware store's bargain bin, or a tool shed, or a forest where someone had been chopping wood after dark. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. People didn't show up at remote cabins in the middle of the night carrying axes unless... The knocks came again, harder this time. 4 blows that seemed to test the door's strength. Still, the man didn't speak, didn't call out a greeting or explanation, just stood there, patient and silent, like he had all the time in the world. "Police are on the way," Mom whispered, appearing beside me. "They said to stay away from the doors and windows." Danny's voice, small and frightened, called from his room. Mom hurried to him while I remained frozen, staring at the door. The man was still there. I could see his shadow through the gap at the bottom. Waiting. For what? The next series of knocks answered that question. Not knocks anymore, but impacts. The door shuddered in its frame. On the 3rd blow, I heard wood splinter. "Get Danny!" I shouted, my paralysis breaking. "The bedroom at the back." Mom didn't need to be told twice. She scooped Danny up, blanket and all, and we ran for her bedroom, the farthest point from the front door. I slammed the door behind us, turning the flimsy lock that wouldn't stop anyone truly determined. Mom pushed the dresser in front of it while I grabbed the desk chair and wedged it under the doorknob. Another impact echoed through the cabin. The sound was different now, not just knocking, but penetration. He was chopping through the door. Each blow was measured, methodical. He wasn't in a frenzy. This was calculated. Danny was crying, face buried in Mom's shoulder. She held him tight, phone pressed to her ear, updating the dispatcher in a voice that trembled but didn't break. I pressed my ear to the bedroom door, trying to track the intruder's progress. 4 more swings. 5. Then, nothing. The silence was almost worse than the violence. Had he broken through? Was he inside, moving carefully through the cabin? Or had he given up, melted back into the forest as mysteriously as he'd appeared? We huddled together on the bed, afraid to move, afraid to make any sound that might draw attention. "Police are close," Mom whispered. 10 minutes, maybe less, 10 minutes. It might as well have been hours. Every small sound, the settling of wood, the whisper of wind, made us tense. I kept expecting the bedroom door to explode inward, to see that axe bite through the wood like it had the front door. But nothing came. After what felt like an eternity, flashing lights painted red and blue patterns on the bedroom wall. A voice called out, identifying himself as law enforcement. Only then did Mom unlock the door, though she kept Danny and me behind her as she peered into the hallway. The damage was worse than I'd imagined. The front door bore 4 deep gashes, each one penetrating completely through in places. Wood chips littered the porch and entryway, but the door itself still stood, its deadbolt intact. The intruder had been moments away from breaking through when he'd stopped. 2 officers searched the immediate area while a third took our statements. They found footprints in the soft earth around the cabin, leading to and from the forest. No other trace. The senior officer, a weathered man who looked like he'd seen plenty in his years, had a theory. "Fire probably drew him," he said, nodding toward the back deck. "Someone living rough in the woods, sees smoke and light where there shouldn't be any, decides to investigate. With an axe?" Mom's voice was steel. "At midnight?" The officer shrugged. "Could be mental illness. Could be drugs. Could be someone who doesn't like outsiders in their territory. We get a few of these types, living off-grid in the national forest, usually harmless, but sometimes," he gestured at the ruined door. They couldn't tell us much more. Without catching the man, there was no way to know his intentions. The younger officer helped us move the couch in front of the door as a temporary barricade and promised increased patrols through the night. Small comfort when the nearest patrol car was stationed 30 minutes away. We spent the rest of the night in Mom's room, taking turns staying awake. I sat by the window, watching the tree line for any sign of movement. Every shadow could be him, returning to finish what he'd started. Mom called the rental company, demanding to be relocated immediately. They offered apologies and refunds, but no alternative accommodations at this hour. As dawn broke, painting the forest in shades of gray and gold, the terror of the night felt almost dreamlike. But the splintered door remained as evidence. We packed in record time, loading the SUV as the morning mist still clung to the ground. Danny never let go of Mom's hand, eyes constantly darting to the trees. The drive out felt longer than the drive in. Every bend in the narrow road could hide an ambush. Every gap in the trees might reveal a watching figure. It wasn't until we reached the main highway that I felt my shoulders relax. Mom found a motel 2 hours south, part of a familiar chain with security cameras and a front desk staffed 24/7. The normalcy was jarring. Families eating continental breakfast, kids splashing in the pool, a television playing morning news. Our night of terror wasn't even a story here. We never made it to those small Minnesota towns Mom wanted to explore. The real estate listings she'd bookmarked remained unviewed. The dream of rural life had curdled into nightmare in a single night. Instead, we drove straight through, taking turns behind the wheel, not stopping until the Chicago skyline appeared on the horizon. In the weeks that followed, I found myself researching, looking for similar incidents, trying to understand what had happened. I discovered that the area where we'd stayed had a history. Vagrants and hermits who'd made the deep forest their home, suspicious of outsiders, protective of what they saw as their territory. Some harmless eccentrics, others not so much. The rental company removed the cabin listing. Whether from our complaint or others, I never learned. Sometimes I wonder if the man with the axe returned to find the cabin empty again, reclaiming what he saw as his. Or maybe he moved on to the next isolated rental, the next family seeking peace in the wilderness. Mom doesn't talk about moving anymore. Our apartment, with its thin walls and constant noise, no longer seems like something to escape. The neighbors we once found annoying now provide comfort. The sirens that wake us at night are reminders of how quickly help can arrive. The city's chaos is still chaos, but it's a familiar chaos, one where men with axes don't materialize from dark forests. Danny still has nightmares sometimes. He crawls into Mom's bed, whispering about the bad man at the door. She holds him close, promising safety, though I suspect she has her own nightmares. I know I do. Not every night, but often enough. Dreams where I'm back on that deck, feeding the fire, and I hear that first sound again. Only in the dreams. I don't go inside. I sit there, paralyzed, as footsteps grow closer. We were lucky. I know that. The door held just long enough. The police arrived just fast enough. The intruder, for whatever reason, gave up just soon enough. A few variables changed, and this story ends differently. Ends with me not here to tell it. But I am here. And this is what happened during our spring break when I was 18. When we drove north seeking peace and found something else entirely. When we learned that some silences hide more than city noise ever could. When we discovered that sometimes the scariest monsters are just men with axes and unknown intentions, emerging from the darkness because they saw a fire where no fire should be. We don't take vacations to remote places anymore. The drive from Chicago to Michigan's Upper Peninsula stretched endlessly before us, the landscape gradually shifting from urban sprawl to rural emptiness. I sat in the passenger seat of Jordan's battered SUV, watching the October countryside blur past. Behind us, Samuel dozed fitfully, his face pressed against the window, dark circles visible even in sleep. Jordan drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, humming tunelessly to fill the silence. He'd been the one to suggest this trip, insisting we needed to disconnect from everything. Samuel needed it most. His wife had left him 3 months ago, taking their daughter. The divorce papers were finalized last week. Almost there, Jordan announced as we passed a weathered sign. Porcupine Mountains, State Park, 15 miles. The temperature had dropped noticeably since we'd left the city. Gray clouds hung low overhead, threatening rain. The forest grew denser, pressing closer to the narrow highway. Civilization felt distant already. We pulled into the visitor center parking lot just past noon. The building looked deserted except for a single ranger truck parked outside. Inside, a middle-aged ranger with graying hair looked up from paperwork. Mirror Lake Cabin? He studied our reservation, then examined us carefully. That's quite a hike this late in the season. Trail gets tricky after dark. He spread a topographical map across the counter, tracing the route with his finger. 7 miles through increasingly rough terrain, gaining significant elevation before dropping into the valley where Mirror Lake waited. Cell phones won't work past the first mile, he warned. Emergency radio in the cabin if you need it, but batteries unreliable. You boys prepared for cold nights? Jordan assured him we were experienced hikers. The ranger didn't look convinced, but handed over the cabin key anyway. The trail began innocently enough, a wide, well-marked path through mixed hardwoods, but within the first hour, it narrowed considerably. Roots snaked across the trail, hidden beneath layers of decomposing leaves. The trees closed in, their bare branches creating a tunnel overhead. Samuel struggled with his pack, stopping frequently. Jordan tried to maintain conversation, but his jokes fell flat in the oppressive quiet. I focused on the rhythm of walking, counting steps to distract myself from the growing unease. By the third mile, the trail had become treacherous. Steep switchbacks zigzagged up rocky slopes. We crossed several small creeks, the wooden bridges slippery with moss. The forest seemed to absorb all sound except our labored breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. "How much further?" Samuel asked, leaning heavily on his hiking poles. Jordan checked the GPS unit. 3 miles, maybe less. The sun was already low when we finally crested the last ridge. Below us, Mirror Lake spread like dark glass, perfectly still. The cabin sat on the far shore, a small brown rectangle against the trees. The final descent proved the most challenging. Loose rocks shifted beneath our boots. Samuel slipped once, catching himself against a tree. By the time we reached level ground, dusk was settling over the forest. The cabin was exactly as advertised. One room with a wood stove, rough-hewn furniture, and a ladder to a small loft. No electricity, no plumbing. An outhouse stood 50 feet away, barely visible in the failing light. We unpacked quickly, eager to start a fire before full darkness arrived. Jordan had brought freeze-dried meals, but we opted for canned soup, heated directly over the flames. The warmth was welcome after the temperature drop that came with sunset. "Not bad," Samuel said, managing his first genuine smile in hours. "Quiet, too quiet," I muttered. But they didn't hear me over the crackling fire. We stayed outside until the cold drove us in. Jordan claimed the loft immediately. Samuel took the cot beneath the window. I chose the bunk closest to the stove, grateful for the residual heat. Sleep came surprisingly fast, exhaustion overcoming the unfamiliar surroundings. The last thing I remembered was the sound of wind through bare branches. The knocking jolted me awake. 3 deliberate raps on the cabin door. I lay frozen, wondering if I'd dreamed it. Then it came again. 3 more knocks, patient and measured. "Someone's outside," Samuel whispered from across the room. Jordan's voice drifted down from the loft, thick with sleep. Probably just a branch, but branches don't knock in perfect rhythm. We fumbled for flashlights, the beams creating wild shadows on the walls. Jordan descended the ladder and approached the door cautiously. "Hello?" he called out. No response. He lifted the wooden bar and pulled the door open. Nothing, just darkness and cold air rushing in. Jordan stepped onto the small porch, sweeping his light across the clearing. Samuel joined him while I hung back, gripping my flashlight tightly. "Look at this." Samuel's voice was tight with fear. In the mud around the cabin, clear footprints circled the entire structure. Bare feet, small and delicate, had walked repeatedly around our shelter while we slept. The prints were deep, suggesting someone had stood in place for extended periods. "Kids playing pranks," Jordan said, but his voice lacked conviction. What child would walk barefoot through freezing mud in the middle of nowhere? We retreated inside, barring the door again. None of us returned to sleep. I sat up with my back against the wall, listening. Every small sound, a snapping twig, a rustle of leaves, sent my heart racing. Just before dawn, I heard deliberate footsteps outside. Through a gap in the window shutter, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. Thin, motionless, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Morning brought little relief. In full daylight, the footprints looked even more disturbing. There were multiple sets now, some child-sized, others adult, all barefoot, all circling the cabin in intricate patterns. "We should leave," I suggested. "It's 7 miles back," Samuel argued. "We're exhausted. We'd never make it before dark." Jordan sided with Samuel. "One more night, then we'd leave at first light." We spent the day gathering firewood, trying to act normal. but I caught glimpses of movement in the trees, quick shadows that disappeared when I turned to look directly. We barricaded ourselves inside well before sunset. Jordan dragged the heavy wooden bench in front of the door. We closed all the shutters, sealing ourselves in. The fire in the stove cast dancing shadows on the walls. The knocking began earlier this time, just as the last light faded, but now it came from multiple directions. The door, the walls, even the roof. Dozens of hands tapping in shifting rhythms, sometimes gentle, sometimes urgent. "What do they want?" Samuel's voice cracked. Through it all, no voices, no calls or demands, just the endless knocking that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I pressed my eye to a crack in the shutter and immediately wished I hadn't. At least 6 figures stood in the clearing, arranged in a loose circle around the cabin. More moved between the trees. Then a muddy hand slammed against the window, leaving a dark smear on the glass. We all jumped back. The knocking intensified, becoming almost frantic. "I can't take this," Samuel said suddenly. "I need air. I need to use the outhouse." "Hold it," Jordan begged. "Please, just wait until morning." But Samuel was already at the door, flashlight in hand. "I'll be quick. 2 minutes." He slipped outside before we could stop him. We watched his light bob toward the outhouse, then disappear inside. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. "He's been too long," Jordan said, pacing nervously. We called Samuel's name from the doorway. No answer. The forest had gone completely silent. No knocking, no movement. Jordan grabbed his light and headed out. I followed reluctantly. Samuel's flashlight lay on the ground outside the outhouse, still on. The door hung open, the small structure empty. Fresh footprints led away from the building into the trees, Samuel's boots accompanied by multiple sets of bare feet. "They took him," Jordan breathed. "They actually took him." We followed the tracks for maybe 20 yards before they simply ended, as if Samuel and his companions had vanished into thin air. No signs of struggle, no torn clothing or blood, just absence. Back in the cabin, we shoved every piece of furniture against the door. The knocking resumed almost immediately, more aggressive than before. It continued all night while we huddled together, afraid to sleep, afraid to stay awake. Dawn came like a mercy. We packed in minutes, leaving Samuel's gear behind. Outside, the clearing was churned to mud by hundreds of footprints. We didn't stop to examine them. The trail looked different in morning light, unfamiliar. The markers we'd followed yesterday were gone. Small reflective tags that should have been nailed to trees every 100 yards. In their place, fresh gouges in the bark showed where someone had pried them loose. "Stay calm," Jordan muttered, checking his compass obsessively. "East. We just head east." But the forest seemed to fold in on itself. Trails branched where none had existed before. We walked for hours, certain we were making progress, only to find ourselves passing the same distinctive rock formation we'd seen an hour earlier. Jordan carved an X into a pine tree with his knife. "If we see this again, we'll know we're going in circles." 20 minutes later, there it was. The same X, the same tree, though we'd walked straight east the entire time. Panic took over. We abandoned the trail entirely, crashing through underbrush, following the compass religiously. Branches tore at our clothes. I heard sounds behind us, footsteps matching our pace, stopping when we stopped. By pure luck or divine intervention, we stumbled onto a gravel service road. A park ranger on an ATV found us within minutes, radioing for backup when he saw our condition. The search for Samuel began immediately. Dogs, helicopters, dozens of volunteers combing the forest. The cabin was examined thoroughly. Behind it, in a small clearing we'd never noticed, searchers found something that made hardened rangers step back in shock. Dozens of stick figures, woven from branches and decorated with feathers and small bones, filled the space. They ranged from inches to feet tall, arranged in careful patterns. At the center stood a larger figure, almost human-sized, wrapped in strips of fabric. I recognized the material. the fleece lining from Samuel's jacket. The search continued for weeks, but found nothing else. No body, no clothing, no trace of Samuel beyond that horrible display. The cabin was permanently closed, the trail decommissioned. A month later, back in Chicago, I received a call from the investigation team. A trail camera near the cabin had captured images from our second night. They emailed me a single photo. 3 figures stood in perfect formation outside the cabin, gaunt, pale, naked despite the cold. Their faces were human, but wrong, too still, too empty. They stared directly at the camera with hollow eyes. I deleted the photo, but still see those faces when I close my eyes. Samuel never came home. The divorce papers remain unfinished on what would have been his kitchen table. And somewhere in the Porcupine Mountains, in the deep woods around Mirror Lake, something waits in the darkness for the next visitors who venture too far from the marked trails. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I witnessed during my 15 years as a ranger in the northern wilderness of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, in a stretch of forest so remote that cell towers are a myth, and the nearest town is a 40-mile drive on roads that disappear under snow for half the year. I'm writing this as a warning, as a testament to what lurks in the deep places of America, in the forests where the old rules still apply, and where something ancient remembers when this land belonged only to them. It started in October of 2019, 3 years into my posting at Blackwood National Forest. I'd been called out to investigate a disturbance reported by hikers near the Northern Trail System, about 12 miles from the ranger station. They'd called on a satellite phone, their voices trembling as they described finding a campsite that had been torn apart. When I arrived at the coordinates they'd given me, the hikers were gone, having fled back toward civilization despite the approaching darkness. I wish I'd done the same. The campsite looked like it had been hit by a tornado, but the weather had been clear for days. A tent lay in shreds, the heavy canvas torn as if by massive claws. The aluminum poles were bent and twisted into shapes that should have required industrial machinery. Food containers had been ripped open, but nothing was eaten. It was scattered everywhere, ground into the dirt, as if something had been searching for something specific, something that food couldn't satisfy. What caught my attention first were the tracks. I've been tracking animals since I was 8 years old, taught by my grandfather Thomas, who'd worked these same forests decades before me. I know bear prints, wolf prints, elk and deer, and every creature that calls these woods home. These tracks were none of those things. They were canine in shape, but massive. Each print was nearly 10 inches long and 7 inches wide at the pad, with claw marks extending another 2 inches beyond the toe impressions. The stride length was over 6 feet. I measured it 3 times because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. No wolf, no dog. Not even a dire wolf from prehistory could have left prints like these. The depth of the impressions suggested something weighing at least 400 pounds, but that wasn't what made my hands shake as I photographed them. The prints showed a strange gait pattern. Some impressions showed all 4 paws on the ground like a normal canine, but others, spaced further apart, showed only the rear paws, as if whatever made them had risen up on 2 legs and walked like a man. I followed the trail for about 100 yards before I lost my nerve. The sun was setting, painting the forest in shades of red that looked too much like blood. The tracks led deeper into the wilderness, into a section of forest where even experienced rangers hesitated to go. There were stories about that area, whispered among the older rangers during late shifts. Stories about hikers who'd gone in and come back changed, if they came back at all. As I turned to head back, I heard it for the first time. The howl started low, almost subsonic, vibrating in my chest cavity before I could consciously hear it. Then it rose in pitch, becoming something between a wolf's howl and a human scream. It lasted for nearly 20 seconds, echoing through the trees from multiple directions at once, as if the forest itself was crying out. Every hair on my body stood on end. My rational mind tried to categorize it as a wolf, an injured animal, anything that fit into my understanding of the natural world. But I knew better. Deep in the primitive part of my brain that remembers when humans were prey, I knew I was hearing something that shouldn't exist. I ran back to my truck, not caring how it looked, not caring about protocol. My hands fumbled with the keys as darkness fell around me like a predator's shadow. As I started the engine, I saw movement at the tree line, about 50 yards away. It stood there, backlit by the last rays of sunset filtering through the canopy. Tall, at least 7 feet, broad-shouldered and covered in dark fur. But the proportions were all wrong. The torso was too long, the arms too human, and the way it stood, perfectly balanced on 2 legs with a posture that spoke of intelligence and purpose rather than animal instinct. For 3 seconds we stared at each other. I saw its eyes catch the light, reflecting green like a dog's, but positioned too forward on the skull, too focused, too aware. Then it dropped to all fours and vanished into the undergrowth with a speed that defied its size. I drove back to the station doing 70 on roads meant for 30. My supervisor, Garrett, was still there, finishing paperwork in the dim light of the office. When I told him what I'd found, what I'd seen, he went very still. His jaw tightened, and he looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Fear, maybe, or recognition. "File your report," he said finally. "List it as a bear incident. Nothing else. But the tracks were made by a bear." His voice carried a weight that ended the conversation. "Trust me on this, kid. You file that report as anything else, and you'll have problems you don't want. Problems that end careers." I should have pressed him. I should have demanded answers. But I was 26 years old and still believed that authority figures knew best, that there were good reasons for their rules. I filed the report as a bear incident. I lied to protect my career, to protect my sanity, to protect my worldview where monsters existed only in stories. That was my first mistake. Over the next few weeks, more incidents occurred. Campsites destroyed, always with the same massive tracks leading away. Hikers reported seeing a large animal on 2 legs watching them from ridges. Someone's hunting dog went missing and was found 3 days later, torn apart but not eaten, left on the trail as if in warning. The other rangers started avoiding certain areas without explanation. When I asked why, they'd change the subject or suddenly remember urgent tasks elsewhere. Only Maverick, a ranger who'd worked Blackwood for over 20 years, would talk about it. And only after I bought him 3 beers at the dive bar in the nearest town. "It's the dog man," he said, his voice low even though we were the only customers. "Been here longer than any of us. Hell, longer than the United States. The Native Americans had a dozen names for it. The settlers saw it too, called it a werewolf or a demon. Back in '87, we had a ranger quit after an encounter. Said it walked right up to his truck on 2 legs and looked him in the eye. Said he saw intelligence there, understanding, and hunger. Why doesn't anyone talk about it officially?" Maverick laughed bitterly. "You think the National Park Service wants people knowing there's something out there that makes bears look like teddy bears? This forest brings in millions in tourist revenue. Can't have that drying up because people are scared. So we just let it keep attacking people. It doesn't attack people." He leaned closer, and I could smell the beer and fear on his breath. "That's the thing. It could. It's strong enough, fast enough. But it doesn't. It warns them away, destroys their camps, scares them off, like it's defending territory." "Territory from what?" "From the other things in these woods." He finished his beer and stood to leave. "The dog man isn't the worst thing out here, kid. It's just the most obvious." I went home that night and couldn't sleep. I lay in bed in my small cabin on the edge of the forest and listened to the sounds of the night. Owls hooting, branches creaking in the wind, the distant yip of coyotes. Normal sounds, safe sounds. But underneath them, if I listened carefully, I could hear something else. A pattern of movement through the underbrush, circling my cabin. heavy footfalls that stopped when I held my breath to listen better, then resumed when I exhaled. I turned off all the lights and peered through the curtains, but saw nothing except darkness and shadows that might have been trees or might have been something standing very, very still. In the morning, I found the tracks. They circled my cabin 3 times, always staying just at the tree line, never approaching closer than 20 feet. Whatever it was had been watching me all night, studying me, learning my patterns, and in the soft earth near my front porch, pressed down as if deliberately left for me to find, was a single massive paw print with marks that could have been claws or could have been fingers. The message was clear. I was being warned. About what? I didn't know yet. But I would learn soon enough. Winter came early that year, bringing snow in late November that buried the forest under 3 feet of white silence. Most of the camping areas closed for the season, and the ranger duties shifted to patrol and maintenance. I thought the incidents might stop, that whatever the dogman was, it would hibernate or migrate or simply become someone else's problem. I was wrong about everything. The call came in on December 12th, just after dawn. A logging crew working in the eastern section of the forest, technically outside park boundaries, but close enough that we sometimes responded to calls there, had found something. The foreman, a man named Santiago, who I'd met a few times, sounded shaken on the phone. "You need to see this," he kept saying. "I've been logging these woods for 30 years. I've never seen anything like this." I drove out with Lincoln, a younger ranger who transferred in from Montana 3 months earlier. He was ex-military, composed and confident in a way that made dangerous situations feel manageable. On the drive, we speculated about what we'd find. Another destroyed campsite, maybe a dead animal. Neither of us guessed the truth. The logging site was in chaos when we arrived. Men who made their living wrestling trees stood in small clusters, smoking cigarettes with shaking hands. Their equipment sat idle, and in the industry where time is money, that told me everything about how serious this was. Santiago met us at the tree line. His face was pale despite the cold, and his eyes had that 1,000-yard stare I'd seen in veterans reliving trauma. "It's about 200 yards in," he said. "My guys won't go back there. Hell, I'm not sure I will either." We followed him into the forest. The snow was deep, pristine except for the tracks left by the loggers during their discovery. The evergreens stood silent and watchful, branches heavy with snow that occasionally fell in soft whispers. It should have been peaceful, beautiful even. Instead, it felt like walking into a cathedral built for dark worship. Then I saw the trees, a path of destruction cut through the forest for at least 100 yards. But these trees hadn't been cut down or knocked over by wind. They'd been twisted. Massive pines, 3 and 4 feet in diameter, had been wrenched from the ground roots and all, then twisted like wet towels, the wood splintering and warping in spirals. Some had been snapped in half 20 feet up, the tops thrown dozens of yards away. Others had been stripped of their bark in long, vertical gouges that looked almost deliberate, like someone had used them as scratching posts. "What the hell could do this?" Lincoln whispered. But Santiago and I weren't looking at the trees anymore. We were looking at what lay beyond them. In a small clearing, surrounded by the twisted remains of the forest, was a structure. Calling it a nest would be too simple. It was a construction, a deliberate arrangement of logs and branches stacked in a teepee shape, but scaled up to nightmare proportions. The base was 20 feet across. The peak reached 30 feet into the air, and woven throughout it were things that made my stomach clench. Deer skulls, dozens of them, placed at regular intervals like architectural ornaments. Bones of smaller animals, rabbits, foxes, what might have been a wolf, arranged in patterns I almost recognized but couldn't quite comprehend. And higher up, hanging from the branches like grotesque charms, were pieces of clothing. A torn backpack, a boot, a jacket with dark stains I didn't want to think about. "Jesus Christ," Lincoln breathed. He reached for his radio. "We need to call this in. Get a forensics team out here." "No signal," I said, checking my own radio. We're too far out. That's when we heard it. A sound like nothing I'd ever heard before, like nothing that should exist in the natural world. It started as a low rumble, felt more than heard, vibrating through the earth and up through our boots. Then it rose into something between a roar and a scream, so loud that snow fell from the surrounding trees and sheets. It came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing and re-echoing, until the forest itself seemed to be screaming. And then we saw it. It emerged from behind a stand of trees about 70 yards away, and my mind simply refused to process what my eyes were reporting. I'd seen bears stand up on their hind legs. I'd seen moose that stood 7 feet at the shoulder. But this was something else entirely. It was at least 10 feet tall, maybe 12, covered in dark reddish-brown hair that hung in matted clumps. The proportions were almost human, but wrong in subtle ways that triggered every prey instinct in my biology. The arms were too long, hanging past the knees. The shoulders were impossibly broad. The head was conical, rising to a pointed crest, with a face that seemed caught between human and ape, but was fully neither. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the North American ape, the creature from 10,000 blurry photographs and endless speculation. Except this wasn't some gentle forest giant from documentaries. This was something primal and ancient and absolutely terrifying in its physical presence. It saw us. I know it did, because it stopped moving and stood perfectly still, watching us with eyes that caught the winter light and reflected it back red. We stood frozen, 3 men in the presence of something that could tear us apart as easily as it had twisted those trees. Then Lincoln did exactly what his military training had taught him never to do. He ran. The creature's head swiveled to track the movement. It dropped to all fours, and even from 70 yards away, I could feel the impact of its knuckles hitting the ground. It started toward us, not running, just moving with a purposeful gait that covered ground faster than any human sprint. "Don't run," I shouted at Santiago, grabbing his arm. "Don't run, don't run, don't run." But he pulled free and bolted after Lincoln, and I was left standing alone in the snow, face to face with something that should not exist. Every instinct screaming at me to flee, while some deeper knowledge kept me rooted in place. The creature stopped 15 feet away. This close, I could see the details that nightmares are made of. The hands were human-like, but massive, with fingernails like dark talons. The teeth, visible when it breathed in harsh pants that sent clouds of vapor into the cold air, were flat like a herbivore's, but stained dark with something I couldn't identify. And the smell, God, the smell was overwhelming. Wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation and something else, something that smelled like a grave opened too soon. It studied me. I could see intelligence in those eyes, calculation, judgment. It reached out one long arm, and I thought this was it. This was how I died, torn apart by something the world said didn't exist. But it didn't grab me. It pointed. One long finger extended past my shoulder, pointing back the way I'd come, toward the logging road, toward safety. It was telling me to leave. I backed away slowly, never breaking eye contact, my feet finding purchase in the snow more by luck than skill. 20 feet, 30. The creature didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, making sure I understood the message. When I reached the tree line, I turned and walked as fast as I dared back to the vehicles. Lincoln and Santiago were already there. Santiago bent over, catching his breath. Lincoln pale, but trying to maintain composure. "We need to come back with weapons," Lincoln said. "Rifles. Maybe bring in fish and wildlife." "No." The word came out harsher than I intended. "We're not coming back here, ever. That thing is dangerous. That thing just let us live." I looked back toward the forest, toward the twisted trees and the massive nest, and the creature that had every right and ability to kill us, but had chosen mercy instead. We were in its territory. We saw its home. It could have killed all 3 of us without breaking a sweat, but it didn't. It let us go. Santiago nodded, still trying to catch his breath. What What do we report? I thought about Garrett's words, about the unofficial policy of denial, about the things that couldn't be admitted because admission would change everything. Equipment malfunction, I said finally. Storm damage to the trees. The clearing is natural. We saw a bear. Lincoln stared at me like I'd lost my mind. You want us to lie about what we just saw? I want us to keep our jobs. I want to avoid the media circus. And most of all, I want that thing left alone. I started the truck, my hands still shaking on the wheel. It didn't hurt us. It warned us. Maybe we should listen. On the drive back, none of us spoke. What was there to say? We'd crossed a threshold that separated the world of facts and evidence from the world of myths and legends, and we could never cross back. Our comfortable reality, where humans were the apex predators, where science explained everything, where monsters were just stories told around campfires, that reality was gone forever. That night, I tried to research what I'd seen. I found stories, hundreds of them, stretching back centuries. Native American legends of the Sasquatch, the wild men of the woods, settler accounts of massive hairy giants that took livestock but avoided humans. Modern sightings, always dismissed, always explained away. And I found something else, a pattern in the reports. Areas where Bigfoot sightings occurred often had other sightings too, the dogman, other creatures. As if certain places in America were thin spots, where the old world and the new overlapped, where things that should have died out in the Ice Age, or never existed at all, had found ways to survive. Blackwood National Forest was one of those places, and I was starting to understand that the rangers weren't just protecting the forest from people. We were protecting people from the forest, from the things that had never stopped living there, that had never acknowledged human dominion over the wild places, that had their own territories and rules and would defend them with a strength that made our technology and weapons look like children's toys. I should have quit right then. Should have transferred somewhere safe, somewhere boring, somewhere the biggest danger was a tourist not storing food properly. But I didn't. Maybe I was curious. Maybe I was stubborn. Maybe I'd become infected with the need to know, to understand, to document what the rest of the world refused to acknowledge. Whatever the reason, I stayed. And that led me deeper into the darkness, toward an evil that made the dogman and the Sasquatch look like guardian angels, toward the Wendigo. January brought the kind of cold that kills. The temperature dropped below zero and stayed there for weeks, the air so frigid it burned your lungs to breathe. The forest became a frozen wasteland, beautiful and deadly in equal measure. Most of the rangers took vacation time, retreating to warmer climates or at least to homes with reliable heating. I stayed, along with a skeleton crew to maintain the station and respond to emergencies. That's when people started disappearing. The first was a hunter named Isaiah, who'd gone into the northern section despite the closure. His truck was found at a trailhead, engine frozen, supplies untouched. The search and rescue team went out but found nothing. No tracks, no signs of struggle, just the truck sitting in the snow like a memorial. 3 days later, a couple who'd been staying in a cabin at the forest's edge called to report that their son, Caleb, had gone outside the previous night and hadn't come back. The boy was 17, healthy, experienced in wilderness survival. When the search team found his tracks, they led straight into the forest and then simply stopped. Not ended, not covered by snow, stopped, as if he'd been plucked from the ground mid-stride. Then a ranger from the Western District disappeared. Connor had been doing a routine patrol and never returned to the station. His snowmobile was found overturned in a ravine, but his body wasn't in it or anywhere nearby. The state police got involved. They brought cadaver dogs, helicopters with thermal imaging, everything modern search and rescue had to offer. They found nothing. I knew something was wrong beyond just bad luck or harsh weather. I'd been in these woods long enough to recognize when something unnatural was happening, and the other rangers knew it too. Maverick showed up at my cabin late one night, his face grim. "It's back," he said without preamble. "The hunger, Every 23 years, it comes back. What comes back? He pushed past me into the cabin, checking the windows before he spoke again. The Wendigo, that's what the Ojibwe called it. A spirit of winter and starvation and cannibalism. It takes people, drives them mad with hunger until they're not human anymore, until they're just vessels for the appetite. I wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but after seeing the Dog Man, after watching the Sasquatch twist trees like pipe cleaners, my definition of possible had expanded considerably. Tell me everything, I said. Maverick poured himself a glass of whiskey from my cabinet before beginning. The legend goes back further than anyone remembers. When humans first came to these lands, when winter meant starvation and death, sometimes people made terrible choices to survive. They ate the dead. And sometimes they didn't wait for them to be dead. The act of cannibalism, the breaking of that ultimate taboo, it transformed them, made them into something else, something that's always hungry, that can never be satisfied, that craves human flesh above all else. That's just the story to explain why people went crazy from starvation. Is it? Maverick's eyes were haunted. I was here in '96, the last time it happened. 7 people disappeared in 3 weeks. We found 2 of them. What was left of them? He took a long drink. The bodies were in a cave, stripped of flesh, bite marks on every bone. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the tracks around the cave. Human footprints, but spaced wrong, like someone running on all fours. And leading away from the cave, the footprints changed, got bigger, the toes elongated, like whatever made them was transforming with every step. Why didn't I hear about this? Because it was covered up, called a bear attack. The park was closed for a month. When it reopened, everyone just agreed to forget. He finished his whiskey. But I didn't forget, and neither did the families of those 7 people. So what do? We survive. Keep our heads down. Don't go into the forest after dark, and pray that it moves on before it takes someone we care about. But I couldn't just hide. I was a ranger. Protection was the job, even if the thing we needed protection from had walked straight out of indigenous nightmare tales into brutal reality. I started researching in earnest, combining folklore with the incident reports I could access. The pattern was clear once you knew to look for it. Every 23 years during the coldest part of winter, people disappeared in Blackwood, sometimes just a few, sometimes dozens. The disappearances were always written off as exposure, bear attacks, people getting lost. But the details, when you looked closely, were wrong. The bodies that were found were always partially consumed. The tracks were never quite right. And there were always reports of someone or something being seen in the woods beforehand, something that looked human from a distance but moved wrong, sounded wrong, was wrong in ways that made people's primitive hindbrains scream in warning. I found an account from 1927 written by a ranger named Albert, who'd worked these woods during one of the cycles. He described finding a campsite where a group of miners had been staying. 3 men, all dead, arranged in a circle around a dead fire, but they hadn't frozen to death. They'd torn each other apart, and the expression on their faces wasn't fear, it was hunger. In the margins of his report, he'd written in shaky handwriting, "It whispers, it promises, it makes you want to feed." That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to the wind howl around the cabin and thought I could hear something else in its voice. Words, almost. A voice that spoke of hunger, of the ecstasy of feeding, of how sweet human flesh would taste. I got up and checked all the locks, loaded my service pistol and set it on the nightstand, turned on every light in the cabin. But no amount of artificial light could push back the darkness I felt creeping in from the forest. At 3 a.m., I heard scratching at my door. Not the random scratch of a branch, a deliberate sound, rhythmic, patient. I grabbed my pistol and my flashlight and stood in the middle of the cabin, heart hammering, waiting for the door to burst open. It never did. The scratching continued for exactly 5 minutes, then stopped. In the morning, I found the marks on the door, long scratches, 4 parallel lines, gouged deep into the wood. Human fingernails could have made them, if humans had nails like steel and strength to tear through oak. The disappearances continued. An elderly couple named Maurice and Gloria, who lived in a cabin 2 miles from mine. A young ranger named Aiden, who'd only been on the job for 6 months. A group of 4 snowmobilers who'd ignored the closure signs. The forest was eating people, and we were powerless to stop it. Then came the night I saw it with my own eyes. I was doing a late patrol, checking the main road for stranded vehicles. It was a stupid risk, but I couldn't sit idle while people died. Around midnight, my headlights caught something moving across the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding on the ice. At first, I thought it was a person. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were nightmarishly wrong. The limbs were too long, the joints bending in ways that human joints don't bend. The torso was emaciated, ribs visible through the tattered remains of what might once have been clothing. And the skin, God, the skin was a grayish-white, pulled tight over bones, cracking and bleeding from frostbite that should have killed it but hadn't. It turned to look at me, and I saw its face. That's when I started screaming. It had been human once. The basic features were there, but the eyes were yellow and filmed over, reflecting my headlights like an animal's. The mouth extended too far, splitting the face almost to the ears, filled with broken teeth that looked like they'd been filed to points. And the expression of pure, mindless hunger was so intense, it felt like a physical force. It moved toward my truck, not walking, but loping on all 4s with that terrible speed I'd seen in the footprints. I threw the truck in reverse, tires spinning on ice, the creature gaining with every second. It slammed into the hood with enough force to dent the metal, clawed hands grasping for purchase, that impossible mouth opened wide enough to fit a human head inside. I floored it, fishtailing wildly, and felt the truck hit something. The creature tumbled off, and I caught one last glimpse of it in my mirrors, rising back to its feet with a fluidity that defied injury, watching me flee with those hungry yellow eyes. I drove straight to the main station and called Garrett at home, told him everything. The disappearances, the Wendigo, the thing I'd just seen. I expected him to dismiss me, to tell me I was crazy or seeing things. Instead, he said, "I'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't talk to anyone else." When he arrived, he had Maverick and 2 other senior rangers with him, Brooks and Harrison, men who'd worked Blackwood for decades. They sat me down, and for the first time, they told me the truth. "The thing you saw is what's left of a man named Jeremiah Walsh," Garrett said. "He was a ranger here. 23 years ago, he got caught in a blizzard during a patrol, snowed in for 5 days with no supplies. When they found him, he'd fed on someone who died in the storm with him. And that was enough. That moment of weakness, that breaking of the taboo, it changed him into what you saw tonight. Why the hell wasn't this reported? Why wasn't he stopped?" "How?" Brooks asked. "Shoot him? We tried that in '96. Put 6 rounds in him. He kept coming. The Wendigo isn't alive in any way we understand. It's hunger given form. You can't kill hunger. You can only wait for it to move on. People are dying. Fewer people than would die if we caused a panic, and hundreds of idiots came flooding into the forest looking for it," Harrison said coldly. "This is damage control. We keep people out as much as we can. We search for the missing, and we wait for the cycle to end." "When does it end?" "February 2nd, Maverick said. "Every 23 years. Same pattern. Starts in late December, ends on Groundhog Day. Then it goes dormant again, returns to whatever hell it crawled out of, and sleeps for another 23 years. 2 more weeks, I said. 2 more weeks of people being taken and eaten by that thing. "Unless we can kill it," Garrett said, and every head turned toward him. "There's a way, an old way. The Ojibwe knew how. Fire, not regular fire, sacred fire. Burn it until there's nothing left but ash. You want to hunt that thing? I want to end this. I've been a ranger here for 35 years. I've lived through 2 of these cycles. I'm not doing a third. He looked at each of us in turn. This isn't an order, it's a request. Help me end this nightmare. I should have said no. I should have gone home, waited out the 2 weeks, let someone else be the hero. But I thought about Isaiah and Caleb and Connor and all the others. I thought about how that thing had once been a man, twisted by hunger and desperation into a monster. I thought about how many more would die if this continued for another 23 years. I'm in, I said. The others agreed. 6 of us total. 6 men with hunting rifles and flare guns and Coleman lanterns that burned sacred herbs the Native American liaison had given us, standing against something that shouldn't exist, planning to track it into the frozen forest and burn it back to hell. We moved out at dawn. The temperature hit 25 below zero the morning we went hunting for the Wendigo. Cold enough that metal became dangerous to touch with bare skin. Cold enough that your spit froze before it hit the ground. We geared up at the ranger station before sunrise. White winter camouflage, snowshoes, rifles, flare guns, and the ceremonial torches prepared according to instructions from Joseph, the Ojibwe elder, who'd been called in after I'd described what I'd seen. The Wendigo is not just a creature, Joseph had told us the night before, his weathered face grave in the lamplight. It is a spirit of corruption, of the hunger that makes men into monsters. You cannot simply shoot it. You must purify it with fire, but not ordinary fire. The smoke must carry prayers, must carry the will to heal the land of this infection. He'd prepared 6 torches, each wrapped with sage and sweetgrass, each blessed in a ceremony none of us fully understood, but all of us respected. Our rifles were loaded with incendiary rounds, illegal but necessary. If we found the Wendigo, we wouldn't get a second chance. Garrett led our group into the forest, following the tracks from the attack on my truck. The prints were fresh enough that the wind hadn't erased them, a trail of violence written in the snow. They led north, toward the densest part of Blackwood, where the trees grew so thick that even in winter the canopy blocked most of the light. We moved in a tight formation, 3 pairs of 2, maintaining visual contact. No one spoke except to point out terrain features or confirm positions. The only sounds were our breathing, the crunch of snowshoes, and the occasional crack of branches under the weight of ice. The forest felt dead around us. No bird calls, no small animal tracks, nothing. As if every living thing had fled before the presence of something fundamentally wrong. After 2 hours, we found the first body. It was hanging from a tree, 20 feet up, frozen solid. The corpse was so mutilated it took us several minutes to confirm it was human. Most of the flesh had been stripped away, and the bones showed teeth marks, human teeth marks, everywhere. What made it worse was the way it had been arranged, almost artfully, as if the killing hadn't been about sustenance, but about making a statement, a warning. "That's Maurice," Maverick said quietly, his face pale. Retired ranger. Lived out here because he loved the solitude. "This was recent," I said, noting the blood ice still crystallized around the wounds. "Within the last 12 hours. Brooks was scanning the area with his rifle up, professional and alert. "Then it's close. Stay sharp." We pressed on, following the tracks deeper into the forest. The temperature seemed to drop even further, though my thermometer insisted it hadn't changed. It was a cold that came from inside, a chill that no coat could warm against. Several times I thought I heard whispering, voices promising things I tried not to understand. The others looked haunted too, fighting their own internal battles against the corruption that seemed to emanate from the creature we were hunting. Around noon, we found the cave. It was hidden behind a frozen waterfall, the entrance barely visible as a dark slash in the ice. The tracks led directly inside, and from the opening came a smell so foul it made our eyes water even in the freezing air. Rot and excrement and something sweet and terrible underneath, like fruit left to decay. "It's in there," Harrison whispered. "This is its lair." Garrett looked at each of us. "Last chance to turn back. What we do next, there's no undoing it. We're going to desecrate that cave with everything we've got. Burn it all. Anyone have second thoughts? We all shook our heads. We'd come too far, seen too much. Turning back now would mean living with the knowledge that we'd let the monster continue its rampage. On three, then, light your torches, fire and keep firing until nothing moves. The moment we lit the sacred torches, the forest exploded with sound. The Wendigo's scream came from inside the cave, echoing and multiplying until it sounded like a dozen voices crying out in rage and agony. And then it came out. Later, I would struggle to describe what I saw. My rational mind kept trying to fit it into categories. Human, animal, something I could understand. But it resisted classification. It stood maybe 9 feet tall, skeletal thin, but radiating strength. The skin was cracked and bleeding, frozen tissue sloughing off with each movement. The face was the worst part, still recognizably human enough to see what it had been, twisted into something that could never be human again. And the hunger in those yellow eyes was so intense it felt like being hit by a physical wave. We opened fire. The incendiary rounds struck its torso, each one blossoming into chemical fire that stuck and burned. It screamed, a sound that made the trees around us crack from the vibration. But it didn't stop. It charged at us through the burning, moving with that terrible speed, closing 30 yards in seconds. Brooks went down first. The Wendigo's clawed hand caught him across the chest, and he flew backward into a tree with enough force that I heard bones snap. Harrison fired his flare gun directly into the creature's face, and for a moment it reeled back, the magnesium fire eating into the frozen flesh. "The torches!" Garrett shouted. "Get those torches on it." Maverick and I rushed forward, our sacred flames held out like weapons. The Wendigo tried to evade, but the fire seemed to cause it real pain in a way the bullets hadn't. Where the blessed flames touched, the flesh didn't just burn, it dissolved, turning to ash that blew away on the wind. It grabbed Maverick, lifting him off the ground, those jaws opening impossibly wide. I thrust my torch directly into its mouth, and the scream that followed shattered the ice on every tree within 50 yards. It dropped Maverick and turned on me, and I saw my death in its eyes. Then Garrett was there with his torch, then Harrison with his, and we were surrounding it. 3 points of sacred fire boxing it in. It thrashed and clawed, and its strength was terrible, but the fire was stronger. Wherever the blessed flames touched, the corruption burned away. "Back to the cave," Garrett ordered. "Drive it back to the cave." We advanced together, torches extended, herding the Wendigo like ranchers moving cattle. It fought every step, but the sacred fire was the one thing it truly feared. When it reached the cave entrance, it turned to make a final stand. Garrett took out the last tool Joseph had given us, a clay pot filled with a mixture I couldn't identify. "When I throw this, run," he said. "Don't look back, just run." He hurled the pot into the cave entrance. It shattered, and the smell that erupted was overwhelming. Sage and cedar and something else, something old and powerful. The Wendigo's scream reached a pitch that made blood run from my ears. And then Garrett threw all 6 remaining flare guns into the cave at once. The explosion was simultaneous and massive. The blessed fire met the purifying mixture and created a conflagration that engulfed the entire cave mouth. The Wendigo's silhouette was visible in the flames for just a moment, writhing and clawing at the air. Then it collapsed inward, folding impossibly small, and was consumed by the fire. We ran. The ground shook beneath us as the entire hillside where the cave had been seemed to collapse. Behind us, the flames burned green and white and colors I have no names for. The forest itself seemed to sigh, a release of pressure I hadn't known was building. When we stopped a quarter-mile away and looked back, there was nothing but a smoking crater where the cave had been. The blessed fire had burned so hot it had melted snow and ice in a perfect circle 50 feet across. "Is it over?" I gasped, my lungs burning from the run and the cold. "I don't know," Garrett admitted. Joseph said if we destroyed the physical form, the spirit might be released back to wherever it came from. Might be. We gathered Brooks, alive but badly injured, and began the long trek back to civilization. The forest felt different on the return journey, lighter somehow. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking, my exhausted brain trying to find meaning in what we'd just done. Over the next few days, no new disappearances were reported. The weather warmed slightly. Small animals began appearing again, leaving tracks in the snow. February 2nd came and went, marking the day when historically the disappearances always stopped and nothing happened. No attacks, no sightings, no deaths. The official report listed it as a successful operation to remove a bear den that had become dangerous to the public. The bodies that were eventually found were attributed to animal attacks and winter exposure. Life returned to normal, or as normal as it gets when you know what lurks in the shadows. But I knew the truth wouldn't stay buried, because whatever evil the Wendigo represented, whatever corruption turned humans into monsters, it was still out there. Not in Blackwood, maybe, but somewhere, waiting for the next time humanity broke the fundamental laws, waiting for the next person to make that terrible choice that would transform them from victim to predator. And I knew there were other things in the forest. I'd seen 2 of them already, which meant there were more. There had to be. I just didn't know how many more until it was almost too late. Spring came to Blackwood with a violence that matched the winter. The snow melted in torrents, flooding the valleys and turning the trails into rivers of mud. Trees that had stood for a century toppled, their roots weakened by the freeze-thaw cycle. And with the thaw came something else, a sense of attention, of being observed by eyes we couldn't see. It started with small things. Equipment moved during the night, footprints that appeared and disappeared, cameras placed to monitor wildlife that were found ripped from their mounts, the memory cards missing. At first, we assumed it was vandals or curious teenagers, but there was something systematic about it, something too deliberate. Garrett called a meeting in late March, the senior rangers only. His face had aged 10 years since the winter. The Wendigo hunt had taken something from all of us, but from him most of all. "There's something I haven't told you," he began. "Something about this forest, about why the Park Service really maintains a presence here." He pulled out a map of Blackwood, but this wasn't a tourist map. It was covered in markings, symbols and notations in multiple handwritings, some dating back decades. "We're not just rangers," he said. "We're watchmen. This forest has been a nexus point for cryptid activity for as long as records have been kept. The Dogman, the Sasquatch, the Wendigo, they're not isolated incidents. They're symptoms. This whole forest sits on what the indigenous peoples called a thin place, a spot where the barrier between the world we know and the world we don't is permeable." "Why are you telling us this now?" Maverick asked. "Because it's getting worse. After what we did to the Wendigo, after we used sacred fire and ceremony, we might have torn that barrier even further, and something else is coming through." Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. Hikers reported seeing figures that looked human from a distance but didn't move right when they got closer. A family camping near the southern border woke to find every tree around their tent had been stripped of bark overnight, smooth as if sanded. A ranger doing trail maintenance found a circle of standing stones that definitely hadn't been there the day before, each stone carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. Then the attacks began again. A jogger was chased through the forest by something she described as wrong. Not threatening, not aggressive, just fundamentally wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. A hunter shot at what he thought was a deer and watched it stand up on 2 legs and walk away, uninjured, the bullet holes visible in its torso but not bleeding, and I started seeing the Dogman again. It appeared at the edges of clearings, always just far enough away that details were fuzzy, but I knew it was watching me specifically, following my patrol routes, circling my cabin at night, leaving those massive prints just at the tree line. Unlike before, though, it didn't feel threatening. It felt like a warning. One night in April, I woke to find it sitting on my front porch. I know it was on the porch because I could see its shadow through the curtains, backlit by the moon. A massive shape, too large to be anything natural, crouched in a position no dog or wolf could maintain. I grabbed my pistol, useless I knew, but better than nothing, and turned on the porch light. It didn't run. Instead, it stood up, rising to its full height of at least 7 feet. Through the door, I could hear it breathing, a sound halfway between a growl and human speech. And then it did something that made every hair on my body stand on end. It knocked, 3 deliberate knocks on my door. Rap, rap, rap. "What do you want?" I called out, my voice shaking. More breathing. Then a sound that might have been words, guttural and shaped wrong, but carrying intent I almost understood. It was trying to communicate. I opened the door a crack, keeping the gun ready. The dog man stood there in the moonlight, and this close I could see details I'd missed before. Intelligence in its eyes, wear on its claws as if it used tools, and something else, scars, old scars, human-inflicted, covering parts of its torso and arms. It held out one massive paw. In it was a camera, one of our wildlife cameras, one that had gone missing weeks ago. It dropped the camera on the porch, then pointed past me into the forest toward the north, the same direction the Wendigo had come from, the same direction where the Sasquatch had built its nest. "You want me to see something?" I asked. It nodded. The gesture was awkward, the physiology not meant for it, but unmistakable. "Is it dangerous?" Another nod. Then it pointed at itself, at me, and made a gesture that could have meant together, or protection, or something else entirely. But the message was clear. It wanted to show me something, and it was offering to keep me safe while doing it. I was insane to even consider it. This was a creature that had terrorized campers and destroyed property. But I'd also seen it let people live when it could have killed them. I'd seen it warn rather than attack. And right now it was asking for help in the only way it knew how. "Wait here," I said. I geared up properly. Thermal clothing, GPS, satellite phone, my service rifle, and the last of the blessed torches from Joseph. If the dog man was warning me about something dangerous enough that even it was scared, I wasn't going unprepared. When I came out, it was still there, waiting with a patience that seemed almost human. It looked at my preparations and made a sound that might have been approval. Then it turned and loped into the forest, moving on all fours but occasionally checking back to make sure I was following. We traveled for 3 hours, deeper into Blackwood than I'd ever been. The dog man set a brutal pace, moving through terrain I could barely navigate even with modern equipment. Twice it stopped and sniffed the air, hackles raising, before choosing a different route. Whatever we were approaching, it was taking precautions. Finally, as dawn was breaking, we reached a ridge overlooking a valley I didn't recognize from any map, and what I saw there made my blood run cold. The valley was crawling with them. Dozens of shapes moved through the early morning mist. Some I recognized, more dogmen, a family group of Sasquatches, even what looked like a Wendigo, though smaller and less corrupted than the one we'd killed. But there were others, creatures I had no names for. Things that walked on too many legs or too few, entities that seemed to flicker in and out of visibility, beings that were more plant than animal, a whole ecosystem of impossible life, all gathered in this one valley. And in the center of it all was something worse, a structure, but not like the Sasquatch's nest. This was deliberate, architectural, built with purpose and design, a tower of stone and bone and living wood, spiraling up 50 feet into the canopy. And around it, the creatures were building, adding to it, expanding it with a coordination that spoke of intelligence and purpose. The dog man beside me made a low whine. It pointed at the tower, then at the sky. then made a gesture that could only mean opening or doorway, and I understood. This was what Garrett had been afraid of. The thin place wasn't just thin anymore, it was tearing. And these creatures, all of them, from the dog man to the Wendigo to things we didn't even have names for, they were trying to hold it closed. The tower wasn't a nest or a territory marker. It was a seal, a plug in the fabric of reality, built by monsters to keep something even worse from coming through. "What's on the other side?" I whispered. The dog man looked at me with those two intelligent eyes and shook its head. Then it made a sound that carried more terror than anything I'd heard, even from the Wendigo. Whatever was trying to push through from the other side, even these apex predators feared it. I raised my camera and started documenting everything. If no one else would believe, at least there would be evidence. The dog man didn't stop me, just watched patiently as I recorded the valley, the creatures, the tower. As the sun rose higher, the creatures dispersed back into the forest, and the dog man guided me back toward civilization. At the edge of the forest, where my jurisdiction began, it stopped. It looked at me one more time, and I swear I saw something like respect in its gaze. Then it melted back into the trees, and I was alone. I went straight to Garrett with the footage. He watched it in silence, his face growing grayer with each frame. "How long have you known?" I asked when it finished. I suspected, but I didn't want to believe. He looked at me. "You understand what this means? We can't tell anyone, can't report it. The moment we do, this forest will be flooded with military, scientists, cryptid hunters, and whatever those creatures are building will fail. That seal will break, and whatever's on the other side will come through. So what do? We keep watching, keep protecting. Not just the forest from people, but people from what's in the forest, and the forest from what's trying to get through." He handed back the camera. "Destroy that footage, all of it. What you saw, what you know, it stays between us and the other senior rangers." I should have argued, should have insisted on disclosure, on getting help, on preparing humanity for what was really out there in the wilderness. But I'd seen enough to know that sometimes ignorance is survival. Sometimes the monsters are the ones keeping us safe from even worse monsters. So I destroyed the evidence. But I wrote this testament, this warning for whoever comes after me. Because I know I won't be the last ranger to see what I've seen. Won't be the last to discover that the boundaries we think separate our world from the impossible are really just suggestions, thin places where things bleed through. I still work at Blackwood National Forest, still do my patrols, still maintain the trails, still deal with tourists who think the biggest danger is a cranky raccoon. But now I know the truth. The forest is alive in ways humans never imagined. It's home to creatures that should be extinct, that should be impossible, that should be nothing but folklore and fantasy. And those creatures are all that stand between us and something infinitely worse. Sometimes at night, I hear the dog man howling in the distance. I like to think it's saying thank you, though I don't know if I deserve thanks for keeping a secret that might doom us all if I'm wrong. Other times, I hear the Sasquatch moving through the trees, and I remember the intelligence in its eyes when it pointed me away from its territory. Not a dumb animal, a thinking being with its own agenda. And occasionally, on the coldest nights, I hear something that might be the Wendigo's cry, but it sounds different now, less hungry, more like a warning. They're all warnings, really. The howls and the footprints and the destroyed campsites. The creatures aren't attacking us. They're protecting us in their own way, keeping us away from the thin place, keeping us ignorant of what's trying to push through. But I don't know how much longer the seal will hold. I don't know if the tower they're building is enough, and I don't know what I'll do when. Not if, but when it fails. All I know is that I'll be there, because someone has to witness, someone has to document. Someone has to remember that before the end, there were rangers who stood watch over America's wild places, who knew the truth about what lived there, and who chose to protect humanity, even if humanity would never know. My name doesn't matter. My life doesn't matter. What matters is the warning. Stay out of Blackwood National Forest. And if you must go in, stay on the trails. Don't wander into the deep places. Don't investigate strange sounds or follow mysterious tracks, because the forest is full of monsters, and while they might let you live, what they're keeping at bay definitely won't. This is my testament, my warning, my confession. I am a ranger in the American wilderness, and I have seen things that will haunt me until I die. Things that should haunt us all.